MotoGP. That's right. Got some MotoGP talk tonight. Quattanaro. Lots to get into. 702-586-7857. You got something on your mind? You want to share a thought? Give us a call. Why don't you? Again, thank you for listening and watching. Really appreciate it. All the codes to save, from Works Connection to Atlas to Get Data to the guys at Firepower, Maxima, X Brand, all of that, etc., are on PulpMXShow.com. And click on the show logos, the product logos, and you'll see the codes to save. Thank you for supporting us, and that's how these partners keep coming back on the show all the time, by you people using the code. So really appreciate it, and our partners are seeing great things from you people out there. So we appreciate it. 702-586-PULP. Tonight on the show, the winner of the Birmingham 450 Supercross main event, Chase Sexton from Red Bull KTM. He will be calling in. Season best result for Benny Bloss at Birmingham. He'll be calling in. We have Rasmus Jorgensen. He's the team manager of the Neston Husqvarna factory team over in Europe, and right now they're leading the series with Liam Everts. They got the defending champion Kai De Wolf as well. So Rasmus, who's a good friend of the two people who I have in studio, we did an interview earlier today with Rasmus talking about America, talking about MXGPs. We have him, and we're going to play that interview as well. Phil Nicoletti, big news for Phil. He finally got his Canadian deal all done. So we'll have Phil Nicoletti on to talk about a little bit about that.
Are you kidding me?
And as well as Birmingham and more. And Jason Thomas will join us, of course, as well. We got I Don't Know, Man. We got the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. Got X Brown Goggle Terras. We got the Race Tech Rant all lined up for you people. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X Brand Goggles, Michelin, Race Tech, Renthal, Acherbis, Pro Filter, Maxima USA, Firepower, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, Cardo Systems, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Fox Factory Vehicles, WUSA. Love the guys at W, making wheels for Malcolm Stewart out there, who got on the podium, making wheels for Ken Roxon, who won Daytona earlier this year. All things wheels, WUSA. Get Data, Wiseco Piston, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica, Luxon, Troll Training, all on board with us tonight on the show, as are you people. Again, Sexton, Bloss, Jorgensen, Nicoletti, Thomas, all calling in. In studio tonight, making his return. He was in earlier this year, and he's back in to help beat Birmingham. He was at Birmingham. I didn't go. From Vital MX. He's just walking around out there. Lewis Phillips.
How's it going?
What's happening, buddy?
I appreciate you not calling me Big Lou.
Okay.
So that's good. I'm glad
Big
we've left
Lou.
that in the past.
Listen, we got a lot to get into tonight.
Yep.
I want to see if you've really thought about those comments that, we talked about last show.
I actually don't know what you're talking about.
Walking around.
Oh, those. Yep. I've definitely reflected, improved my stance in life. I'm a new man.
Yeah. Okay.
Like finding religion or something.
Well, we got Chase Sexton on tonight, so that should make.
And
you
that's
happy.
the religion I found.
Yes, exactly. We got to be on our best behavior tonight because no more wash bays, walking around, glaucoma, like all of that.
I forgot about glaucoma.
That has to stay in the past.
Glaucoma was a good time.
Because tonight we have maybe one of the best journalists in the sport. We lost this man to street bike racing a few years ago, but he's still, we saw Majora last weekend. He keeps up on MXGP, but we've lost him full time to our sport. But we're very happy to have him in. The man wrote a goddamn book, Lewis, from On Track Off Road. Adam Wheeler, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, good. Nice to be here.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll say it's nice to peek behind the curtain, but I'm actually behind the curtain. So that's I'm just still stunned, Steve, that Lewis couldn't name a member of the Rolling Stones. We were talking about this just before we went on air, and I can't quite.
I thought they all died.
He knew Mick. He had heard of Mick Jagger, but didn't know that he was in the Rolling Stones. That's about as far as we got.
Yeah, well, he couldn't name a member of the Beatles either.
No.
So this is I'm speechless.
And just transitioning onto that, you are going to the Sphere tomorrow night, and I am so happy for you.
I was just trying to book my ticket, but I ran out of time.
Okay.
So it'll be the first job to do once we finished.
Well, welcome to the studio. You've sat in before years ago now. You've come to America a bunch of times. You were in Birmingham this weekend. You wrote a book, Motorcycle Grand Prix, Insider Stories from the World Championship Racing. We're going to talk about that. I want to talk to you about the difference between covering street bike racing and supercross is. JT and you probably will dork out about, Mark Marquez and stuff, but I'm stoked to have you here for sure. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
I worked for you for a number of years writing for On Track Off Road. Are you bringing that back? Because I know you shelved it more for the book.
Well, it kind of was put on ice last year, but now it survives as a Substack kind of column. I don't know if you're familiar with that platform, but yeah, it's I'm still sort of writing when I can, and look for the next project this year.
Okay, yeah.
Was it a misstep by PulpHQ that in receiving all of the comments and complaints about my accent, you decided to double down and bring in another one?
Yeah. Well,
at the same time.
Like I don't know if that is kind of the way the audience was wanting you to go.
Let's talk about. There's nothing more America than Birmingham, Alabama. So let's let the two Brits and the Canadian break it all down.
Well,
we were holding court. At the weekend.
For us, it's Birmingham.
Birmingham. Yeah,
Birmingham.
Right. Is that where New Order's from and all that? No, that's Manchester.
No, Birmingham is where kind of Led Zeppelin are from. Yeah. The lead singer.
And that's UK. That's not Alabama.
New Order is Manchester.
Okay, that's it. Right.
Birmingham was where WSX was last year.
Yep.
And Def Leppard, Sheffield.
Sheffield's right by there?
But,
okay.
But Birmingham was kind of, it was actually named after the English city of Birmingham. So there you go.
Oh, there we go. See, Lewis?
This is the knowledge that this show is bringing.
You and I, we got to be on our best behavior.
If it was just us two, we'd be talking about fart jokes and all sorts by now.
Dark Side would have came up already.
Yep.
Did Dark get his boot?
I hear that now, weirdly, he's now looking for 3 boots instead of 1. I don't know why. He's like Motocross's answer to Cinderella, just looking for this one boot that fits.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the funny thing is the boot that he's looking for isn't a buddy's boot. It's a buddy's buddy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, did you get that?
No, I thought it was just buddy's boot.
No, it's a buddy's buddy got his boot cut off, and Dark's trying to replace this boot.
He's too nice.
Yeah, it is.
I was sitting next to him in the press room in Birmingham, and I enjoyed the experience. I mean, Jamie's quite zen. He's quite,
he's a nice guy.
He wasn't being bullied on this occasion. He was just very laid back.
I think that's a dig at you.
Shots fired, I think. Bullied, I like to think elevated, but that's just me.
Okay.
All right, lots to get into for sure tonight. Taking your phone calls over there in the corner, holding things down. The Tallon Taylor, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Steve?
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Did you see the Instagram of Janky Mike?
I did.
Washing the chalk away?
Yeah, he washed it off. That was kind of disappointing.
That's
he
exactly how it should go. Thank you, Janky Mike, for that, teaching the children of tomorrow the proper way. And also working the video cam. You can probably subscribe to his own cam, I imagine. The Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
Listen, if I were doing that, I wouldn't be here.
That's
for
a good
sure.
point. I'd like to get Courtney on some cams.
Well,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey, working on it.
By the way, we might be doing something. Boobs. We might be doing something next Monday. Something cool.
We might.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Stay tuned, everybody, for next Monday's show. So stay tuned for that. 702-586-7857. Speaking of shows, Friday night, this Friday in Renton, Washington. Lewis will probably be there as well. Live show, Fly Racing live show from Renton, Washington. We're selling tickets on PulpMX.com. We're going to have some special guests. We're going to talk some Supercross, Weege, JT, myself, Lewis, Moser, a few other guys. Check it out Friday night, this Friday. Tickets available. And so we'll see you there. These things are always a lot of fun. Lewis, you were on the last one.
Yeah.
And to call them loose is maybe an understatement.
Yeah, I'd never actually been to one as a spectator, so my first experience was on stage, and I was quite impressed, amazed, shocked at some parts.
All of it, yeah.
Yep. But all of the emotions came out of me.
Was that the point time when you refined your walk to the point of being Mr. Bean?
Yeah, no. It's so what I figured out that night is that Steve is in fact the runt of the Matthes litter.
Oh.
Because I was backstage bonding with his brother.
Okay.
Nice to meet a Matthes with intellect, perspective, and then this one was trying to bring me on stage, but I couldn't hear him because I was so deep in the conversation. So I was a little late.
And then he just walks out. He just like Mr. Bean. He just walks out. Oh, like
I didn't even know what you wanted me.
Unannounced.
Yeah.
Well, I was announced 10 minutes prior.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes prior. So yeah, people, tickets are available. Come on, come all. It'll be a lot of fun, and we'll talk some Supercross and more. Birmingham Triple Crown. Adam, let's start with you. You don't like triple crowns.
I'm not a fan.
Not a fan.
No.
What? So this was your first one experienced live?
No, it wasn't. No, I've been to 2, and I was in Anaheim 2 last year. That was a triple crown.
Okay. Why don't you like triple crowns?
Well, this is what I was writing about yesterday. Yeah. So there's 3 reasons. One, it overcomplicates a product that should be as simple as possible, so that you're not worrying about who's actually performing, who's winning. More kind of like some of the human aspects of it, he's made a great comeback, or he's, whatever kind of character you're into. So, when you're there trying to work out who's got what points, who's actually on the podium, what's at stake, I think that detracts from it.
They have it on the screen.
They didn't. Lewis will testify as well.
I mean, yeah, it's on the TV broadcast at points, but not consistently.
We knew in the media center what was going on because we had an overall ranking, but in the public's kind of eye, they must have been thinking, well, we got a third race, which is great, but who's actually doing anything here? So that was one issue.
That's one
I
point.
had the same sort of thing with the Motocross of Nations because, again, you don't really know what's going on deep into the third moto when, that's an age-old institution that we're unlikely to change anyway.
I mean, we still use ping pong balls for drawing.
Yes.
So we're not changing that. But, okay, so
that was one reason, the overcomplication of it. The hassle from the riders and team side, there's obviously disadvantages, which, you've talked about repeatedly, so that's something else. I mean, I asked the question in the press conference, and I think Malcolm Stewart pretty much stopped me straight away and said, look, we agree, scrape it off, I don't think...
what does that mean?
How do you...
What?
Well, stop it.
It's obvious.
Yeah,
scrape it off.
Yes.
Yeah. Got to clip it, I think, was his actual words.
Okay.
So,
I was thinking the track was dirty, like muddy. Like, are we scraping the track? See?
We're going to have a different language here in this.
Yes, it's difficult.
Okay, all right.
And then the third point, God, I'm trying to remember what it was now. I think it's just overkill. And actually, maybe I'm inaccurate with this, but I thought that the crowd was actually starting to thin a little bit by the third mains in Birmingham. Yeah, I just think it's a little bit too much. You have, when it's like the one main event, you have that tension of, riders can't afford to drop the ball.
Yeah.
That's their time to shine. It's...
you're building up all night to that moment, right? Yeah.
And I like the heat phase, the qualification phase, and I think just having 6 mains, it's unnecessary.
It's interesting, Lewis, to bring, like, obviously Adam follows the sport closely, he knows what's going on, but, to me, I think it's great. I don't want them all Triple Crowns. I've said that 100 times. But I love the fact there's 3 or 4 a year, and it changes things up. But Lewis, we're balls deep into the sport every single weekend. It's all that we're following. So for us, just something different is a welcome change, and it's interesting to see Adam, who's really smart and following the sport, still be negative.
Yeah, you would think for Adam's one and only Supercross of the year, he would want the Triple Crown because it's like packing more into his one visit.
Yeah.
So surprising, but then all of those points make perfect sense.
They do,
and I do think that maybe this year the Triple Crowns have lost some appeal in a way. I mean, Chase won the first one without winning a main event. Nate did that this past weekend. We've not had a Triple Crown barn burner.
Yep. I would argue we don't really ever have Triple Crown barn burners.
And to Adam's point about building suspense, like RJ not going down in the first corner in the last main, but getting stuck. If that was a real main event, that would be kind of a arms in the air, oh my God, what's he going to do now?
Yeah.
But instead it was more like, oh, well, he's probably, no matter what he does, he'll be second or third overall. So good for him.
You can argue either way. Cooper Webb drops it on maybe the fourth corner of the first main, goes down, arguably could ruin his night if that was just a single race. But then, the way that Chase Sexton was riding in that first main, I could watch that all night. I thought that was fantastic. But then by the third main, he was kind of a little off, making mistakes. You could see there was a bit of tension there, maybe some thought processes coming into it. And I just thought, it looks like the riders are wary, maybe a little bit tired. The entertainment factor was way off compared to the first. So
all valid points for sure. Sexton gets the win. I was doing the Moto 60 show on Thursday, and I was telling somebody, I'm like, how does Webb end up off the podium? Like, it's just he's so consistent, he's so good. We got the injuries, taking guys out, and then he goes and gets fourth because that shows you how much I know about the sport. And the Webb, the 15-point lead is down to 8. He got 7 points on him, and just like that, we're like we got it back. So, Lewis, hard to think that if we didn't have the week off, if we just rolled into Birmingham right from Indianapolis, that Sexton wins, right?
Maybe.
Like it almost. Well, I mean, we'll never know, but it almost seems like, and we'll have him on here. I want to ask him this, but it almost seems like that week off was just what he needed.
Yeah, and it's funny because even before Birmingham, Indy press day, so before even knowing how Indy went, Chase was already saying in press day interviews, after the break, I'm always great. Like, his mind was already there.
Yeah.
Which could work against him putting so much pressure on that phase of the season, but clearly not.
Yeah.
And actually, I want to ask him about the pressure coming into Birmingham, because I'd imagine for him, his position in points, it maybe rivaled even Anaheim 1. Imagine if Webb had won and Chase had finished second. We're now at 18 points, and I mean, at that point, I think it's time to call it. Whereas 8 now or 7? 8
No,
now.
you made up 7.
Yes.
So
8 now, it's wide open. And crucial for Chase as well, because although he won Glendale, he did it without winning a main event. So technically, he hadn't seen the checkered flag first in a main race since Anaheim won, which I think there's something there to that. But then in the same token, I am a little bit eyebrow raised at Webb, because you mentioned his mistakes in Indy. I think there were 3 crashes throughout the day.
Yeah.
And then remember the week before that, Daytona, in the first corner of his heat, he kind of just slid out by himself.
Yep.
And then that first main in Birmingham, another self-inflicted crash. I feel like we've not seen that many small mistakes from Webb in a 3-week run in years.
Yeah, you're right. He does. Yeah, he
doesn't.
When you
put
beat
those
himself,
together,
right? Yeah, he doesn't beat himself.
No.
So who would be more prone to errors if they were leading the championship, Sexton or Webb?
I would think Sexton.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, Webb's credentials for titles, of course, are
Yeah.
stronger perhaps.
Yep. No, absolutely. For sure. So, hey, by the way, the folks at OGO bringing you Lewis Phillips tonight. Love the guys at OGO.
Yep, my OGO is downstairs. I packed it to come here. So I don't know why you're looking at me like that's crazy. I'm just endorsing your sponsor.
I'm waiting for you to keep talking about maybe how roomy.
Oh,
it is.
okay, roomy. Yep.
How does it roll?
Rolls as smooth as Sexton at the weekend.
Oh wow.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
So glowing endorsement.
All right.
And yeah, great.
I used to Renegade for years, but I kind of always missed the water bottle pocket on the side. So if I had to change one thing about that, then
you're one of those water bottle. I'm bringing my own water bottle and I'm filling it at the airport, guys.
And no, not at the airport. But you need to have like a pocket where you can stick it in, and not like a zip one, because it will just fall out. So that's my recommendation. OGO, good stuff.
Well, I have no complaints about OGO. So I'm happy to be presented.
OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save at OGO Power Sports. Get a bag like Lewis has. If you want a water bottle holder, you're fucked. But Pulp 15 is the code to save at OGO Power Sports, and get a bag just like Lewis. And they're bringing you Lewis Phillips here on the show tonight. And Adam Wheeler, because he's from the UK, is brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Yeah, that's right. Henry Rosenthal started Renthal way back in 1969, and he's continuing to roll that business on, whether it's factory Honda, Kawasaki, Red Bull, KTM, Renthal bars, sprockets, chains, all of it. The mountain bike products are great, and they're available in power sports dealers nationwide. And the lock-on grip is great. I was forced to put the lock-on grip on by Parabinos because they were launching them in December, and then I don't like lock-on grips, but I've been riding with mine on the bike, partly because I'm too lazy to change it, but then because also it was really good. It really feels like a real grip. It doesn't feel that sort of tube-like.
Did you know as well, Steve, that you can get lots of components from Renthal for your street bike? There's a Fit My Bike tool on the renthal.com, and you can get various different components. If you got and they were actually contributing some spares towards the Kawasaki World Superbike team in the past. So
Renthal.
There you go.
Official bar of Kawasaki street bike
blank
racing.
Expression on your face, man, was just like someone was
street bike.
No,
the bike
my guy Kaismo runs the Renthal street end of things, and I do know Dave.
Dave Kaiser.
Dave Kaiser.
Are you familiar with their involvement in Kawasaki World Superbike?
No, but I'm familiar that they make street bike parts.
You surprise
me.
Yeah. And a Paddock Boss podcast. So there you go. Renthal.com, just
All right, and you did one today. You did a podcast today. You guys did Lewis, you did 2 shows today.
Yep.
You did a show today.
He did 2 shows because podcast palooza here today.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're gonna get to Chase Sexton here coming up real quick. We got lots to talk about Birmingham. Nate Thrasher talk. Moment of silence for Max Anstey.
Yep. But when you want it, I have in-depth injury analysis, recovery analysis. So
can we have a moment of silence?
Yeah. How long do you want that to be? Maybe not great
He's
radio.
Not dead.
Well, his title hopes are.
Still waiting for a moment of silence here for his title hopes.
Okay.
And we're out. Okay.
It's terrible radio. He'll be fine. Honestly, I said this to him.
Still looking for a UK Supercross title guy.
Well, if we can just get Ben Watson here.
Yeah.
No, I said this to him in the medics rig, which is maybe too soon. But I said this is kind of good because it could have been so bad. My first thought was ACL. My second thought was Achilles. So broken fib. Yeah.
Did he use his other leg to kick you out?
Yeah.
No, like this is the good thing. You can be real with these athletes.
I mean, he broke his leg while he was 1 point out of the championship.
Yeah, but it can always be worse.
Sure.
It's always darkest before the dawn.
He could get hit by a garbage truck, tomorrow morning walking out to the curb. You're right. It could always get worse.
Yeah, I saw him and I just shrugged my shoulders and went, well, you're alive, so.
That bummer for Max for sure. Man, you look at Max Anstey, like, I want to say, like every practice and every heat to start the year, he was the fastest guy. And then, kind of gets screwed by that red flag in Detroit. But, hey, you're still the fastest guy. You're going to win the next one. Crashes at Daytona Press Day. Crashes the next day in the second turn, thanks to Tom for a little help from Vial on that one. Then goes to Indy and has a terrible race. And then the next round, breaks his leg. Like, it is just the steps down for Anstey from the high of being the best guy, undisputed in the class, to breaking a leg is... Welcome to Supercross.
And kind of similar to last year as well. It followed a similar downward spiral.
Yeah.
It was Birmingham last year that kind of ruined his title hopes there as well.
It was bike breaker. Yeah, Birmingham.
Yeah, that's got it in
named after the Birmingham town in the UK.
Birmingham
City, and he's from there. Wow.
But no, they say, I think 4 to 6 weeks he could be back on a bike, not having surgery. To my knowledge, I think it's still maybe a little bit up in the air, but I don't think he will. Similar to Tomac, but better because it's higher up, so less ankle complications, which I guess is a major consideration.
It was a clean break, wasn't it?
Wow. Yeah, the scan is atrocious. Like, it's one heck of a break.
Poor Max Anstey. We'll talk about Tom Vial as well. He's got 10 points up as well. We'll see. I want to get your guys' 2 picks for if you think he's going to be able to do it. But John's on 1. John wants to, and I want to talk about this later in the show. The Deeks got arrested. I don't know if you guys heard. Did you guys hear this? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Were you aware?
Yeah, I did hear this.
Okay. We got Deeks, we got Lucas Myrtle and the Lawrences, and then we got the Daniel Blair video that came out a few weeks ago. And John wants to talk about that on the line. What's up, John?
Hey, Steve. How's it going?
Good, man.
Good. First off, best show, best podcast out there.
Thank you.
So, hey, I just wanted to call for a couple of reasons. One was to really get something off my chest, and 2, to put in perspective to everybody out there with social media. The night that Daniel's video broke, I was at work, and I've spent my whole career not overreacting. I work on the fire department. And so anyway, the video breaks, and I'm not involved on social media, and then I was emotionally moved. So I, like many people, took to social media, and I probably posted 5 videos. Messages on Instagram, calling Ricky the goat of shitty broadcasters and everything else. But anyway, so I go down this rabbit hole, and then the next day I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I did what I did last night.
Were you drunk when you did this, or?
No, I was sober, and it was just embarrassing. I'm like, I don't know why it happened, and then I listened to your show, and it really put everything in perspective. And I just wanted to say, it's just another reason why these guys can't take to heart what is said, because now I'm defending Ricky in comments, So it's just one of those things, right?
It's social media, man. It's honestly tearing the world apart. You really can say that. It's
polarizing everything.
It's so, we got the news networks that don't help, and then we got social media, and half the shit is not even real. Like the facts and the videos aren't even real. They're made to gain outrage. And then whenever these guys like Zuckerberg or the Google guys or whatever get called on the carpet for either amplifying stuff or whatever, they always say, "Oh, sorry, our bad. We won't do that again." And then they get caught a year later doing it again. It's just, dude, it's terrible. Social media is if I didn't have to go on it to promote my business, which is podcast shows, I'd make my private, family and friends only. It's not good. And I'm glad, John. Well, listen, props for you for recognizing that.
It was embarrassing anyway, but I'm over it, and life moves on. But it certainly shows how people, it's not really what they really mean at the time. So,
no, and there's
maybe at the time, but it's not who they are.
I've had some people tell me oh, dude, what my social comments. I'm like, hey man, just wait 3 days. Just wait 3 days. There'll be a new outrage or someone else. You know what I mean? So, all right. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call.
Anyway, thank you.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Chase Sexton coming up here. Joey's on 3. What's up, Joey? Talking about Anderson. Anderson, rough night. Rough night for Jason
Hey, what's
Anderson.
up, guys?
What's up?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Yeah, long time no see, actually. I was the one guy in the crowd at the Indy Live show that was apparently old enough to know Stanton's trivia question when he was handing out his merch.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. Nobody quite got that, right.
Yeah. Anyway, I noticed this. I hadn't seen anybody else comment on it yet. Anderson obviously had a weekend going down in all three mains.
Mm-hmm.
In the third main, when he went down on his own, I noticed when he picked his bike up, his forks were fully compressed. Like, it was like the whole shot device was set. And I didn't know is that a thing that you guys have seen, like, off and on? I've never actually used one of those devices, so I don't know if that's a somewhat common problem. Or
I didn't notice that. It does happen. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, I did notice this when he got up, that it was still compressed. So I would presume it hadn't released since the first turn, and I'd presume that's why he crashed.
Yeah, I would.
But
think
then
so.
how do you make it that far through a rhythm section? I don't know.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I thought the same thing because it was early in the race, but I mean it was right in the middle of the rhythm, so it just kind of made me raise my eyebrow.
Yeah, I've seen them not release. We all have, right? But that is odd, though.
I mean, could you crash and like put so much force on the front that it re-engages? I've never seen that, so it must have been just stuck from the start.
Yeah,
happens quite frequently in road racing. I mean, the guys only have a quick dash to the first corner, and that thing has to come back up.
Yeah,
but it's quite sort of.
Yeah, and again, wondering if that was the case, it just made me wonder maybe that is what actually caused the crash and didn't happen.
Yeah,
didn't happen subsequent to it. So
he had a night, that's for sure. Oh boy.
Yeah, but that's all I had.
All right, thanks, Joey. Yeah,
come on, thanks, guys.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, Anderson did not. He could have done Chase a little dirtier. He hit him, but it was almost like I'm going to hit you, and if you get knocked down, whatever. But that wasn't like a full, like, I'm going to put you down, in my mind.
No. First of all, props to Chase, because the way he love-tapped Anderson was impeccable.
It was.
The way if there's a way to do it, it's that.
It was a thing of beauty.
It was silky.
Yes.
And yes, I think everyone was very concerned about the pushback or the blowback from Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, I think Anderson's got much bigger problems than taking revenge on riders much better than him.
I think Sexton did it really well because he showed his front wheel the previous lap. So it wasn't like a move out of the blue. Yeah. And I think Anderson must have sensed that was going to come again. So, but I mean, he went down in the second main, and then that incident in the third. I just wondered if Anderson got back to the truck and started ruffling the papers of his contracts, because the next few rounds could be interesting.
He's been in a little rough spell here. He did get second at the last Triple Crown. We had second. He got second in the last one. He went like.
Was it not A2?
No.
That
Dallas?
long ago?
Dallas?
No, he hasn't been on the podium since the West Coast swing.
I think he got a second in the last Triple Crown.
Oh, you mean just not overall?
Yeah. He got a set, but and that's something to build on if you're Anderson, like second. But other than that, my point being, other than that second in the last Triple Crown of the last race, Dallas or whatever, it's been rough.
Oh, it's been fucking terrible.
I mean, his contract's up, right? So he's probably thinking about that. He's got things on his mind that way, and he hasn't been the same guy that we've seen for sure. So rough deal for Anderson for sure. 702-586-7857. Give us a call. We do have the guy on the line right now, the winner of Birmingham, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. This kid used Decal Works growing up there in Illinois, from raw and joint, from beginners to seasoned vets, race teams. Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. DecalMX.com, promo code PulpMX25 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Red Bull KTM uses it, so that means this rider uses it. Decal Works, number one for many reasons. Bringing you Chase Sexton. What's up, man? How are you?
What's going on, boys? How's it going?
Well, a couple things. Thank you for the time tonight. A couple things.
Sorry, someone said you tweeted something.
I did, yeah. People were wondering, are you having a show tonight? And I said, there's been some poor communication from a rider with the initials CS, and I didn't want to call you out. But
the whole show hinged on me.
Well,
is that what you're saying, or no?
Well, because if you get first dibs to say yes or no because you're the star and you won and we want to get you on. But if you say no, then I had a backup plan, but I had to wait for an answer for the backup plan. And why are you such a terrible texter? What is going on in your life? Like, it's unbelievable. Listen, I'm old. I text Stu, Chad back in the day, Ricky back in the day when they raced. Like, okay, Stu would go quiet for months. So you're not Stu level because he would literally just not reply for months. But Carmichael, Reed, like they would text you back within a day, Chase.
You know, it's funny because you texted me out. I don't know why. I looked at it and I was, I was like, I was gonna reply.
Okay.
Then I had my dad texting me.
Yep.
My Beeks.
Yep.
I had like so many people. And then Cullen, I was sitting at the coffee shop today with Cullen Park, and he's like, dude, like Steve just tweeted something about. I think it's about you. I'm like, Yeah, it is. And then I'm like, oh, I'll text him back. I was going to get back. That was my bad. I just lost track of time. I realized, and you kept texting the times, too.
Yeah, because I just wanted to give you an update.
I was like, oh, I got time still. Like, there's no rush.
I appreciate it. As you always know, I do appreciate it. But, like, yes, for me, I'm trying to get a press release / lineup out, and I'm like, is Sexton going to do this? Or are we? You know who I lined up instead of you?
Well, I saw Lewis is on the call, so I'm like,
yeah,
kind of have to do it.
Yeah.
Well, not have to do it, want to do it.
Does this – so, Lewis, this is – now the floor is yours. Like, does this break this treaty that you guys have? Or
this treaty?
You and Chase.
What's the treaty?
No midweek interviews?
No.
Okay. What?
We decided after the race that our interviews only work after the race. So no more press day.
Yeah.
I guess this counts as well.
Off during the week.
Yeah.
I'm basically cut off except for after the race. So I'm technically...
Does this count or no?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to talk to Chase.
You were waiting for 1 hour after the...
Yeah, it was bloody worth it, Adam, I tell you. Best interview of the season.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Well,
award-winning.
Interview of the season, wow.
I'm sure Jeremy Malott didn't think it was the best interview of the season.
Well, that was last year, and mistakes were made.
Last year.
No, I meant the hat was backwards.
Oh.
The hat was on backwards at Indy.
Yeah, but there was a Red Bull logo on the front.
Oh, was there? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it. I just saw a photo.
Watched. Oh.
I saw a photo of it.
It was honestly, never been an interview like it.
Oh, wow.
Changing the sport.
Okay.
Changing the game.
Okay.
We covered some real deep stuff that needed to be covered, like hats and.
All right. Let me ask you this, then, Lewis. If you're such a journalist and you're going to just continue to pat yourself on the back, if there's not an off week, does Chase Sexton win Birmingham? Does he need the off week to do what he did on Saturday night?
Well, in Indy, he was already locked in on the second half. That's where we do our best work. So the clock, basically from Arlington or whatever, the clock was just ticking to this race because this is our A1. The season starts in Birmingham. We all know.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the new saying. It's no longer Daytona.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
Alabama.
All right.
A1. The new A1 is Alabama 1.
Oh, wow. Okay. No, Chase, great job. But that week off did have to help, right? Just stop the insanity here. The week off had to help.
Yeah, it helped for sure. I actually ended up getting sick on the weekend off.
Oh.
I don't know, I thought I got food poisoning, but I guess there's this like stomach thing going around. Seems like a lot of people in Florida have it. I was talking to people this weekend. Mm-hmm. No one's ever heard of it, so it might just be a Florida thing. I don't know. But I got super sick. Like I threw up all Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah, I was kind of down and out this weekend, but I mean, I got to rest and just relax. I went to the beach Saturday, got to surf and stuff like that. So it was definitely needed. Mm-hmm. And to be honest, I was telling Lewis this in our interview after the race. I'm like, dude, I've never had so many people text me so pumped about my third place in Indianapolis. I'm like, that's not a good look. Like third. I mean, yes, it's always good being on the podium, but like, I mean, I never usually get text for like a podium, like a third, second. Yeah. Like it's normally just like people texting me if I win, and I was like, man, like, is it really that bad? Like, is it that bad that people are like,
way to get a third, buddy?
Yeah, boosting my confidence for a third place. Like I said, being on the podium's awesome, but like a third is like, it could have been better for sure. So that was kind of the turning point for me. I mean, well, people, if they're thinking it's this bad, like we got to turn something around, which I knew it was bad, but no, it was good to have a week off, and I don't know why. I've always been that way since I've been little. Like going to an amateur national, I'd always start off the week, first couple motos pretty good, and then I would just get into this rut. Middle of the week, second motos, like 3-moto format, third motos come around, and it's like I'm on. I don't know what the deal is there, but be nice to figure that out because it's I cost myself a lot of points in the middle, but I feel like I'm turning the corner, and I mean it's only one race, so we got 7 more to go, but definitely in a better spot, and I needed it in a big way. So it was nice to perform finally.
The track seemed tough to pass on, but you rode really well to come through and get guys. And then I wasn't there this weekend, but did the rhythm?
Oh, you weren't there?
No, I didn't go. Yeah. Sad you didn't notice that. I really thought
he had Lewis there, so why does he need
I really thought you'd be like, hey, Steve, but no.
I just assumed you were there. I didn't. So sometimes I don't see you. So.
I always thought I see you. Anyways, the rhythm, the 3-4, that was really a separation. You stopped doing it after, in the third one, and when Webb was pulling away a little bit. Was that as far as like just feeling good, from what I gather, you were really nailing that thing, getting it well. Was that the whole track? The whole thing was right there? Yeah.
Yeah, it was most of it, just because, I don't know, I thought that I was going to be able to make a lot more passes after I did pass after the finish line. That was kind of my only spot. But then I thought that I was going to get, like, that next section, that 3-3, like, I thought I'd be able to push through it really well and get people in that turn before that rhythm section, but it never really worked out that way. It was kind of not a donkey trail, but the track had a really good flow, so you're opening up the turns and kind of cutting down low, and you couldn't really get a pass made. I think I might have made one pass before the whoops, but that was really it. Like, after that, the whoop section, or before the whoops, like that little short rhythm section, that 2-3-2, people would mess that up. You get people there, but like after that, until after the finish line, there was really no passing opportunity. Like after the triple, everyone's going inside, before the finish line inside, and then that's where I set most of my passes up, would be on the triple. I would try and land and kind of cut that single and not hit the wall before where the mechanics area was, and I'd set people up after the finish line. Like it started on the triple. Yep. To where I was setting up a pass. So my passing spot was after the finish line, just getting inside people. But yeah, it was you kind of had to be aggressive. It wasn't super easy to pass, but I feel like I rode pretty well, especially the first two mains, obviously, and then the third main I kind of just cruised on it.
We were all watching that one.
Yeah, I know.
All watching that one.
Is he gonna go crazy or no?
I mean, like, you can't blame us for thinking that. I mean,
no, I can't. No, I can't.
Well, hey, and the Anderson thing, like, obviously you didn't mean to do that. It was like Lewis said, it was picture perfect. Like, if you want a textbook on how to take someone down, that's how you would do it. And again, you didn't mean to do it, but when he went after you again off the start, he hit you pretty good. But I also thought, if he was really like, fuck this guy, he could have took you down.
Yeah, no, because Aaron was obviously out front, and I didn't want to lose any time because I knew it was going to be like I had to really work hard to get to the back of Aaron if I wanted to win the race. And I didn't want to waste any more time. I showed him a wheel like 3 or 4 times, probably. I showed him a wheel a lap before there, and I didn't anticipate him to kind of stay in the gas, or maybe he didn't hear me coming, or I don't know. But I didn't want to take him down, and when I took him down, I'm like, oh no, like that's not good. And because I didn't want to do that. Like,
of course, yeah.
Like Jason and I have been good. We raced each other hard. Like even Detroit, even races after that, we raced each other hard, but it's been respectful. And like, I'm like, I didn't want to do that. And then I knew it was coming after we started. He started on the outside, I think pretty much every race, and it would set him up from the inside in the next turn, which is smart. And I come into the first turn, and he's on the outside, and I'm, oh no, this is not good. And I tried to get to the inside as much as I could, and I'm like, I don't think I closed it quite enough. And he hit me, but it could have been way worse. Like he if you watch the video, he hit me, but he didn't go in there all the way to like take me out.
That's what I thought. Like his night was already kind of shot. If he wanted to take you down and be like, fuck this guy, he could have done it.
Yeah, 100%. And he's very good at it. Yeah. Like I would say if he wants to take you down, you're probably going down, because he's good at like sneaking up on you where you don't know it's coming. Yep. Like at Barsha did it, you know it's coming because you can hear him.
You can hear it.
Jason's really good at it. He doesn't do it like he's very good at it. So he definitely pulled back a little bit, and then I think him and Cooper maybe got into it too. So, but yeah, I didn't mean to take him out. Long story short.
Yep.
Hello, Jace. Something you said in the press conference afterwards, I mean, you were talking about your riding style and how you had such like a connection with the track. You said you even referenced MotoGP at one point, just saying the way you go into corners, the way you have rollout speed. Could you just talk a bit more about that? What kind of do you mean exactly?
It's a little bit different because I think there's not many guys that really ride. I think Jet's very similar, Kenny, but there's really not that many. I mean, Jason actually is another good example. He's really good to, like, he rolls the turns really nice. And it's more just like, for me, I even asked Aaron, like when you set up a bike, like, do you go off of like feeling, or do you just like want like stability on him? He's like, no, I just go off of like, he doesn't care about the feeling. He wants the bike to act a certain way. And if it doesn't feel good, he just can ride with it. And I'm not that way. I need the bike to be, I need a good feeling with the ground and the bike to be responsive for how I ride, because I ride off a lot off of flow. So when I'm getting bumped around or like balance is off or something's off, like it's hard for me to ride the way I do. So I'm very sensitive to how the bike is and also the track. Like I need to have a good feeling with the track. Obviously I can make it work, but when I'm riding my best is normally when I have really good connection with the ground, and just you kind of get into that flow state, and it's really hard to explain if you haven't done it on a dirt bike, but it's a good place to be in. And for me, I just kind of try and pick apart the track and like use certain bumps, little edges to kind of work my way around, and not really be a hammerhead is kind of the easiest way to say it. I just try and be precise and use the track to my advantage.
Yeah, I just I could watch you all night from the first main because you were just like so reactive. You could pretty much do what you wanted to do. I mean, I was saying to Steve and to Lewis, it's almost like an argument against the Triple Crown because I mean, you didn't have the same kind of potency in the last main, and it was like sort of fantastic to watch. I mean, I think that kind of performance is worth the entry fee alone.
Yeah, no, I felt good this weekend. I didn't think like the track was really hard to. I mean, there was sort of a limit there. Like you couldn't ride over aggressive because the track it kind of got slippery and a lot of like powder berms in there was not a lot of ruts, so you had to be patient. But when you got into that flow and you could pick away on the track, you got into a really good groove, and it was just like you linked the track together. Like I said, like setting up passes from the triple was not like you're trying to be more aggressive. It was more like, okay, I need to be precise here so I can carry more speed, and I can carry more speed in the next turn and then scrub the finish line and get like to the inside. And that's kind of how I go about racing. And it's like a track like Indy, it's hard to do it on because there's so many ruts coming out of the turns and cutting down tighter and tighter. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't allow you to kind of open the turns up. And like last weekend, like there was no ruts, so you can kind of do whatever you wanted. And Indy, if you figured out how to do it, it's good. But if you're not there, it's hard because the turns get really tight, and then also the rhythms are super rutted. So it's just different tracks. You have to ride them different. But yeah, this weekend I had a good flow, even in practice. That 3-3-4 helped a lot, but it even the rest of that track I felt good in.
Your starts have been like consistently better for a little while now, a couple of rounds at least. So did you find?
Don't jinx it, Lewis.
Well,
I think you said that last year, and I went out and I started.
That did happen last year actually.
I mean, he's not Donnie Holshot Hansen, but they're better.
I mean, I just see greatness.
Okay,
I'm blinded.
They're good enough to do the job.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'll start that again. Your starts are good enough to do the job now, whereas before they maybe weren't. So did you find something? Did you change something? Where are we at?
I didn't really change anything. We've made the bike a lot better for the start. I mean, I think it showed this weekend. Aaron and I both, and even Tom, were up in the top 3 every start. Mm-hmm. So I think we're just getting better traction. And before, like, when I got on the KTM, like, I was so, like, used to the Honda. Like, the Honda's great off the start. So I was, like, not so much worried about, like, the exit of the rut. Like, even if there was a hole in it on the Honda, it would absorb it and go right through it. And it didn't really matter what rut I was in. I felt like I could get the whole shot from anywhere. When I went to the KTM, I was like, I'd pick a rut with a hole in it, and I'd hit that hole, and, dude, it would, like, almost blow your feet off. And I feel like we've fixed that quite a bit, or the team has, now where we're driving across it. Even Tom, like, he started next to the box, and it had a big hole in it, and he ripped the whole shot in the last main. So that's helped a lot. I can't say my starts have been that good in practice because my dad actually, I was doing starts on Thursday, and I messed like 3 in a row up or something like that, and I turn around as I'm coming back to the starting gate, and he's picked up the starting blocks and he's walking back to the shop. He's like, "No, you're done. You're done doing starts. Like, we're done." So I can't say it's a lot. There's been a lot of like practice work going into them, but they've been good at the races, so that's all I care about.
Yeah, no, they've definitely been better. Where are we at with the bike setup as a whole? We're happier than we were, say, a few races ago? Did you do anything?
I would say we really haven't changed much.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm definitely more comfortable compared to last year, and I'm able to kind of do the stuff I want to do on the bike as far as like we talked about earlier. So, definitely more responsive, and I'm just a lot more comfortable on it. My speed has been a lot better this year. I've qualified fastest a lot more.
Right.
So yeah, definitely more comfortable. But we haven't changed much in the last few weeks. I kind of just turned that part of my brain off and just focus on what I can do.
Did you feel like Webb was trying to jack with you a little bit in the third one? Again, I wasn't there, so he wasn't always on TV. I wasn't there. Did you feel like he was, being like, oh, I think I can maybe brake check him, or I think I can get Chase engaged in a race, and maybe he falls, like that kind of stuff, which Coop's a straight-up racer. He's all of that. He's a good dude, but I could see Coop, in my mind, I could see Coop being like, oh, I'm going to try to get him here. Did you feel like that at all?
No, he was good. I made that mistake. He got by me. He was doing that 3-3-4, and I was like, I don't really need to do it. So I kind of just laid back. I mean, at one point we kind of got close again, and then I had Malcolm behind me, and then I was like, I hope he doesn't slow the race up. When Malcolm catches us. But no, he just raced normally. Obviously I think he just wanted to end the night on a good note, and there was no foul play or anything. He just raced hard.
Where are we at with the contract situation? What are we doing?
I
mean, everyone's waiting on you. You're the number one guy for the contract, and wherever you decide to do, the dominoes will fall from there. And we know that this stuff gets done earlier and earlier. I mean, for God's sake, Roxon's a Honda deal was done before Anaheim won. So where are we at?
You just want me to come out and just say we're going?
That'd be great. Or if you could maybe even discuss some money terms as well.
Money, money numbers.
Yep. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Yep, that'd be great.
Or a timetable. Timetable.
Yeah, timetable.
No, I mean we're definitely in negotiations right now. As you know, this stuff starts early, but not as early as what it was on my last contract negotiation, which I
you were done
wanted to not do that again.
Yeah.
So. I mean, we're in I'm not going to say anything, but in negotiations right now.
Okay. Do you hope to have it?
A lot of people are.
Do you hope to have it settled before the end of Supercross? Let's just go with that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Yes. Fair enough. Do you hope to have it settled before Seattle?
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, I would say probably by the end of
Supercross.
End of Supercross-ish.
Yeah. Okay.
Somewhere in there.
Do you feel like the massive publicity boost that I give you and everything I bring to your program is giving you more money from these teams?
I think you're probably single-handedly making my contracts bigger.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, but thank you for making that black and white
cut,
for
Lewis?
me.
Yeah.
If we talk figures, what's your cut?
Just the interviews.
Oh.
They're quite, that's all I need.
You're a poor negotiator.
No, Chase knows if he stops doing interviews with me, then I go back to Europe. That's kind of the terms of our...
I hope he
stops. He almost threatened me this weekend. He's like, if you stop doing interviews, I'm leaving.
Yep.
Wow. So. Please stop doing interviews. Yeah, we could use him to get back to Europe for sure. All right, got some phone calls, 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Chase Sexton. He's on the line right now. We have James on 3. James, welcome to the show. What's your question for Chase Sexton?
First off, congrats, Chase, on the win this weekend. My first I have two questions. First question is, for when you're in the middle of a title fight in the Supercross season, how much outdoor testing are you able to get in? Because I know you want to stay fresh. And second question is, if you get a title this year, can we get you and AC in the studio?
Oh, that'd be great. That would be great.
Yeah. That would, so the first question, I'll probably start riding outdoors. I'll probably do 2 or 3 more races at just riding Supercross during the week, and then I'll start riding one day of outdoors. I have an outdoor bike actually ready to go. So the good thing is I feel like I last year at a pretty good, I have a good setting with my bike. I didn't really touch it much towards the end of the year, so I'm not so worried as much as I was last year to test and stuff like that. So I kind of have that to fall back on as far as just having a good setting. And then the AC, it would be cool to be in the studio. I would actually be down to do that. It'd be fun.
Oh wow!
Maybe bring Lewis in too.
Now it sounds great.
Now it sounds not fun.
Ruined it.
Yeah.
Now it sounds not fun. No, I would actually really like to do it. It'd be fun.
Yeah, it would be. It could be a good time for sure.
I'm kind of afraid to be on a podcast for that long though. With somebody like Adam that I know pretty well. I'm afraid I would say something stupid. So.
Well, yeah.
And once you say it, you can't take it back.
No, yeah, it's true. You're right about that. Thanks, James. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. We do have Troll Train Alex Martin, Jeremy Martin, and Phil coming in studio next month. That should be all time. Where they just all rip on.
Really good.
They just rip on J Mart the whole time. That'll be
the J Mart stories are pretty classic.
They are, dude.
I kind of like them.
I
might actually listen to that one.
The UPS delivery. Man, did you hear about that one over Christmas?
Yeah. No, we talked about it last time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Is he still doing that?
No, he just did it for a little while. Then he was wondering why the pay was so poor. It's like, yeah, welcome to the real world, J Mart.
The normal job, yeah.
Okay, we got some other phone calls here. Kyle's on one. Kyle, go ahead. You want to talk about this weekend with Chase?
Yeah, what's up, man? Hey, Chase, that was a heck of a ride. We were kind of just mind blown by the speed you had all day. We were in the stadium for Q1, and we saw like your first hot lap, and it looked pretty good, but not like set the world on fire. And it was like a half a second faster. And then the next one was like a second faster than I think J Coop, and it was crazy. And you carried that in the night show. So congrats on the win. But
thank you.
I called because we were front row for some crazy fans coming back when you're coming back into the pits after the second qualifier. A kid was chasing you down, wanting you to sign something, and he seemed pretty respectful, but his mom is running behind him, yelling, "Get him! Get him! Get him!" And Chase is finally a lot nicer than I probably would have been, and stops and signs whatever it was for the kid. And the mom turns around yelling at the crowd, "That's how it's done! That's how it's done!" Like in tears. So that's
she was like, she was in tears. Like she was in tears.
Yeah. You could see tears in her eyes. So I guess that's what you do to the fans. But
wow,
it was pretty funny. We were all just kind of like, "What the hell was that?" But
yeah, that was it. Lewis too? Was the kid Lewis?
Yeah, that was actually.
Yeah.
Every time I talk to Chase, that's my reaction.
Yeah. Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Man, the kids these days, like, because we're hanging out at the rigs after the races, and they just gimme. I don't know.
They're dedicated.
I know. It gets pretty bad. Like I remember even when I was a mechanic, I'd be like, okay, like you want this? Like who do I work for? Like, and they just would look at me with a blank look, and I'm like, you don't care about Tim Ferry, or you just want anything for free, you little gremlin. So all right, we got Scott on 2. What's up, Scott? What's your question for Chase Sexton?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. My question for Chase and Steve, I want to get your input too. It's about the third race of these Triple Crowns. I know there's been a lot of bit of criticism over charging hard in that third race when it's not really needed, and potentially throwing it away. But I want to know, Chase, is it going through your mind at all if you're chasing down Webb? Although you might not get a better overall, you could knock down his overall position? Because I've heard a lot of people saying you're chasing for nothing, but I would argue that you could worsen his overall. So I don't know if you're doing that big brain math like Jet is out there in the course, but
well, we literally saw the Dallas thing, and we saw where Chase wanted to get him, and then we also saw Chase lay up. So we've had 2 examples of that for sure, right, Chase?
Yeah. I mean, this weekend, I think he was going to get 4th overall, even if I beat him. So it didn't really matter, but it's not so much that we're going. I mean, even in Dallas, it wasn't so much that I wanted him to get a worse overall score. It's more that I just wanted to beat him, just to not really send a message, but we're racers, and I think it's more just like it's like if you have the edge. If you have the edge to beat him, like you take the opportunity and you go do it. But obviously, I kind of learned the repercussions of that. So if you don't make it happen. So this weekend, I knew I had the overall, obviously. So I just kind of, like I said, played it safe. It was hard. It wasn't easy. I was trying everything not to just start doing that rhythm section again and kind of go after him. But it was, it's just a kind of, you got to take an ego check a little bit and just take the overall win, because even if you win all 3 or you don't, it's still an overall. It's a win, and a win's a win. So this weekend was tough, but it's just got to be mature, and you got to learn from the mistakes you made too, because I obviously made one this year. So
thanks, Scott. Thanks for the call. What if I've heard this before, because we've seen many guys check up in the third main when they knew they had the overall. We've seen it time and time again. What if they gave you guys 3 extra points or 5 extra points? Would that matter? Would that be
if we won all 3?
No, just you got 3 or 5 extra points for each main win. So he would get 10 more points. You know, he'd get 8 more points.
I mean, yeah, it'd be nice because I won 2 of the 3 main events. It would be nice because another thing is too, it's hard to make up points in a Triple Crown.
Mm-hmm.
If you think about it, like I've had it. I think what race was it? It might have been Phoenix in 22. I went like 11-3-1, and I got third.
Right.
Like if that first race is a main event, like you're screwed.
Yep.
And I've seen it happen with a lot of guys, like having 2 or 3 bad main events, and they win one. Their overall just goes back to normal.
Oh, for sure.
Better. So
no, I can't count.
It's hard to make up points.
Yeah, on
a Triple Crown.
I can't count the number of times that you're like, oh, that dude's screwed. You're like, wait, he's third. Like, the other night. Like, it definitely is.
No, it's hard to make up points. So it's kind of like it would be nice if there was more like on the line, I guess, or like even. I always think. I mean, I'm obviously good at qualifying, but like even like qualifying for, I think do you get a point for F1 qualifying?
No.
No, I thought you did. The sprint race is a qualifying point, right?
Yeah, sprint points, yeah.
And MotoGP as well.
For sprint qualifying race or just qualifying?
Just sprint race.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be nice to get, like, because at this point, qualifying is pointless. Like, all the gates are pretty good. Like, I think there should be more points given out, not just for the main events. Like, even if it's a heat race or, like, qualifying or whatever it is, like, I think there should be more points awarded every weekend than just one main event or even the Triple Crown. It's still only 1 points paying thing. So, I don't know. It'd be nice. Like, outdoors is kind of cool because both motos you get points for each. So, I don't know. It'd be nice to maybe have that change. But, I don't know. With the Triple Crown thing, it's hard. I don't think a lot of people – it seems to be like the guys that don't do good in Triple Crowns don't like them, and the guys that do good like them. So, it's just kind of 50-50.
I'd like to see like a Super Bowl thing to start the night and just go.
I like that.
Go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for points. You know, like something like that. Like
it was at Paris. I mean, Paris seems to go down pretty well.
I've seen him at Geneva, Paris. Like, a ton of.
Without kissing ass, that would just be the chase format, wouldn't it?
Okay,
no, not chase as in like NASCAR, but chase on the line.
Chase Sexton format, right? Well,
I would like it.
Yeah.
No shit.
Decal Works bringing you Chase Sexton. You know, one man who wouldn't like that format is our next guest. We'll bring him in early here. Filthy Phil Nicoletti. What's up, Phil?
Oh, he's back.
Did you ride? What'd you think of Chase's ride there, Phil, this weekend?
Starts were on point, huh?
Yeah, I got the Phil starts going.
Dude, I don't know. You and AP were dialed. I mean, minus the first one, but man, the main 2 and 3 were on point. I was impressed.
Yeah, well, you left, so I had to take I had to take your role for the starts, which I needed.
That was unreal. I give you props, dude. I don't know how you're doing that 3 quad triple. That 3 in, and you made it so easy. I don't even understand.
Yeah, it wasn't that the 3 in was that big. It was just, I don't know what they're doing with the 3 ins this year, but they're making all the landings like they say they're 5-footers, but they're not 5-footers. They're like 7 foot tall. And the turn was like it wasn't complete. It was more like a bank turn. Like you didn't ride the whole thing. It was more like you just rode into it and you cut out of it. There was no like ending to the berm. So it was really hard to get a drive to 3 in. And obviously on the 450s we have first gear. So that was the first gear, 3 in. And that makes it a lot easier. If you had to carry second, I don't think you're making it.
Yeah, but you were like the only one that was like making it, I mean, in the race look like clean. Like it almost looked like just a normal double in, you know? Like I don't know how you were getting the actual pop to where like you were downsiding it perfect, you know? And I also don't know how the fuck you're coming across the finish line so fast into that pole corner where you took out my Team Green teammate, you know? But
you're on a Kawasaki now?
Oh yeah, he's Team Green now. Yeah.
Rodney Cali. Yeah, I don't know. You and Hammaker had that section dialed.
You didn't see Chase. You didn't see the press release. Phil is committed to the Kawasaki Walton team for the Canadian Nationals this year.
Oh no, I did see that actually.
Right.
I did see that.
Yeah,
I did see that. So we're on for the summer, but no, I don't know. Like I said, it all started on the triple. Like I made sure I didn't hit the wall out where the mechanics area was, and I was able to sweep that turn and just scrub. I mean, I think for some reason I've always been decent at staying low off stuff. And then once I stayed low on that, I mean, you had so much momentum, you just go straight obviously into the turn. That section was actually really fun in practice. There was like a little bit of a ledge. You couldn't really see it, but you go across the start, and then into that turn, it would go down and then into the berm. And it was like in practice, you could jump across and you land sitting down and you just rail that turn, which was really fun. And I think it was like something that was kind of like hidden that not a lot of people were doing, and it was actually made the turn better because you were stuck like in it. And then I never uncorked that 2-3-2 across the start, which I think was actually faster.
I was just going to ask you about that. So I saw Nichols' video. I heard Hill was doing it, and then what was the issue with that? Like, just super hard, obviously.
I don't think it was that hard actually.
Okay.
I just never did it.
All right.
Like I think I should have done it, but like at the point, like in the first 2 main events, I didn't need to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, like, in the third main event, like, why am I going to do it now?
Right.
My dad was like, because I was sizing up in the first main event. I was jumping it to the face and then 3-3ing. I was thinking about doing it in the first race. And my dad's like, what are you doing? Like, either you're going to jump or you're not going to jump it. Don't jump halfway. And so I didn't end up doing it. But I thought about doing it on the sight lap for the third main. But I just decided that's probably not a good idea.
Yeah. Like, yeah, let's bust that out on a side lap of a third main event when you're 1-1 going into the third main. Sounds solid.
Yeah.
I guess somebody said Webb, again, I wasn't there. Somebody said Webb didn't do the 3-4 until the sight lap of the very first Triple Crown race. Is that true?
That is true.
That is true, yeah. He didn't do it all day until the sight.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know.
He did it on his opening ceremonies.
Wow. Oh, that was it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah.
No, I'm looking. Yeah. I'm sitting on the starting line, and I'm seeing him go. He goes down the start straight, turns left, goes down the first rhythm, and I'm looking. I'm like, yeah, he's just going to double. Or he's going to sit on the top of the jump and rep. Dude, he turns the turn, and he's wide open. Like, no way he's going to 3 in. And he 3's in, and you know how it's like. You don't know if it's wet. Like, you don't know what the face is like.
Yeah. No, exactly.
I look over at Jay Coop. I'm like, did he really just do that? And he's just shaking his head. I'm like, that was gnarly. He did a 3-3-4 in front of it. Like, I mean,
yeah.
It was gnarly. I was like, wow, that was impressive. That's something that I would actually do, like, because I'm an idiot. Like, that's something that I used to do in amateur racing. Like, my dad said, if I don't jump in practice, like, you're doing it on the sight lap. Because if you crash, we have time to fix the bike and you're not losing any positions. So,
that's insane.
But that's even gnarlier. Like, he could have done it on the parade lap. But instead he does it in opening ceremonies.
Yeah, he did the double across the start straight in Phoenix on the parade lap of the opening one. That was when Coop did that. Yeah. But, dude, yeah. I don't know, man. As a racer, I would think, like, oh, boy, here we go. Like, everyone's watching you. It's the only thing going on, and you're going to air this thing out. Yeah. Props to Coop.
Yeah. Wow. Chase, did you go to the same gate the first 2 main events? So first main, then second main. Did you line up to
second and third main was in the same gate. First main, I went farther inside, which I shouldn't have done. I think the middle. It's always the box. Like, no matter where you're at, whatever start it is, you're always by the box. Like, it's the best place to be. Right inside of it or on the outside of it. For some reason, I have first gate pick and I go to the inside. And I think it's just more dangerous too. Like, even when RJ was kind of towards the inside for the last main, like, there's really no option. Like, you either hole shot or there's a good chance you're going down, especially in the 250 class. And, like, I was watching Anderson, like, he kept going outside, and, like, dude, he kept coming around the second turn and, like, third, second. And he was getting good starts, but it would set you up for the next turn on the inside. So, yeah, I went towards the box. The ruts were really bad, like, really bad. Some of the worst I've seen probably in all of the time I've raced Supercross. They were gnarly. Yeah, they had the gnarliest holes and rocks in them. I was like, dude, I didn't know we were at an outdoor national. But, yeah, I went to the same 2 inside the box, second and third main event. And I had AP on the outside of me, the third main. And because normally if you're kind of being strategic and you aren't first gate pick, like, if you're not going to get a great start, you don't line up on the inside of somebody that's a good starter.
Right.
You always got on the outside. And I had AP on the outside of me, which he had pulled both hole shots. I'm like, well, I got no option. So
at one point, Ferry was struggling with starts, and I'm just like, dude, go to the outside of Stu or Carmichael, like, just because they're gonna get the start, and you just tuck. That didn't work. And then it got to a point where, like, okay, dude, line up next to the 250 two-stroke privateers on the outside of the box because maybe that will work. And sure enough, the one time we tried that, Ryan Clark on a two-stroke yarded him. And I'm like, well, that didn't work either. So now I'm fucking lost. I don't know what to do anymore. Like,
last year I was actually, it's funny, I would always kind of in outdoors especially, I was getting horrible starts. And I'm kind of just like thinking like, okay, I'm going to line up here because if he hole shots, like I'm going to have a good like opening. And then I'd be waiting for Phil, wherever his gate pick was. I'm like, please don't go to the inside of me, or don't go to the outside of me. Please don't go to the outside of me. And dude, I think it was maybe a high point. I think he went maybe to the inside of me. I can't remember. I'm like, oh, I'm done, dude. I watched this guy do I watched him do practice starts in the morning. I'm like, dude, I don't think I'm hole shotting him. So I was like, oh, this ain't good. But yeah, I would actually I would go off of where I was, and then I would wait for Phil because he was getting good starts all last summer. I'm like, dude. Yeah, like, please don't line up near me.
Kiefer said his bike's stupid fast. Stupid fast.
Well, also, Chase, Lewis is a start fixer as well, you know. So if you want to...
Yeah, I was giving technique advice to someone at the weekend.
Oh, wow.
And it worked?
They haven't tried it yet, but they said that my advice should fix their problem.
Okay.
So, yep.
You said you fixed Jeffrey's starts.
Yeah, I fixed everyone's.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You need help, you call me.
Just send them the video of Lewis riding, and then they'll...
There's you haven't seen a video of me riding, you've seen a photo.
Or pictures, whatever. They can just see a picture and be like, that dude has no idea what he's talking about. So.
Well, that's not very nice, is it?
Have you and Lewis, are you good, Phil, or no? Still not?
It's all right. Lewis is just an acquaintance at the moment.
Okay.
You know?
That's
We're not
good.
friends, just an acquaintance.
Yeah, just acquaintance.
That'll do.
But you gotta work up to friendship level.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. He lost his friendship card, but he's trying to earn it back, which I respect.
Yep.
You know?
You might see Lewis at a Canadian National.
Why are you going, Chase?
No, for Phil.
Dude, no, we don't want him up in Canada either. We hardly want him here in the U.S.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find my spot in the world, to be honest.
I think the Australian Nationals are looking for a cub reporter.
Indian Supercross is next.
Yeah, Indian Supercross. Yes. There you go. Bowers is doing it.
Yeah, that's my spot.
Okay.
That's funny. Chase, I want to ask you one thing. Third main, come around the first corner. You're in the middle of the rhythm lane. There's a green bike on the right side. You go into the second corner. Okay. Did you feel the green bike in the second corner at all, or no?
Was that the second or third main?
The third main, or which one?
Second.
Was it? Yeah,
I think
the second one. He hit me in the second turn.
Yeah,
he did. I couldn't really tell on TV, but I tell you what, you hustled that rhythm lane. After that, you guys were in like, it's like a quarter-mile sprint.
Yeah, no, we were. I was just trying to get to the turn first.
Yeah.
And he actually ended up going inside. I think I actually got him right there because he missed that rhythm. But even in the second main, like we talked about it earlier, he didn't really. I mean, he could have annihilated me if he wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't. I mean, he hit me. I think he sent. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're yet to see, but I think he kind of sent his message yeah, you don't take me out. And I'm sure there should be.
He was for sure trying to get down to that next corner before you, though, to try and chop you off, though, for sure. But you greased the rhythm, so you were safe, you know. But you guys were hauling ass through it.
I was nervous at the end of that. I pulled the whole shot third main, and I was so nervous going into that next turn because I went outside to double, and when I hit that turn as fast as I possibly could, just so no one could just chop me right there.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of open. I mean, it was open. I think I did it to Coop. I went inside and he went outside, and I kind of I tried to brake so he couldn't double, but he ended up. I mean, he raced pretty good, obviously. So he doubled and still passed me back. But no, it was kind of it was hard to make up time in the rhythms too because they were really. I mean, they didn't look soft, but they were soft, like spongy underneath. So you couldn't really push through like you wanted to, and it was hard to make up time because if you didn't do that 3-3-4. Dude, the next best rhythm was not even close to as fast. So it was tough.
Wow. And one more question. The practice start where everything went fucking haywire. I mean, can we stop doing that? Can we stop doing fucking gate drops with 22 of the best guys rushing through the first rhythm and trying to kill some of you guys? Why?
I watched Hill 3 in, and I thought he was going to make it, and he clipped it. I'm literally watching. I'm doubling, so I'm not really focusing on what I'm doing. I'm watching him crash, looking to the side, and then I look up and I see Malcolm's bike next to me without anybody on it. I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
I was inches from his bike. Like,
yeah,
I don't know how I didn't. His bike went straight. If it went into me, if it went right, I was going down.
But that's what I mean. Like, okay, I always think like, oh yeah, the 250 guys are young and dumb and all horned up, whatever. But like, dude, they never have instances like that on the practice start. Dude, it's always the 450 class that turns into a fucking yard sale.
It is always. I feel like.
No, it is always the 450 class. Why though? What the fuck happens, dude?
I honestly, I don't know. I kind of just. I go to the first turn. If I'm not getting the whole shot, I'm just hitting the brakes. I don't need to be. I don't even care to be out front in practice at the beginning. I just like to sit back and scope my lines. So I don't even care to be anywhere near the front if I didn't pull the whole shot. So I just hit the brakes.
Our group text, when something happens, our group text from Phil just absolutely explode. He is.
Dude, but that's what I mean. Like, imagine Malcolm's bike just went over and fucking hit Chase's hand and he broke his hand.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like in practice, it's just like, dude, what? You got $1 million athletes out there on a practice start that none of that makes sense to me. Zero. Like, I just don't get it.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't really make sense.
No, true. Well, that really doesn't. I'm like, I get so mad when I see that shit. I'm like, that's just unnecessary, you know? But it is what it is. But next week it'll happen and the same thing will happen. Yeah. You know? Yeah. It's just like.
Well, I'll be more. I was trying to think. I was trying to be careful. I mean, I was minding my own business, looking. I wasn't even looking in front of me. I was looking to the side, watching these guys go down. I didn't even know Malcolm was going to go down. I still don't even understand how he went down.
Yeah, poor Malcolm.
I watched the video back. I don't even understand like what happened.
Hill sent his bike sideways into him.
Oh, that's I know how Hill went down. Yeah, but I didn't. I'm like,
Hill took
all of a
out
sudden Malcolm.
Yeah, Hill's bike just flew into Malcolm. Malcolm didn't even do anything. He was just like, do, and
Yeah.
So
literally, Hill's bike turned into a fucking bowling ball.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen. Anything else for Chase, Lewis, before we let him go?
No. Other than me and Chase's social guy Jeff, we're cooking something.
You're cooking. Okay.
Yep. Right. There's a Chase project in the works.
Oh wow.
Oh no.
Yep.
Teaser.
Chase, can I get Hurling's moto scores in 2 weeks when he returns?
Well, what race is it?
Sardinia.
Deep sand.
Oh my! I mean, there's a reason he's probably coming back for that race.
Did you see the video of him at a local race yesterday?
Well, no, I heard he crashed.
Get hurt, Lewis?
No, he was doing a local race and he said they were D-class riders. I have no idea why he was there. He said there was 100 riders and they were doing like second, third row starts. He hit the gate. So the guy who was second row behind him just absolutely torpedoed him from behind. And he sent me a photo of the guy's bike. The seat wasn't even on correctly, like it wasn't bolted in. And he was like, "These are the goons I was racing."
He hit the gate?
Yeah, there's a video of it. I have no idea what he was doing. He said it was a local race where like I would be racing.
Do you think Pitt's super stoked on that?
This is even better. He's got a grate down. So like everyone else, like standard local race, and then there's Jeffrey with blocks and a grate, and it's like, what are you doing? But no, the rumor, people were saying that he hurt his back, but I was talking to him today, and he's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, I mean, he's not coming back to get third or second.
Poor
Tim. I would say Conan's gonna be good too on the sand. He's like, I think he was. I mean, in the 250 class, besides for Kai, he was. I mean, even. What was it, Netherlands last year? He was really, really good. He beat Kai. So, I don't know. He could be with Jeffrey, but, I mean, I think Geyser and Seb, I don't think they love the sand. Renault, I don't know how he is in the sand, but I would have to say Jeffrey's probably the favorite, even though he hasn't raced, or Conan.
Is the little Coonan, is he alive? He's fine?
Yeah, he's kicking.
It's unbelievable.
You can't tell me. He's got to be the toughest kid out
there.
But
imagine him doing Supercross.
No, he's like a mini Chase, dude. Can hit a fucking brick wall and just get up and be like, yeah, I'm okay.
And he's tiny, too.
Dude, he is.
Dude, I know, but like you and him are like got to be brick shithouses, dude. You're the only dudes that can hit the deck the way you do and get up and be like, yeah, okay, I'm sore, but I can still keep trucking, dude.
I thought the Saturday one he was done after that.
Yeah.
I was like,
I think that was the worst one.
The Sunday one was gnarly.
Dude, fuck me.
Hey, also, you know who else is good at starts? Lewis, I don't know if this is like a known thing, is gifting.
Yeah.
He's always been good at starts? Or
even in 250s when he was on like a satellite bike, he was always good. I don't know what it is. I think he just sends it.
And he sends it in the race, too.
Yeah, like I think he just, like even if he's going into the first turn mid-pack, he just sends it in there and then comes out somewhere near the front.
That was a Marty move.
Fab almost went down.
Yeah.
His bike was in the air at one point. I watched the race thanks to Lewis's login.
Yeah, I sponsor Chase.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Chase makes millions of dollars. He can buy his own fucking login. That's ridiculous.
Well, I like to sponsor.
Okay.
I like to help.
Can I have your login then?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, Chase, we've taken enough of your time. Thank you for getting back to us, and thanks for coming on. Congrats on Birmingham, and you can count on. I don't know if you're planning on doing Seattle press day, but it's already been canceled, I think. So.
Oh, why?
Just the weather. Yeah.
Is it supposed to rain this weekend?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Have fun, dude.
I like the mud.
Yeah, you're fine.
I like the mud. I'm not. Phil, you're good in the mud, aren't you?
Yeah, I like the mud.
Yeah, you beat me at Seattle in the mud.
Yeah, I did. Okay, that's mud. But how it was last year when you and Coop did like the battle to the death to the finish line, I don't like when Seattle's like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it rains, it ain't going to be like that. It's going to be worse.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But if it's not like that and it's like how Seattle was last year, I'm out, dude.
Yeah, that was treacherous. That was not fun.
Fuck, dude. I quit that day.
All right. Thanks, Chase. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Chase.
Decal MX bringing you Chase Sexton here on the show and bringing you Phil Nicoletti, Renegade Race Fuels. Phil, our guy Tony, dialed you in. Your Walton Kawasaki, your Renegade Race Fuels up there, and then they dialed you in for some stuff down here for your ride.
They did, yeah, it was awesome. So tapping into the U.S. budget, which is always good. So no, they hooked me up, so I was really happy. My guy Sims went down to Myrtle Beach, picked me up a bunch of cans, and we're dialed for a while. So thanks for the hookup, Steven.
Once again, just helping you out, dude. PulpMX 25 to save with Renegade to deliver it right to your door. Same fuel that crusty Phil Nicoletti uses for the cleanest, coolest, most consistent race fuel on the market. Use the code PulpMX25, delivered right to your door. Renegade Race Fuels. Will Hahn won a championship with this. I mean, can't be that bad. I mean, right? I mean, if Will Hahn won.
Good fuel.
Yeah.
Must be rocket fuel.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, to help Will Hahn, it must be actually probably illegal.
Yeah.
Will Hahn. Hey, Phil, so Walton Cowie, it's done. You've been teasing it for a while and in negotiations, but it's all done. So how you feel so far with a few days on the bike?
I feel like you after that World Championships, wondering what I'm doing with my life. But no, it's okay. I mean, I rode Thursday and Friday for the first time, and slowly try and shake off the dad bod that I acquired the past couple months. And I feel like somebody from the Northeast that hasn't ridden in the winter time, and now I'm trying to, shake off the cobwebs. But it's going okay.
Are you riding the back sand track, or what do we do? How do we start that?
No, okay. I got lucky. I got to ride the front track at Club, so I was actually really spoiled. And Miguel, the track guy, made it nice and flat for me. It's, as much as he could, but then you put 25 kids out there. It don't take long for the track to get a little too rough for me. So
I really wish.
But it was good.
His name is slipping me. Who's the Club MX vlogger? Who was it? Your guy.
Oh, Ripper.
I really wish Ripper was there to film the negotiations between you and Brandon on the payment for Club and how's that going to work and a garage stall. Like, I really want to hear that.
Yeah, I'm paying for my garage space and everything at Club. You know? But
right.
I mean, for me, like, dude, I mean, Club's it's my home. It's the only place I'd go train at anyway. Plus, and it feels good to be back around the kids and everything, and gives me a little bit of purpose. And like I said, everyone's giving me shit about the retirement thing, which I never said I was going to stop riding or racing, But 8 rounds of Canadian Moto doesn't seem that hard,
Are you going to stay up there at all, or do you think you'll go back?
No, I'll go back and forth. So I'll stay up there between Calgary and that Cold Lake round because it's in fucking bumfuck. But other than that, I'll go back and forth, which is actually another reason why I did it. So, because I'm not going to stay up there. I mean, the best training I can get's at Club and stuff. So.
Okay, so Renegade Race Fuels bringing you Phil Nicoletti. I switched to Cowie. You've been on Yamahas for years, Blue Crew member. We lost you, and I talked to a close friend of mine who's maybe the best tester in the sport about the Cowie that you're getting on here, and he says in a text, I think Phil will have problems with the power feeling of the Cowie, specifically low end and recovery.
Low end and recovery. Oh, interesting.
He said,
I mean, the Cowie off the bottom torque wise isn't too terrible, but obviously the peak number is not the greatest. I mean, we do have to do some work on the engine for what I am accustomed to. I think everyone knows the Cowie's not that fast, but I think you can still make them good.
There's more.
Will it get like the Yamaha? I don't know. Okay, go ahead, keep going.
Okay, clutch fade, judder feel at the lever, the judder, the clutch fading and all that. How do we feel about that?
I haven't had any clutch fade yet, but I'm not riding hard either.
Okay,
so.
all right. Vibration.
Not much vibration.
Okay. Chassis has edgy, harsh feel when on edge of tire.
I
guess you're
I was riding the Yamaha, but this chassis is a lot easier to ride than the Yamaha. For my personal opinion, I can ride the Cowie easier than the Yamaha.
And this person also put in all caps. He will for sure need more power. His Yamaha was a fucking missile. So that is
very true.
Okay, all right.
I will deal with your source or agree with your source on that one.
Okay, yeah, my source he shall remain nameless, but he's a high des rider. He's an older gentleman, but
what about turning? I hear the Cowie's tough to turn.
Here we go. Oh, and it's heavy.
Yes,
it's heavy.
Yes.
I just hear.
Who said that?
Dude, his guy's sewer.
Oh, yeah, wait, yes. That's right. You didn't have to say the name. Yes, you're right.
I got told to turn the Cowie is like trying to turn a cruise ship.
Oh my God.
So that's a no?
That's a no. Okay. It's not. I've ridden a lot of 450s, and the Cowie's the easiest one I've been on to turn.
You know when the cruise ship got stuck, or the ship got stuck in like the
canal?
Yeah. I got sent a lot of gifs of that. Like, this is me turning my bike.
Well, that same gentleman, how's the Ducati working?
Great.
Oh, okay.
80% there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Interesting.
Go ahead, Lewis. Oh.
Well, another bike question. Seeing as you were such a Yamaha guy, in GPs, Renault's gone back to the 22 frame. So in your experience, what do you think he's like searching for or might get out of that or lose as well?
To be honest with you, I don't really know. I find it weird he went back to the 22 frame. I personally like the 23 frame, and that 450 is easier for me to ride. But I mean, I think if you ask Eli liked the 22 frame better than the 23 or the newer frame. So I'm not really sure why he's going that route.
I think people say more stability. Does that sound?
It definitely would have more stability. Even I know that as a slow event rider.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean it is more stable, but at the same time, like, I could turn the 23 and the 24 better. So it's kind of I don't know, give and take. And I honestly I like the power of the 23 and the 24 engine, the smoother delivery. It's kind of more like a flat track compared to the older. Well, I guess engine-wise, we're talking, they're not running the old engine, but it is more stable for sure. So
I thought, I want to see how they're doing it. Like,
I've got photos. I
want to see how, because the whole thing with the 23 chassis was narrowing that motor, narrowing that frame. So how does the 23 motor fit in a 22 chassis?
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
I would send it to Phil as well, but we're not close enough for me to have his number.
No, yeah. Hey, Phil, Nate Thrasher's weird, amazing career continues. Like, obviously, it wasn't all him. Davies crashed into him or whatever happened at the farm to break his finger, and he hadn't been practicing, all of that stuff. So I'm not exactly coming down on him for his results because of this finger. But, dude, we went back on his vault, and it's one win a year for like 4 years in a row. He just figures it out, Nate Thrasher.
I don't know, but it's just crazy. Like, when he's on, but when he's off, he is so off.
Right.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, I don't really know Nate all that well. I just know when he comes over to Coop's motorhome and stuff and hangs out. But, like, dude, his finger was fucking gnarly. Like,
yeah.
I don't think people really realize, like, what he was riding with the past 5-6 weeks. Like, I mean, I don't even think that's safe to be doing this. Like I don't know how he's actually even holding on to the dirt bike.
Yeah.
So I give him tons of credit, and if he pulled that win off, going through all that sort of stuff, it's pretty gnarly. So
he just he didn't win any of the main events, but he rode really well and got it done. And I guess if you're Bobby Reagan and everybody, you're like, this is what Nate Thrasher can do.
Well, to to be fair to him, I feel like apart from Indy, he's actually been pretty consistent this year. I mean, not amazing, but solid enough. Maybe better than years past.
Yeah, and again, he's got his finger, yeah.
Well, honestly, I think the finger is what's holding him back to be more consistent because he was only able to go so fast while he was injured, you know what I mean? So he actually had to ride kind of cautious.
Yeah.
And now he's finally getting that speed back to where maybe he'll go back to being a little bit more brain offish. So who knows? I mean, the finger could have been actually a blessing, maybe calm him down a little bit while he's riding during the races.
But people weren't talking about him as a title contender, really.
No.
So
no. Coming in, no.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't think I ever will. Unless I see, massive transformation.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
Fuck, Lewis, Jesus.
Yeah, it's
no, but I agree. It's gonna be. I know, I do. I mean, you can't do it on one win a year. You know, you get first, you get 20, then you get 22nd the next weekend, you get a third, you go back to 15th. Like, it's been super sporadic with that sort of stuff, but. I mean, this weekend, though, he's fast.
He was. Phil Nicoletti here on the show, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels, PulpMX 25, delivered right to your door. I've got some Renegade coming for my bike. We've got the regional coming up, so I need all the help I can get off the starts. And so, Renegade should help me do that a little bit.
For sure. That'll help with a little bit more burnout. That'd be great.
Have you heard from Dylan Wright yet?
No, I have not.
Wow.
I have not heard from D. Right. I don't talk to him. I really don't talk to Dylan a whole lot. I mean, he and I are cool and stuff. But, I just, listen, I'm just going up there trying to get third or fourth, dude. Just slot in and do whatever. Let Jess and Dylan duke it out, dude.
I mean, I think you can get into that mix.
Nah, dude.
Oh, here we go.
Be off the pace. No. Deal with Digger and hot dog vendor. Which team do you think I get into it with first?
Well, Sims gets into it with everybody, from what I know, right? So, the Canadian guys are so funny. Like, they're all friends of mine, but, dude, they are just like a soap opera up there. Like, they all get into each other's shit. That 1 week, this guy hates this guy.
Was it gossipy as well?
Yes, gossipy. Okay. Philly, right? Are you with me? Like, 1 week, this guy hates this guy. The next week, they're back together, and they hate another guy. And
yeah, but the problem is, it's just like the U.S., but it's just on a smaller scale. The U.S. is the same, dude.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, it's just... Right.
I mean, we talk about drama stuff in the U.S. all the time just because there's only 5 people up in Canada. Right. I mean, fuck.
Yeah,
so,
and everyone hates Galdi at one point or another.
No, yeah, exactly. So
you guys are all pussies.
Yeah, but it depends on the what time of year it is. You know? But no, I don't know. I'm looking forward to it again. It gives me a goal. And, I got some work to do, but it'd be okay.
When's the first race? First weekend of June, right?
June 1st. You coming to Calgary, bro?
I don't think so. No, I don't think I'll be in Calgary, but I might go to Gopher. Yeah. Might go to Gopher.
You've been saying you're going to go to Gopher for how many years?
I know. I need to go. Go ahead, Adam.
Hi, Phil.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, I'm staying in Vegas. I just wondered if you were having another retirement party at all I could visit. But no, it's a serious question, though. I mean, you might have been asked this before on the show, so sorry for the repetition. But because you're racing again now, did you ever come close to doing like an overseas GP? Was there ever a conversation about it with somebody?
I mean, I would love to do it, but I'm not going to go do it on like a low budget team or whatever. But I mean, I would like to go do it. I mean, me and Steve were talking about doing Matterley or something, but to link it all up and make it all work, the logistics would be super hard. But it is a dream of mine to do a GP. Yeah, but I just don't ever see it really working out.
Was there ever a time like previously in your career, that it was on the table?
No, not really, to be honest with you. I don't know. I think I would struggle going over there for Europe for 17 rounds, if I had to do a full series or something,
Well, no, they're 20 now.
Yeah.
20 now, like, I don't know. Like
60 starts.
I see some of the, and then I look at the track that they had in Spain and stuff, and I'm like, dude, like, no, do they not own equipment? Can they not fix anything?
Well, that GP was the worst one in 30 years by all accounts. So I don't think you can judge it on the Spanish one.
Did I hear they're already not going back?
Yeah, they cancelled the contract with the promoter.
Okay. Is that true? That's
yeah, it's done. And for good reason as well. Right. I think everyone was ready to burn MXGP down.
No, JT loved it. JT loved going there.
He was like a pig in shit, literally. I'll tell you what though, I just remembered, like in my GP days, when teams were asking my advice on riders and stuff, Phil's name came up a lot.
Oh yeah?
Not factory teams, but like satellite teams. Right. A lot of teams asked me about Phil.
Yep.
Yeah. And I said, fuck him.
Yep.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
I mean, I tried to do it. Like when I couldn't get a job here in '97, the end of '98, I went and got a job with a German KTM team, Knipe Racing.
Okay.
And Billy Lyles helped set me up, and I was going to do the GPs, man. And this was before like high-speed internet. It was like dial-up internet. Like I was out there in Germany, and I'm like, this is going to be so cool. And dude, I got a month and a half in, and I'm like, this is horrific. Like we're going practicing in the snow. It's the team wasn't very good for sure. We're going practicing in the snow. It's lonely. Everything closes at 6 at night. Like there's nothing to do after 6 at night. Like
so, what? This was '99.
Yeah.
So then you just left them high and dry?
Yeah, I got the offer to work for Timmy at Nolene, and I hauled ass back to America.
Oh, wow. He said, "Auf Wiedersehen." Fucks off.
I remember that the workshop, I was putting my tools, kind of cleaning up my tools and like putting them into like a carry-on thing, and somebody was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Nothing, man." Nothing. I was out of there the next day. Like, but the point is like, dude, it's obviously it's way different now, but it would be hard to go over there, like Phil said, for that long.
Yeah, like unless you're making like really good money and like you can live in a cool spot in a cool area and like have your own stuff, like then it'd be different. But if you're just going over there on like, you're making okay money, but you need to fucking live in a shitty apartment or this, like I'm out.
Okay.
There's no way.
How about this then? Factory Kawasaki team gets an injury this year. Halfway through the Canadian series, Kawasaki says, "Hey, if you want to go and fill in for the last 8 rounds, you can do it. Like it's open." Do you do it just to say you've done it, or do you stay away? Factory team?
No, I mean depends on dollar and cents because the Canadian deal is not bad. Like if the money doesn't make sense anymore, like I'm out. Like fuck it. Like, I'm not going to go ride a KRT bike for free.
Well, it doesn't
especially Cowie. Like I know Cowie's budget, and Cowie's budget's not small.
Right.
So
it's ideal for straight rhythm. Not so much if there's a turn involved.
Phil, before we let you go, we got a call from Nash, of course. Nash, what's up, man?
Gentlemen.
How are you, Nash?
Wow.
What up, Nash?
Great show. Some European brethren there. I love it. Gentlemen, we'll definitely enjoy a PIMS number 5 when I come to Philly or New York. Cheers. That being said, Phil, I've been watching the races, and I've noticed, because you are the starting line sheriff, as we all know, the man that manages the starting line very well.
I don't know about that.
I noticed that, I think it was Dean Baker, was now working for the AMA, and he was walking behind riders on the starting line and sizing them up to make sure that they were launching. It appeared to be straight out of the gate, and the SN wasn't shifted to the right or the left. Is that something new that any of you have seen, and is that something that we just haven't seen or I haven't observed in all the years I've been watching the races? Or, what is the true benefit? There was a little bit of talk in a couple of shows earlier where you guys talked about kicking the wheel over to one side or the other to get you out of the rut or into the rut, whatever you want. So go ahead, take it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're doing. Make sure you're lined up for the rut because it's been talked about before where you can shake and bake and miss the rut on the other side of the gate. But, they come by and they look, but then at the same time when they walk by and you're gate number 8, they got to walk all the way down to gate number 22. Like you just kick your bike back. Like I don't know. They need a couple of AMA officials down there to make sure that no one does it because I can guarantee you this past weekend a few guys shaked and baked because even Chase just said they were the worst ruts he's seen in a long time. So, but again, it's also suicide. You got to be able to pull off that maneuver too because you can go south real quick.
Yeah, some guys I forget who it was. I was talking to a privateer and he was like next to Coop, and Coop was like just moving his bike, just basically making it like diagonal into the guy, and the guy was like, "What do I do? Like, I can't say anything. Like, I feel like, hey, Coop, like, fuck off, you know." But the guy was just like a privateer. Like, he's just like, "Oh boy," like,
yeah.
You know.
Meanwhile, he's just gonna get pinched, and he doesn't have a shot in hell.
Right,
you know?
right. And he's just like, it's Cooper Webb. I can't really say anything, but like Cooper's doing it. For sure. Thanks. Yeah,
Phil,
thanks. Nash.
Is that something new? Meaning with Dean Baker and more AMA guys doing that, or has that always been going on? All you guys.
It's kind of started, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago a little bit, you know, kind of when the greats really came into play. But the past 2 years, they've been having somebody come kind of walk back and forth, either Dean or Old Man Starling or somebody, you know, trying to keep everyone in check, you know.
Interesting. Well, it's something, you know, you notice these little things as we all like to watch. Lewis, how you feeling, buddy? How you feeling?
Living a dream. Still high off of meeting you at Bud's last year.
Well, hey, that was a notable moment for for myself and you,
for both of us. I guess.
know that it was a lot. It is a lot of fun. Steve, would you care to comment that if Lewis was able to mend the Tomac fence? You know, Eli's been unfortunately off the scene, and that breaks all of our hearts as fans. But has Lewis ever been able to reper that fence?
Yeah, they had it out a little bit. Yeah, not had it out. They
Yeah, I interviewed him at Glendale the week before he got hurt. Great interview. Laughs, jokes, hugs, kisses.
Joke.
Yeah, no, they're fine. They're good now. So
just Phil. I'm working
on with this. Did he just hypnotize Lewis? Like,
well, remember we asked Eli on the show about that, and you know, he
bit of a silence.
Yeah, a bit of a silence. Yeah, it was chilly, but
he's a complicated fellow.
He is. You know, we had him on the Re-Raceables, and he was the easiest guy to get a hold of and reply to and set up a time with. You know, obviously he's injured, right? But I was like, you know, we just like, hey, ask Eli about doing Hangtown, and I was like, oh fuck, like he's not gonna want to do it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, he's just, and I hit him up, and I was like literally like Homer in the bushes texting him. And dude, he hit me right back. Yeah, let's do it. All right, Monday. You know, like he was like the easiest time I've ever set up an Eli Tomac interview in my life. Probably because he's bored.
Why wouldn't he do that interview? He fucking ruined everybody.
Yeah, I guess.
The greatest race in history of all.
Right.
I mean, fuck.
Yeah. It actually would have been very interesting to see if you text him saying, "Hey, do you want to do New York 2017?" If there was a reply at that time or not.
What about Loretta's, where your bike blew up both motos?
Would it be fair to say that Lewis maybe caused this turning of a leaf with Eli being so amiable and so
maybe?
Don't credit him anymore.
I don't want to put words in Eli's mouth, but I believe that he would say that I am the wind beneath his wings.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Eli would say. Yep. Absolutely, yeah.
Thanks,
Hey, thanks,
have
Nash.
a good show, boys.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, Phil, glad
Nash.
to see you're back. Big retired session.
He owes me money. He owes me money.
8 races.
All right, see you, Nash.
That's good. It's good.
Yeah, more parties for Phil. More Canadian parties for Phil. Before we let you go, Phil, we got some question from YouTube from Austin. Has Phil ever been arrested or close to it? I don't know if you heard about there was a rider who got arrested over the weekend.
I think I'm the one that told you. You're like, what?
You did, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck. No, but I mean, listen, I know this whole thing's kind of fucking, I don't know if you guys talked about it or whatever.
No,
but
not
like,
really.
I've done the same shit, I just never got caught. You know, doing donuts in a parking lot. I mean, dude, I mean, granted, he got pulled over twice or some shit is what kind of really did it. But like, I mean, what 19, 20-year-old kid hasn't done that bullshit, you know?
I do wonder though, like, I totally agree with you, by the way. But how do you, like, again, I wasn't there and I don't know, but like, I feel like I got pulled over by cops one time for doing the same shit in a field in Canada. Like, this is what we did. Like, we just did this in a farmer's field where you just, and I think the cop pulled him and be like, hey, get the fuck out of here. And we just say, okay, cool. Like, they didn't get arrested.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, the part where the cop, like, arrests you and books you in jail. And I'm not accusing Deegs of anything, but, like, just, why wouldn't the cop just be cooler and be like, hey, man, stop it?
There's clearly more to it.
I don't know, but it just, maybe the cops are just different nowadays. It's a long time ago that, you know, cops back in the day would just be like, you know, I don't know.
But I don't know. It's like I've been in plenty of parking lots where it's been snowy and doing donuts.
Yeah,
in
me
my
too.
Dad's truck. It wasn't an R8 or anything, but it was my pops' truck, and like, being stupid. You know what I mean? I mean, half the time I learned how to drive in the snow because I was doing donuts in a parking lot,
How fun would it be in an ice-covered parking lot and you get going and, dude, you just keep doing donuts.
Yeah, you just keep
You can't stop yourself. It's awesome.
No, yeah. I mean, whatever. Like, whatever led up to it, like I said, I don't know if he was pulled over prior to that, and then this is the second time of that day he got pulled over or whatever, but whatever. I mean,
is that what you're thinking? You're hearing that there was another incident and then he kept doing
maybe.
it?
I don't know, but at the same time, it's like the best part was he's unemployed.
The best part is people on my social saying he should be suspended for a race. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And then where are we at? Where do we stand with the merch selling?
It's great. Might as well capitalize on it.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna become more popular out of this. I mean, that's just the way things tend to work now, isn't it? I quite kind of agree with Phil. I think you have to have some room to be, juvenile. You're a kid, but then also he's high profile. He's being paid well to do a job, and you kind of in those positions. I think athletes know they sacrifice a bit of that kind of liberty that typical teenagers have. You've got to be more careful with that shit, and especially with like doing it in an R8. I mean, that's I mean, it's not exactly like you're in an old banger where the cop's going to think, well, the thing's likely the wheel's going to fall off. I mean, you could bury that thing into someone's house or whatever.
I don't know. I'm with you a little bit. Like, if it's bad enough to get arrested, then it's a bad decision.
I get it. I mean, it looks bad getting arrested, but if that is what it's for, I mean, fuck, man, I should have been arrested 15 times. Like, I don't know. It's wild. I mean, the kid wasn't drinking. He wasn't doing. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. Right. It is what it is. I don't know. Kids are going to be kids, and if people are going to bash him for it, say he should get suspended. Like, it's all right, well, then he live a little.
He had a fake ID, according to the police report, and that's
okay.
trouble.
What college kid doesn't have a fake fucking ID?
I never had a fake ID.
Okay,
but okay, but my point being, Phil, is that no big deal. We're all laughing about it. We've all done it, like you said. But now, the next time, if he gets in trouble again. Now he's gonna, hey, you've got this arrest on your record. Now you got another arrest for who knows.
100%.
And now you're down a road where it's not good. So that's all.
No, now he does have to walk kind of a fine line a little bit, which is understandable, but it is what it is. I don't know. I have a hard time, I guess. Getting arrested is not good. If I was 20 years old and I had to call my dad from jail and be like, hey, man, I just got arrested, my dad would kill me, But at the same time, it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't see it as that big of a...
Yeah, I don't either.
I'd imagine the danger zone has a very different meaning in jail.
Very true. Like, my sisters have no idea about the sport. Well, they do, but they don't know Hayden Deegan, whatever. And like, 2 of my 3 sisters and my brother sent me a picture of Deegan on some fucking news platform getting arrested. You know what I mean? Like, God, granted, it may not be the greatest for our sport, but at the same time, like, how many other sports does this shit happen with?
Well, I look forward to Brian's Instagram about being a parent and telling us how to parent some more. I look forward to that.
Listen, as a parent, you can only tell your kid right from wrong, and it's their choice to decide what they're going to do with it. So,
I know.
What it is. But,
it certainly look, between the Myrtle and the Lawrence thing, which went up again this past weekend, and the Deegan thing, and then Daniel Blair's video. We got some off track shit going on. Which Phil, by the way, for people who are listening and watching, Phil loves this shit. Okay, Phil loves this shit. Like, he lives for this. So our group texts have been interesting.
It's a wild 2025. It's a wild 2025.
And Phil comes back for racing, so it continues with the shocks.
But the Blair and
races, it doesn't count.
Well, the Blair and Carmichael thing is handbags, isn't it? I mean, actually getting arrested.
What does that mean, Lewis?
Oh, that means it's like petty.
Oh, petty.
Yeah,
it's
minor.
Like squabbling.
It's insignificant almost, being arrested by cops. I mean, that's like Phil said, it's newsworthy. And it only really gets serious and consequential when it affects business. So if the team have any suppliers or sponsors that think we don't want to be associated with stuff like that, we're jacking it in, then that's when you have to think, right, okay, we have to measure here what's gone on. But otherwise, it's,
Yeah, I can't see anything coming of this, outside. Hey, man, maybe don't do that anymore. Okay, cool. Yeah.
I don't want to touch on a sensitive subject with you two, but how does Phil's racing schedule mess up his pulp contract to come in once a month?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, there's been some concern about that, and Phil is on a Supercross only deal with me right now.
So that was never made public.
We might have to revisit that if Mr. Nicoletti takes his racing too seriously and can't appear in studio.
Do you have
that's bullshit because I do live shows, I do all this other shit that adds on to it. That was never part of the negotiation either.
Sounds like you need an agent or a lawyer.
Yeah. Well, listen, Phil, we'll see how it goes. We got J Mart and A Mart and Phil in studio next month. Yeah, April.
And that counts as Phil's one appearance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And that do the both Martin brothers make it? Do we think, Phil?
Ooh, might be tough. Okay. Alex, yes. J Mart, you never know, dude.
Okay.
Alex is a liberal.
You never know.
Yeah, Alex has committed. J Mart did on that text, but I'll follow up with J Mart to make sure.
Yeah, no, you got to make sure J Mart actually knows, because he'll fucking 2 days before be like, "Fuck, dude, I forgot, dude, didn't book a flight."
Yeah.
He's a bit of a yard sale.
All right, Philip. Well, listen, congrats on the deal with Walton Cowie. You're back. This will make our shows probably more interesting to talk about as well. And so you're back. Renegade Race Fuel is helping you out. Renegade Race Fuel is bringing you on the show tonight as well. As always, Philip, thank you, buddy, and we'll talk next week. Thanks.
Sounds great. Awesome. Fuck you, Lewis.
Okay, see you, friend.
Yeah, all right.
Bye.
See ya. Phil Nicoletti, everybody, brought to you by the Renegade Race Fuels. Maxima and ProFilter, thank you to those guys for coming on board. Pulp 20 code to save with those two companies. Oil, SC1, MPPL, Pulp 20 code saves with Maxima, as well as ProFilter. Get your ready to use oil or air filter. Drop it in your UTV, street bike, dirt bike, profilter.com. Pulp 20 code to save. We'll go to commercial break here. Last question. We'll take Joe's question. Joe, what's up, man? What's happening?
What's going on, Steve? I had a question. I was listening to old podcast with Deegan after his first podium, and you guys had a great, conversation afterwards. I was wondering if you had any regrets about the Washougal American flag thing and maybe souring the relationship with him. I don't know. If you look back at it now, do you think you take anything back?
It's a good question. It wasn't just Washougal. It was kind of like all building all summer. That's why I finally said something at Washougal, and I just didn't like it. But to me, you're a professional athlete. It's not going to be sunshine and rainbows all the time. You're going to take some criticism from different people around, and
I agree.
I feel like honestly, I know I'm not saying this just to be like, I feel like I can say anything that I think on this show, and I will talk to the person about it afterwards. Nothing I say on here do I run and hide. I'm at the races every single weekend. If you have a problem with something I said, or if you want to discuss it, or even if you want to tell me I'm an idiot and tell me why, which has happened, by the way. Riders have been like, "Hey, man, did you say this?" And I'll be like, "Yeah." And they'll be like, "You're an idiot, and here's why." And I'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry," or "I didn't So the fact that I said that, I do think I was backed up a little bit. They didn't do it last summer with Vial. They never did any of that with Vial. Brian, from what I know, Brian told Darren Lawrence at Ironman, "Hey, man, sorry for all that kind of stuff that we did. Like, it was all just part of the show." And apparently Darren Lawrence didn't like that at all and told Brian that.
Right.
So I do feel like I was justified in bringing it up, that it really was not for the purposes that he was making it out to be. It was to get into Lawrence's head, to get the crowd turned against him, to maybe help Hayden out on the track, right? So
right.
I feel like I was justified in bringing that up. Maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe with the things that have happened since.
It was crickets on their end.
Yeah.
Not great.
It wasn't only that. It was them going out of their way to be assholes to me, which then got me to be like, that's not cool. Like, if you have a problem, if you don't like what I said, no problem. Come find me. You have my number, or come find me at the race, and let's discuss this like a pro athlete and a media member should do. But they chose to take a shitty road at it, which made me, just be like, "Fuck you," right? Because I don't care. I'll talk to Brian. I've known Brian since 1997. I hung out with Brian all week in Gainesville in a hotel room. I hung out with Brian at a racetrack practicing in Ocala. You know what I mean? Like, I've known Brian Deegan for a long time. He's been on the show. He called in to promote some video game stuff, all of that stuff. He can come find me. But instead, Brian and his kid took the shitty way to disagree with me, and I didn't like that, right? So
and you're not going to keep begging them.
No, and like
for reconciliation.
Yeah, like whatever, man. If you don't like it, but again, like for all the points I brought up, I feel like my point was kind of justified a little bit because we don't see that anymore, and we don't have them, and I don't care what they say. He turned down 2 Team USA invites. Lewis, you know as well as I do. They were asked to go. They said no. They turned it around to an injury or whatever. All the other shit that you hear, that's fake. They didn't want to go, and that's fine. But they didn't want to go. So I don't think they liked me saying that either, Joe, when I was saying that stuff. But I was getting that from their team, from Yamaha, and from people on Team USA. So they can say all that. I'm just going to tell my listeners and the audience the truth. And I don't think they like that. They don't like that part of that's not their image, right? That's not what they want to put out. That's not what they want to portray. They want to do the YouTube thing. They want to so worried about their social image and their social media that they do not want that to get out. And I understand that, but it's not my job to build their image and build their brand. It's my job to tell people the truth. So, yeah, I mean, it sucks that, Hayden doesn't like me, Brian doesn't like me, but what can I do, man?
How do you feel about vlogs now that a lot of riders have them?
Oh, I don't have a problem with it. Yeah, whatever.
Opinion?
No, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them are good. Like, I honestly don't watch it. Do you watch any Lewis now?
No, I've recently started watching Kevin Hawkmo's vlog.
Oh, okay.
That's very good.
Okay. I was watching Troll Trains. I liked that for a while. I was watching
Kitch.
Oh yeah, Kitch. Yeah, Kitch's vlog last year.
Chase's is really good because it's.
I need to watch Chase's.
Yeah, they're very well done. Like his social guy Jeff's really good.
How frequent are they?
Kind of sporadic, but there's always a point to them. Whereas I think the problem with vlogs is when you get the guys who are just churning them out race after race with no purpose. Yeah. Whereas chases are all quite calculated with, like, week in the life. Like there's a reason behind each.
Yeah, but at the same time, you need to commit to, like, a frequency on that. Otherwise, it's just... the inconsistency won't create like an audience, will it?
Well, anyways, Joe, if Brian wanted to talk about it, he said he put on Instagram somewhere around the Des Nations thing. He basically said to somebody that he'll see my liberal pussy ass at the races. Brian said that, and I saw him, and I looked right at him 3 or 4 times, kept waiting he saw me. So let's, but he didn't. He chose to not say anything to me, which says a lot about I think his character, right? Now, having said all of that, Joe, if he wanted to talk to me like a man this weekend in Seattle, I'll have that discussion. I don't
have a dog in a fight. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, it's a good question for sure. Yep, absolutely. And, I mean, does this show suffer because I don't have Hayden Deegan? I don't really know. I don't think so. But, I mean, whatever, so.
They can always call in as well.
Yeah, they can call in anytime. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for the call.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, everybody, go to commercial break here. The great Adam Wheeler is here. It's just handbags. It's just handbags.
It's a little bit more of it implies conflict.
Just handbags.
Honestly, hearing Adam talk to Phil, hard to see who was who.
Yeah,
They're so similar in their delivery.
Absolutely. And then Lewis Phillips from Vital MX here as well. Benny,
not great.
Not great.
Okay.
Benny Bloss is coming up. We got a pre-taped Rasmus Jorgensen. Really good guy. Good interview. And JT was going to call in as well. We got the segments coming up. We got much more on the show tonight. So stick around. Be right back after this, everybody.
He's just in my ass.
Wow.
Not in. Sorry.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount. Established in 1989, Eric Phillips had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX25-chassis is the code to save.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jake Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin Silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow at Atlas Brace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phillips had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, Barx Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm
Cooper Webb, and I choose OGIO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tallon Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGIO.
And I choose OGIO.
And I choose OGIO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGIO.
And I choose OGIO.
And I choose OGIO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGIO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Cut your jib.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome back to the PulpMX Show presented by motorsport.com. We got the tweets at Tallon segment, Race Tech Rant. We got I Don't Know Man coming up, and we got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs as well. Thanks to the folks at Cherubies. Love the guys at Cherubies, the world leader in accessory dirt bike plastics. Adam Wheeler here from On Track Off Road. He's so old. He was around when Tyson Volan and Tallon Volan were racing the GPs. Now he works at Cherubies. At Cherubies, check out the latest styles and colors at CherubysUSA.com. Whether you're simply needing a new fender or you want to personalize your bike, Cherubies is there for you. And thank you to those guys. Best comment about the Deegs thing I said before commercial break is Tallon says someone in the YouTube chat said that Hayden would smoke me on the track. Thanks, man. Thanks
I
a lot.
disagree.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, buddy.
No
also,
shit, asshole.
Before we get Benny Bloss on here, Michelin. Did you hear about our guy Randy Richardson?
Did he have knee trouble?
Dude, he's trying to keep it quiet, but he did. Yeah, he replaced the knee. So we wish him well in his recovery. I think he raced the day in the dirt already with his new knee. So
yeah, he wants to keep it quiet, so don't spill it too much. Otherwise, it'll be handbags.
It'll be everywhere. Yeah, it'll be everywhere. But thanks to the guys at Michelin and Randy, they got a rebate going on right now. If you buy the Starcross 6 tire, you get a $15 or $30 rebate on 1 and 2 tire purchase. You can go to your preferred online retailer like motorsport.com or your local dealer, michelinman.com. Visit michelinman.com to learn more about it. But this is 15 top-tier Michelin motorcycle tire lines will be eligible for this rebate. So if you buy 2 tires, it's $50 on some tires, $30 on Starcross 6s. So thanks to the folks at Michelin for coming on board. And also, hey, we just finished eating from the Cornish Pasty Company here in Vegas. Pasty. It's
right.
It's an English treat. The guy is a listener of the show here in Vegas, and they own his business. And they said since the two UK guys are in studio, he thought he would supply us with these pasties. And of course, Adam Wheeler was delighted and knew all about a pasty and give us all the background on it. And of course, Lewis is from the south of England. Adam Wheeler said these are from the south of England, and yet Lewis knew nothing about them. Absolutely nothing. So
he enjoyed it.
Never change, buddy.
Thank you.
Never change.
I will stay true to myself.
What'd you think of the pasties?
Yeah, it was good. I was nervous. I'm quite concerned about where this was going to go because I was hungry as well.
Yeah.
So it was actually really good.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. So thanks to, I forgot the name, the name of the people, but very nice husband and wife, Cornish Pasty Company for dinner here in Vegas. They're over by the Huddle Brewery. They're in that area of Vegas. So please check them out. And thanks for dinner, man. That was awesome.
Big portions as well. I mean, Cornish pasties are usually quite moderately sized, but these were,
Yeah. Oh, it's John and Kim. John and Kim from Cornish Pasty Company.
You could fill your boots.
You could fill your boots with that, man. You know what they reminded me of, and this is a Canadian delicacy, a pizza pop, because I got the Italian.
Okay.
So
Well,
there's
a
these called-
calzone.
Yes, but they're called pizza pops in Canada. They're a little different than calzone.
Okay.
But yeah, it's good.
I'm glad you're happy.
Yeah, I mean, you should have people on from different nationalities and do a bit of a world tour of food.
Okay, awesome, man. Adam Wheeler here, Lewis Phillips as well. All right, our next guest brought to you by Fox Factory Vehicles, Lewis. It's your home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, Shelby American. They partner with top OEMs like Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan.
Yeah, last time I was on, a guy,
Tyler,
he called in and alluded to giving me a truck.
Oh, he did?
Hmm.
How's that going?
Yeah, what happened with that?
Not well.
Not well?
No.
Okay. Backed by your OEM manufacturer's warranty and easily financed through your local dealership. Visit foxfactoryvehicles.com. I was out riding at Western Raceway here in Vegas, and the guy across from me had a Fox Factory vehicle right across from me.
How do you tell?
Because it had the logo on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like a. I don't know.
No, that's a fair question.
Thank you, Adam,
It's
trying
a
to
fair
laugh
question.
me
That's
out of the room.
That is not handbags. That is a fair question. Do-it-yourself customization as well. No waiting for parts, no hassles, no voided warranties. Visit foxfactoryvehicles.com to find your next custom vehicle. Bringing you our next guest on the show. This man rides for Beta USA. He had a very good race in Birmingham, and he's a tremendous guy, off and on the bike. Benny Bloss. What's up, Benny? How are you?
How we doing, guys?
We're good, man. Thank you for the time tonight. Appreciate it.
No, thanks for having me on.
You were here in studio, I think, in November, before then. But it was great. to have you in studio. August? Yeah.
August.
Yeah, you were still recovering from your horrific injuries.
I was, yes.
Birmingham went well, though. Good job, man. Good, like, for you, like, fuck, we don't need it. Tremendous talent, tremendous speed. You just got to keep it together, and you kept it together.
Yeah, shockingly, Triple Crown.
Yes.
I've never top 10 overall to Triple Crown.
Really? Oh, okay.
Until this weekend.
Yeah.
There's been times where I've had like two good main events, and then the third one, or at least one of them, just horrible. So, really happy I was 10, 10, 11, so pretty pumped with that.
Can you attribute it to anything? Like anything changed? Anything happened? You like the track, the dirt, like anything like that?
Kind of a bit of everything. I love the dirt. I thought it was the best dirt we've had all year. Pretty similar to what I ride in Oklahoma.
Okay.
I would say. The track was fun. Like, no, there's nothing crazy on it. I felt like I got along with the track really good. And then we made some changes to the bike on the brake, and I liked those changes. Just really on the track, but more so we made changes for the start.
Okay.
And I didn't get great stuff.
A map, a piston, a cam. Can you give us some?
Flywheel change.
Flywheel, okay. All right.
Yeah, made it just, I don't know, just like the way that bike felt on the track a little bit better, and mostly the biggest thing for the change was just for the starts. The team came to Oklahoma, brought Mitch up, not the first week of the break, but the second week, and did some riding, did some testing, and really happy with the results.
Okay, and then one of the things that's been bugging you is your wrist. How's that doing? How are we feeling?
No, it's been great, honestly.
Okay.
I didn't ride. I guess I rode one day at the end of the first week, and I had no issues. And then when they came to test, honestly, we did starts more than anything, just because we had like 30 to 50 mile an hour winds, which is not really all that ideal on a supercross track. So I was able to have like quite a bit of rest, and so now wrist feels pretty solid, pretty much back to normal.
So you're chipping away to try to be the number one rider over there, I guess, huh?
I mean, I'm trying my best.
Yeah,
I'm trying my best.
Mitch is. How are you going to take down Mitchell Oldenburg? He's a great rider.
I mean, what about just, I don't know, just two riders? It's always got to be a 1 and 2 guy. Always.
Yeah, always.
Double A side.
Yeah.
Tough for Benny as well, because he can try his best to be the number one rider on the American team.
Yes.
But number one beta rider worldwide is just, it's an impossible
you can't
challenge.
get there.
4 minutes into the interview.
It's hard. You know, we've got to acknowledge his plight, you know?
Right.
Difficult, only respectful to make it known that we sympathise with him.
Can we just for once just say beta?
Yeah, I got in trouble.
Do you know how to say it?
Yeah, but in Europe it's beta.
Can we? I was going to save this for later.
But I've been told that it's not, is the thing.
But by an Italian?
Well, no.
Yeah, that would be your problem. Sounds like a
no.
sounds like a bit of an
But
issue
here's
there.
the thing. Here's the thing: is that I asked Tim, my boss. I was like, "Is it beta?" And we just say it differently. And I'm told it's beta. So.
Well, he's a big Lewis fan, so I'm sure that he.
Yeah. So what? Can we get to the bottom of Lewis and the beta beef here? Like, what's the problem?
Because the call never came.
But you don't ever interview these guys. You don't go by their truck.
No, and actually, I haven't interviewed Benny this year, but last year I was interviewing Benny every week, and I was so complimentary of Benny and the bike.
Lewis acts as if the Beta team does not exist.
Yes, thank you.
Is this the issue? Because one could argue that I've given Beta globally more coverage than anyone possible.
Fair point.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point.
Only because of Ben.
Well, it's not my fault that Beta decided to hire one of the top 5 riders in the world. Beta.
Why did Beta hire Ben Watson and then Ben Bloss?
They're not very creative.
The power move.
But Lewis, can you show them some respect of the bikes on the track and the team and everything else?
Well, we can. Should we just open this can of worms?
Yeah.
So last year, this man,
Tim,
the boss, he reached out to you.
He was not happy with you
to talk about why I'm talking shit. Which,
well, no, he wanted to get to the bottom of it.
Okay.
And so I gave him your number.
And like everyone in this industry who has a problem, real happy to talk shit to someone else, and then the second that someone actually wants to fix the issue, running scared. It's been 8 months.
Never called?
No, almost like the issue has no base. Because why approach it in person if you haven't got an argument? You step away at that point.
It's not significant enough.
Yeah.
It's not significant.
Well, it's significant enough to reach out to Steve here.
It's handbags, Steve.
I'm not involved in this. I'm Team Beta.
So am I. I honestly, I feel like
you're not Team Beta.
I feel like I'm deep in there. Like the Anaheim media days, I went up to my friend Benny here and I said, more bottom end this year. And he went, yep. And I went, yeah, sounds good. Sounds like we're positive.
December 15th, you checked in and then never again. And now it's March.
Well, but I talked to Benny. What? So is it? I didn't realize it. But I didn't realize it was an interview issue.
Benny?
I have absolutely no idea about any of this.
Well, let's get to the bottom of it.
Can I ask Benny a serious question?
Yes.
I thought this was quite serious.
Benny, wait, a couple of years on, what's your stance with the Triple Crown? I mean, by the time it comes to that third main, are you sort of as pumped up and as revved as like the first race? I mean, I realise I'm asking you this after a solid weekend of results, so sorry about that. But what's your sort of feelings for it? Should it stay? Should it go?
The only thing I like about a Triple Crown is being done with like the whole stress. Like you have like qualifying, and then you qualify straight into the main, and then so like the stress of really having issues of getting into the main is gone. That's about the only good thing I like about a Triple Crown. I'm not a big Triple Crown guy. But I've previously struggled with Triple Crowns. Now, I don't know, might be a little more positive towards them.
That's the problem with the riders, is literally their opinions on things are based on how the last race they did. That's how all these guys live. I've noticed that. And it's not just Benny here on the line.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Whenever I say like, hey man, do you like sand sections? Nah, fuck that, because they crashed 3 times in them. Hey man, do you like sand sections? Fuck yeah, because they were railing it that night. Do you know what I mean? You literally can't. Lewis, you're with me on this. Yep. You can't trust these guys. They just
a wider perspective.
Their whole
sand section's hot topic though, because don't like those at all.
No, but
not a fan.
Everything with the riders is based on their whole self-worth is based on how they did on that Saturday night. It's really bizarre that none of these guys are confident enough to like just,
That's reassuring though, right? To live week to week and
I would love that. Yeah, that's not handbags. Benny, so you say Oklahoma. Are you back at Robbie Renard's?
Yeah, that's where we're at. Yeah.
Okay, so you were in NorCal at the Beta headquarters, where Lewis is not welcome.
Central California.
Central California, yeah. Sorry, not NorCal.
For reasons that are unclear.
Well, can Carlin call Lewis and get to the bottom of this? Can somebody call Lewis?
I mean, Lewis can. If Lewis ever came by the Beta truck, he could ask questions. But I've never seen him near the Beta truck.
Well, that's a lie, because I interviewed you every week last year. We were on a roll.
I don't know.
Was that the Beta
I feel
truck?
like you interviewed me though at the
media
scrum.
Yeah, that's the place where we do interviews.
Well, now we go to Chuck's.
Well,
okay,
buckle up for Seattle, because I'm living it. I'm turning up with a sleeping bag and we're in.
He's going to embed himself with Beta, like a journalist, like a war journalist.
I will wear camouflage.
The best part about your beef with Beta is I have nothing to do with it.
Well, the best part about my beef with Beta is I have nothing to do with it either.
Well, apparently not. Apparently, the big boss at Beta, maybe his name is Ben, I don't know, has a problem with you talking shit on Beta.
I honestly have never talked shit on Beta. I have no idea where this is coming from. See, Benny says he has nothing to do, but Benny's alluding to the fact he knows stuff.
I mean, I've seen some tweets.
When have I tweeted about Beta?
I remember there was at one point last year, and I remember because Colt said something to me. He tweeted back to you.
Yeah, I remember that tweet. That was very weird that Colt replied to that because it wasn't shit-talking Beta as well.
So now the shit-talking.
What'd you say?
I can't remember what it was. It was something about Ducati or Triumph. And I said something like, I like the fact that whoever it was, Triumph, let's say, is really signalling their intent in motocross and what the plan is. Whereas Beta, I feel like, is still a little bit lost. Like, is there a 250 coming? We don't know. Are they expanding? We don't know. Their intent in motocross has never been made clear beyond, we've got a 450 team and we're going racing. Like, is this Beta...
Like TM.
Yeah. Is this Beta team in America going to do outdoors at some point? Who knows? And I think that's a fair point. Wasn't critical at all. But obviously, some sensitive souls over there. Like Benny on the line.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, that's a new game we play. We play I Don't Know, Man on the show. By the way, Benny, who's riding with Robbie right now? Who are you riding with during the week?
Oh, he's got a couple different guys. A lot of amateur kids on outdoors. A lot of Canadians there, actually, as I'm sure you could appreciate.
I do like that.
As far as Supercross goes, he's got Chandler Baker, who's a Privateer 250 kid, Blake Gardner, Ronnie Orrs. I'm trying to think. I feel like I'm missing somebody.
Okay. Well, so you have a track at your place, right? And it's just the weather's no good? Can't ride there?
I have an outdoor track. I don't have a Supercross
I thought you had a
track.
Soupy track. Okay. All right. Never mind.
No, I only live about 5 hours from Robbie's.
Okay. I was wondering why that worked. What about you? So we got a big Lou here across this is for me in the studio, but we also had a big Lou in here. You're a mechanic now. He was your practice bike guy. Now he's your mechanic. He was in studio with Marshall when he used to work for Marshall. So how's that going with your new guy?
Going really, really good.
Yep.
Yeah. He stepped up. Daytona would have been his first round.
Yeah, I think so, right?
Being both guys, and then it's kind of nice and cool. He lives here in Oklahoma with us in our house, and this weekend was his first 450 top 10.
Yeah,
so that's pretty cool.
Anthony Lewandowski, I think. Lewandowski, yeah. What is it? Lewandowski.
Yeah, he's a big F1 fan. I don't know if any of you guys are F1 fans, but I don't know. It's just something about him. But he said he was an F1 fan, and I figured, okay, yeah, cool.
Right.
I didn't realize when we were in California, he walked out in the living room because there was an F1 race that weekend, and he had a Ferrari hat and Ferrari shirt on.
Oh, he's one of those guys.
He's like a big fan.
Oh, wow. He dresses the role.
Wow.
Okay.
It's aggressive.
He's like committed. And I've just pretty much figured out that's kind of how he is about everything. Like,
yeah, he's all in.
It's like when he's all in or he's not. So he seems to be all in on the mechanic thing, and I absolutely love that. So
yeah, seems like a good dude. I took him to dinner in Vegas. He sat in the show for a little bit, one time.
Yeah, he's a big pulp guy.
Well, he's doing a good job. That's awesome to have him there. Also, okay, so seriously though, Benny, seriously, the Mitchell Oldenburg thing. You get mad about it?
Not a whole lot. Only time is like if I come off the track after qualifying, and I had 74 text messages after qualifying this week, and 73 of them were our group chat. and I'm not going to read all of that, right? Like,
yeah.
But I'll pop in there, and first thing I see, number one rider. It's Steve, number one rider.
Yep. Yeah, I oftentimes will screenshot Oldenburg being faster than Benny and then put it in the group chat, just so he has an idea of he's number two over there.
I got people come up to me on the weekends. Number two.
Motivating.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. He loves it. He eats it up.
I don't know Freckle very well, but I've always even when he was riding for Jimmy Albertson, and he would just fucking send it, Benny, and then he would eat shit, and then he would get up and send it again. Like, I've always been like, dude, this guy's like, he's a good rider, and I think he doesn't send it anymore because he's older. But I've always liked his riding style. He's got a good riding style. I think he's underrated. I really do. Now,
no, he's definitely underrated.
Yeah.
He definitely eats up the number 1, number 2 thing.
Well, I will keep going then. Maybe
I will say there are people that they think it's super serious. They'll text after this weekend. I had some people texting me that were like, "Screw Matthes, you're number 1," and I'm like, "It's not that deep, guys."
Dude, it doesn't. Yeah, it's people are. Lewis and I were talking about that because Lewis is a bit outside of the beta who he hates. Lewis does have the same sense of humor as I do. And people start taking it literally. Like, you're just like, dude, like, I have a great relationship with you, Benny. You've been in the studio. I've known you for years. Jeff's awesome. Your mom's awesome. And like, people don't get that. And they just, they take it really seriously. And sometimes you're like, oh, shit, So, yeah.
Yeah.
It is funny that way. Like, but, yeah, I mean, Oldenburg, number 1. Hey, Joe, year 2 with Beta. Are you, what's the contract situation like?
Contract up. I think June 31st or maybe end of June. Contract is up.
Yep.
So that's
Okay.
really all I have about it.
Do you want to stay there? Have they said anything? Has anything started?
I would sign a contract today if it was offered.
Okay. All right. So
haven't talked about it yet.
Yep.
I've been kind of waiting to do good because I've been, not really killing it as of lately, and then until this weekend, I guess. So, try to have a couple more good races and.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to know if you guys are supposed to do SMX and your contract's up, how they got to re-sign you for just SMX, or we don't know?
Yeah, so just do an extension.
Okay.
I'm going to have to do that for the rounds of outdoors that we're going to do anyways.
Yeah. Okay.
So it was just kind of worked out when I had signed the contract was in the middle of summer. So
also, can we talk about how Mitch is talking about if he has to do outdoors, because SMX may get him in, points may get him in. He doesn't think he can get points in top 20? Is that the most that's the most insane
from
take
what I
ever.
can tell, he's not the biggest outdoor guy. So,
but you tell me he can't get top 20?
I mean, I would think he would get top 20. I don't see him not getting top 20.
He thinks he won't even get top 20.
He said that to you?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'd like to think that he gets top, that he can get top 20.
Thank you. I'm with you also. Do we have any?
I don't see
20
guys being better than him. But
no, I don't either. But having said that, if he does go outdoors and gets 25th, oh boy, it's not great. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Serious question. Do you have freedom to change what you want on the bike with engine and ECU stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have much contact with a factory in Italy?
Me personally, no. The team does. They share information.
Okay, and also I've got a pen out. What did you do to fix your starts? Because I know someone who would like to know.
Flywheel.
Is there anything else we can do?
I've got a good start map. That's I don't know.
Feet position, Lewis?
No, that wouldn't.
Practice the starts, maybe. I don't know.
Well, not to talk shit on beta, I'm not going to tell you what happened on the start of the weekend, but practicing wouldn't have helped that at the GP. So, but I'm not going to say it because I don't want to talk shit on beta. Professional guy.
Yeah, nobody likes a hater, to be honest.
Well, it's just facts, but we'll keep facts away from the conversation.
Doesn't want to get another phone call.
No? Well, I'd like to, actually. It's been 8 months.
Hey, our group chat that we're in, that we let Lewis in, it was very hotly contested.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Benny was probably the one who voted no.
I think he was.
Oh, no, I don't think I was.
Okay.
I did feel like if we let Lewis in, we should let Dark in, but
yeah, that was not on the table.
He wasn't super pumped about that.
Okay,
so that Lewis made it in.
No, well, poor Dark. He's still looking for that boot. So
Cinderella.
Who's the most ridiculous in that group text? Lewis?
Well, as far as what?
I don't feel like there's one person who's
Cade asked why Deegan got arrested when he was racing.
Yeah, that was fun. That was actually ridiculous.
Yeah.
He didn't he say it's crazy that he got arrested in Tallahassee?
Yeah. Why? No, he said why was he in Tallahassee?
It's like, what do you mean?
All of us are like, what just happened? Cade, someone check on Cade. He's having a seizure.
That he had himself a Josh Cartwright, John Short.
Yeah, those two jump in every couple of days and try to get caught up, and it doesn't really go well for them.
No, it's crazy. Like reading, you'll read a whole conversation, an entire whole conversation, and 2 minutes later, one of them will be like, ask something about what was just talked about, and it's like, can you please just go up a little bit, just a little bit?
It's not going to be hard. Yeah, go ahead. And also I feel like, obviously we're making fun of Cade a little bit, but the Starling Morans thing was great too, when Starling quit his team and they're both in the group text, and there was some tension there, and we were just all.
Yeah, then you had Tampa where Starling took out Moran.
Yep.
It kind of made it worse.
Yeah, and then Starling's explanation was really ridiculous.
Yeah, that was really like it was so all over the place, but really straight. Like there was zero humor or in jest. It was very like it was almost like sending it to a lawyer for your defense.
Yeah, yes. It was.
I personally loved it. I'm here for the drama as long as I'm not involved.
Well, there was another one this past weekend, wasn't there? Between Morans and Starling.
I think Moran's took Justin out.
Yeah, I think in the corner before the whoops, yeah. But that never really went anywhere in the chat.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think hopefully it's settled, but I'm here for it too, Benny. As long as we get other guys yelling at each other, I'm not involved. That's great. So, and remember, is what it is. It is what it is.
Somebody's running that on a butt patch.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. The Dirtworks guys, there's just no. Yeah, sorry, man. Like, do you think Corey and Ross? It doesn't seem like they ever wake up in the morning and strive to be better, Benny?
I don't know, man. The track was pretty good this past weekend.
I know, but whenever you guys come at them about something on the track, they never say like, "Oh yeah, screwed up," or we can do that, or let's try that. It's always like, it is what it is. Like
Corey for sure.
Right?
Ross is like pretty understanding, and I don't know. It's kind of nice.
Like neither one of those two should ever get a job in customer service because they don't really try to make it better.
I think Ross does a pretty good job.
I'm sure they both do good jobs. But like as far as
Corey acts like, oh, your opinion don't matter.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. No.
They really hustled before the night show. The track was pretty beat up. Very dusty.
Yeah, the LCQs looked horrible.
Yeah, Salt Lake, Denver sort of vibe.
Yeah, and then the night show, like you said.
The amount of crap that they take in that chat, though, is pretty amazing. They handle it really well.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. Yeah, definitely. I don't know about you guys, but
constant complaining.
I mute it. I don't. Do you mute it? Yeah. I can't have.
I also have it muted.
There's no chance I can deal with all like those.
I'm pretty sure Harlan does not have it muted,
What?
and I'm just like, that's insane. I don't know.
Your phone would just die from all of the notifications.
Yeah, I wake up in the morning and there's 84 notifications. I'm like, oh my god.
Great number.
Oh yeah, sorry. God, you and your hurlings.
Yep.
Benny, what about? Okay, so obviously you want to get an SMX, and Mitch wants to get an SMX. That's the goal, and you may do some outdoor nationals. But Lewis, wouldn't you like to see like Benny go to MXGP and do a round or two, and then Ben Watson come over and do a little bit?
Well, Ben was coming to Millville, but then they put a GP on that date.
Okay.
So we need to figure out.
Like Finland.
Yeah. Crushing.
It'd be good if there was more sort of symbiosis between the beta teams.
Yeah. Well, it would have helped Benny as well, because if Ben could have come to Millville, he could have shown Benny how to shave like 7 seconds off of his lap.
Yeah, Lewis is claiming Ben Watson would be top 5 at Millville.
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Well, first of all, we need to start inside the top 25, which is an issue at the moment.
I personally like my chances.
Well, I see. Millville isn't going to work, but I'd happily put a lot of money on it.
The only track Benny's better at than Millville is probably Ironman.
Nations
Honestly,
as well.
Millville for me has not been a good.
I feel like it. No, it hasn't been. Okay.
Not really. No, if I want to list the places where I've been better, Ironman, Unadilla, Washougal,
Unadilla's been
Red
some good
Bud,
too. Yeah.
Southwick, High Point.
Oh, so all of them but Millville. Okay.
Not to drop the mic.
Yeah.
Here, but just to make it clear. At the weekend, we had a last place start for reasons out of our control, and we went from dead last to 11th on a one-line track. So that's what Benny's up against.
Okay. Well, the depth of MXGP is there for sure.
I'm all in to go do a GP though.
Let's do it. Can we do it, Lewis?
Sure.
Can we get Benny to go?
Yeah, I'll call Beta.
Yeah.
And I'll get it lined up.
There you go.
Where would you want to go, Benny? Any particular country, or there's one track that you know, either from just YouTube videos or like a video game?
Anywhere but Lommel.
Right. Yeah, sensible.
Yeah.
Sensible.
Yeah, I don't want to go there. There was one year where I was going to maybe fill in for a team.
For who?
And it was when it was a Yamaha team, and it was like during COVID when they were doing 3 races. And they were like, yeah, the first 3 are at Lommel, and I'm like,
You're like, I'm out?
it was like for a 6-race thing, and I was like, what if we only do 3 races?
What Yamaha team?
I don't know what it was called.
JWR at that point?
No, I don't think they would have reached out to Benny.
I like how Benny just goes, you ask what Yamaha team, and Benny goes, I don't know what they're called. Like he's all frustrated.
I don't.
Sorry, Benny.
Yeah, he was clearly very into this offer. Yeah.
The reason I did not, I had one of my sponsors reached out to me about it, and I wasn't going to be able to go because the quarantine would take too long. Like when you get there.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it wasn't factory Yamaha.
No.
Would it have been the Swiss satellite setup that had toners?
Hossettler?
Yeah.
Hossettler? Does that ring a bell?
No.
Okay, well, just heads up. Your contract's coming up. When teams send you offers, definitely read the team name. That's step 1.
It was 5 years ago. Go give him a break.
Well, clearly we're not on top of things over in the Benny Bloss household.
Benny, how is...
I never spoke to anyone from the team. Like it never got that serious because of
the quarantine in Lommel.
They must have really wanted you. It sounds like they were beating down your door.
Benny, how is Jeff? How is Jeff?
Jeff is good, I think. So he didn't come to... Every time I speak to him, he's golfing in his man cave. He's got a
simulator. Yeah, yep.
And he didn't come to Birmingham, which he comes to pretty much every race. And so he decided not to come to Birmingham. And I was like, man, he seems to not care that much, I guess, these days. And usually if he doesn't come to a race, he'll call me like once or twice throughout the day.
Yep.
This guy was texting me, call me when you can, after every single time I got off the track.
Wow.
He was like...
He was engaged.
All about it. And I don't know. It was a little strange for me, to be honest.
Right. Did he have any good advice, or was it just checking in?
I was just checking in.
Okay.
I heard him talking to my truck driver at one point during the day.
Okay.
Which was good, though. I mean, it seemed like he really cared about how the race was going, so that was good.
Oh,
kind of helps that I was doing good.
Yeah, that's more like it. He was invested in you because your times were good, and then your each main was good. So he was all in. Benny Bloss brought to you by the folks Fox Factory Vehicles. Visit foxfactoryvehicles.com. Build your next custom vehicle, and you can finance it through your local dealer and do all that. And don't worry about the do-it-yourself customization and all the hassle of that. No waiting for parts, no hassles, no void warranties. foxfactoryvehicles.com. Benny Bloss, Beta. All right, Benny. Benny, anything else for Benny? Adam? Lewis?
I've got my flywheel note.
Okay.
Start map.
Yep.
So, yeah, I've got all I need from this interview.
Try to help your guy out?
Well, got to be better than starting last place.
Listen, also, speaking of your guy, my guy, Ferrato, it is the wheels have fallen off.
He's had 2 big injuries.
Well, I think he's just picked up another one as well.
Yeah, and his team disintegrated. He hasn't had a good run.
His health.
You know, Ferrato, speaking of shitting on Beta, I believe that Beta tried to get him and he was just out. Like,
really?
Did not even want to entertain it.
As a teammate for Watson?
Yes.
That's not very patriotic, is it?
So, from what I know, he just was like, yeah, no.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay. Well, listen, the bike's not the problem.
Not a smart move on his part.
I'm not saying this.
He's got injuries problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a bit of information for you.
Okay, yeah.
We could have been teammates.
Could have been. That would have been great.
Yeah, would have been nice for us to,
The
put down our swords and
the fun house,
sing
really.
Kumbaya.
Right. Yeah. Well, listen, Benny, good job. Seattle this weekend, so buckle up for that. It's always a good time in the ruts.
Are you going to be there?
Yeah, I will be there.
Wow.
I'll be there Friday for press day. So.
Well, you're going to be standing around a lot, huh?
Well,
no riding.
I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully the riders will stand around and hang out with us, and we can do interviews.
I'm going to try and take the flywheel off of Benny's bike.
No riding for press day, though.
No, definitely no riding. No.
No riding.
So
maybe this weekend we'll finally see a Lewis interview on a beta rider.
Yeah, I can call Ben and interview him if you want. Yeah,
Wow.
Sure. I didn't realize you were that into it, but yeah, I'll happily do that.
You're just burning bridges.
Yeah.
Lewis.
Can we just get you over there? The guys are
no,
doing well.
To be fair, I have actually wanted to go over there a lot, but to be fair, yes, I'm well aware that you get those interviews every week, and I know that you have really good relationships with Benny and Mitchell. So, like in my head, I'm like, if I go over there, I'm just going to get a worse interview than you. So I may as well go somewhere else and try and get a different
shots
interview.
fired.
Yeah.
How's that shots fired?
Because it's competitive.
Well, no, like I could either follow you to beta and get a worse interview than you, or I could go somewhere else and maybe get someone different.
Yeah, but you might ask completely different questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I can't follow in Steve's footsteps.
Ask different
We'll
questions.
get there before
hard.
him, because then he might think, oh, Lewis has been there.
Well,
I can't go
me
there now.
trying to follow in Steve's footsteps and do as good as him is like Benny trying to do as good as Ben. It's just impossible.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
wow.
just you've got to admit the challenge you're up against.
Okay, goddamn. Oh, Benny. Hey, thanks for the time tonight, buddy. Appreciate it. Good job in Birmingham. And just to let you know, we haven't had Oldenburg on all year. You're the first beta guy that's been on, since January. So
Wow. I feel honored.
Well,
I feel honored.
I chose you, buddy. So
I feel honored. That
and-
makes me very happy.
And fuck the Chiefs before I let you go. Fuck the Kansas City
Whoa.
Chiefs. Yep.
Whoa. I've been instructed from my mother that I need to watch my language.
Okay.
On interviews.
On the interviews with me?
Yeah.
What?
really
Not interviews
anyone.
with me?
I think only you is like interviews with you is really the only time that I'll.
Yeah, I mean, you will pretty much
Feel-
just
feel
say
loose enough,
F the Raiders on the.
I did say that.
You did.
I think that was Daytona.
Yeah.
I said it twice.
Yeah. I have a deal with Benny. If he wants to stop being referred to as the number 2 rider at Beta, he needs to put on a Las Vegas Raiders jersey for track walk, which is his mortal enemy to his team.
Yeah,
Adam.
that's a bit harsh, Steve.
Well, I just said this can all end with a Raider jersey on track walk. Benny.
So Steve, if I went to Seattle and I won the main event, would you still refer to me as number 2?
No, I would not.
Okay.
No, if you win the main event, you've moved up.
Well, see, now I got a goal.
Okay, there you go.
Was that easy?
Yeah.
Don't even win the main event. Top 5, something like that. That is worthy of number 1 status.
Yeah, but I feel like Mitch will be 4th.
Well, let's be honest. If Benny wins the main event, then Mitch was leading and tipped over.
Yeah, exactly.
Ignore the negative energy. Benny.
Just brutal over here.
Hey,
Raiders fans though are not very logical.
Can you actually, before I let you go, listen? I don't know whatever I did to Robbie Renard, but I think I pissed him off along the way somewhere. Can you?
Why?
I don't know. I think Faulkner stuff. I think he got mad at Faulkner stuff. He won't respond to texts from me or Weege because I think Weege is part of this. We're trying to get Robbie on a Re-Raceables. You know what those are, right, Benny? The podcast we did?
I've heard of them, yes.
Yes. We're trying to get Robbie on to talk about Unadilla when he destroyed
98.
Carmichael. Yes.
Yep.
We want to interview him and talk about his greatness that day, and he will not respond. Can you please ask him tomorrow to respond to us?
I will ask him tomorrow. If you go ahead and send me a text, I'll ask him tomorrow.
Okay. All right. We just want to get him on for 20 minutes to talk about Unadilla 98, where he was absolutely on fire on his Primal Suzuki.
I've watched that race more times than I would like, so I will.
He was amazing. He was amazing.
We've talked about this actually twice in the last week at Robbie's. The kids now don't really know, but you could ask like Colt Nichols, Bogle, kind of like the original guys that were at Robbie's.
Mm-hmm.
He has a tape of 98 Unadilla, and it's referred to as the tape.
Mm-hmm.
And like all the time, he'd go, "Do I need to get the tape out? Do you need to watch the tape again?"
I mean,
you talk shit to him. Do I need to get the tape out?
I'll get the tape.
I've seen it over 50 times.
Yeah. Well, listen, if I did that, if I was Robbie Renard and I did that, I would also have that tape, and I would put that thing on a loop for sure.
Honestly, I would too.
So can you ask him? I'll remind you, but
I'll ask him.
I think he's mad at me, and maybe Weege. Weege isn't sure either, but we don't know.
I'm texting him right now. Do you hate Steve Matthes?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Text me his reply. All right?
Yep, I'll go ahead and do
All
it.
right. Thank you, Benny.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, we'll see you this weekend, Seattle. Lewis will see you for sure this weekend.
Yep.
I'm not going to hold my breath.
No, I wouldn't do that. It's unhealthy.
See you, Benny. That's Benny Bloss, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Fox Factory Vehicles. Thank you. Benny seemed a little tired. Benny seemed a little sleepy.
Yeah, I don't really feel like he was fully engaged from the moment he picked up the phone. But
I think he was just sleepy.
Okay.
MTX Braking, great mountain bike and road bike pads. The code is PulpMX. Also, they're available in Australia now as well. Leadoutsports.au, their Australian distributor, carries MTX Braking. PulpMX code saves with MTX Braking. Make your mountain bike brakes better, road bike brakes better, all of it. And mtxbraking.com. Thank you to those guys. And also, Cardo. You ever tried this Cardo stuff out? Cardo
I have
systems?
one.
You have one?
I haven't installed it in my lid yet, but I have one. Yep.
Okay. What's holding you back from the install?
I don't know. It's just it's like building Lego, isn't it? You just have to sit down and really get in the mood to do it. It's probably only take 10
It
minutes.
doesn't take long. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to take the liner out, the helmet, and
put it in there. It's fine.
I know.
Yeah, it's easy. All right. CardoSystems.com. Go there. Use the code PulpMX to save. Global leader in communication for rider to rider or rider to coach. Pack Talk Edge. Edge phones are waterproof and dirt proof. They got a JBL sound system in there. Cardo adds a new dimension of safety, fun, and efficiency to Moto. Use the code PulpMX to save with the Cardo guys. And I think they're going to do something with us with the PulpMX LCQ Challenge race as well. All right, before we go to get JT, let's real quickly try to run through the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment with these two gentlemen right here. EKSbrand.com.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X-Brand Goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. Thank you to the folks at X-Brand Goggles. Pulp Show 25 is the code to save with them. Great goggles. The Lucid goggles, amazing. You know who runs these? Chiz. Grinding away out there with the main events.
One of the first times I got to know you, you gave me a pair of X-Brand goggles, and I still have them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I remembered how the frames were like really flexible and soft, and they were like a really comfy goggle.
Do you want another pair?
Wow, okay.
I'll give you another pair if you want, if you need them.
You were basically, Darkside was handing out business cards. You were handing out X-Brand goggles.
Yeah. When did we first meet? Was that? Were you over here or did I go there?
Mid-noughties, sometime 05, 06. I can't remember.
05, I was still a mechanic, so I would have been.
No, it must have been later.
It must have been, you went to the Tuchenthal GP in 09?
Yeah.
It must have been around there, maybe? Because you would have been X-Brand at that point, right? Yeah, maybe then.
Yeah.
But
I don't remember. It's a long time ago.
Yeah, I just don't know if GPs, because you went to, and we're going to get into some of your reason you're here, by the way, in a little bit. But X-Brand Goggles, all right, these questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar at all?
Yes, I helped him, I motivated him with his push-up performance in the Seattle live show.
Oh, okay.
But I think he was comprehensively beaten by JT.
I think he was, yeah. All right, here we go. 30 seconds on the clock.
All right, Big Lou. Which pits do you feel the most at home in, and where are you less likely to walk around like you own the place?
Oh, wow. We just covered that.
Well, less likely to walk around like I own the place would be America for sure. The American pits is coming along. Still GP pits, because that is home.
I think he's mean the specific teams.
Oh, I thought we were talking...
no, right?
Facilities, yeah, I thought it was...
Oh, I thought we were talking like MXGP versus America.
Which pits do you feel most...
Yeah, he means Moser means the teams.
Oh, okay. Team's probably KTM. And then not team, Beta now.
Fair.
Yeah.
Steve, who do you think has made the most bike changes this season, and who's made the least?
Oh, I don't know. Well, speaking of that, I believe Benny told me his bike has been the same all year long. He's flywheel now, but a couple weeks ago, I thought Benny said his bike hadn't changed at all because I asked him about some changes.
Webb is on record a lot as saying he hasn't changed his bike.
Yes,
at all.
True, you're right. Webb has said the same thing. And the most changes, I don't know. I mean, Kenny's a big change guy, but I think he's been pretty happy too. I think from what I know, he's got that transmission now. I'll go Chase, but who knows? Yeah.
Adam, what's the most significant difference between Moto Media in Europe versus the States?
Oh, we're going to get into this later.
Oh,
yeah, we're going to get into this.
That's not a 15-second answer.
No.
But
we'll pocket that. Circle back. Big Lou, what do you like and dislike about traveling in the States?
In Europe, you don't have to do connections to go anywhere. Like, no matter if it's the most ridiculous GP in the most secluded area of whatever European country, it's direct, which is better. The best part is all of the planes have Wi-Fi, which is not the case flying around Europe.
All right.
Good answer.
Steve, who is more British, Adam or Big Lou?
Oh, Adam by far. Even though Adam lives in Spain now. I mean, this guy doesn't even know the pasty.
Watch it, or it'll be handbags.
Pasty.
Pasty. Doesn't even know the pasty company from southern England.
Southeast England,
Yeah. Adam Wheeler. Yeah.
Handbags.
I mean, he doesn't know the Beatles. He doesn't know the Rolling Stones. Where do I? Yeah. What the fuck is going on with you?
Okay. We'll pocket that as well.
Yep. Adam, what should MXGPs do to fill the gates?
You know one answer.
Goodness, fill the gates. Well, abolishing the entry fee would be a quick thing, but wow, there's many tiers to that. But that's just not MXGP anymore. It's kind of an elitist exclusive series, and they're trying to have the best of the best on the track. And that's why, Lewis, we saw many problems with the lappers in the Grand Prix last weekend, which was not the case, say in Spain, which, the conditions were even more torrid. So I don't know. There are cases for and against.
Your other answer is get rid of EMX 250.
Yeah, maybe for MX2 that would work, but in MXGP the condition's been chronic for a few years.
There's a big drop off from, the top 15 back.
But it's not really a privateer sport anymore. It's I mean, Valentin Guillot is a case again for that, but it's it's not easy, and it's something I've written a lot about over the years. I still keep going round and round in circles.
All right.
Steve, have we hung any pictures or art in the apartment? Oh, I'm sorry. This is not for Steve. This is for Big Lou. Have we hung any pictures or art in the apartment? If cost was no concern, what theme would you decorate?
No, I don't see the need. I don't know why people want stuff on the walls. Like, I don't get it.
Makes it homely.
Why would I want a photo of me? Why would I want that?
Put a photo of you. You put a photo.
Well, obviously, I have the Chase Sexton / Ben Watson spirit room.
Shrine.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Which is just, wall-to-wall photos, but that doesn't count. Apart from that, I'm not interested.
Lou, you need some pinups or something.
Oh, well, that's there as well, of course.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Steve.
Yep.
Will the Deegs arrest boost his popularity, hurt it, or neither?
I think neither.
Boost.
Boost?
It will boost it.
Okay.
It won't hurt.
No, definitely not going to hurt. No. I mean, selling merch, so maybe boost, yeah.
All right, last one. Adam, who is the Steve Matthes of the MXGPs or Europe Moto Media?
I would say they have to be Lewis. There's not too many options, really.
Oh, well. Thanks. High five, everyone. We made it.
Not too many options, so it's just him.
What a stunning endorsement that was.
Who's covering it now? Like,
there's no one.
Who's doing?
Lorenzo Resta's there every week, but he's Italian. Like, as far as English speaking, there's no one there.
And MXGP Media tends to be kind of photojournalists as well.
Yeah.
So people are doing different stuff. I mean, Pascal Edica is, like an
legend.
Institution. Yeah. I mean, he is...
Does he write?
He writes, yes.
He does write,
but
in French.
Not only in French.
Right.
And he used to write for L'Equipe as well, which is, a big sports national newspaper in France, a big deal. So when motocross was in there, I don't think he does it anymore, but that made him probably the most relevant journalist in the press room.
Lewis Phillips, but there aren't many options. That's going on my resume.
Yeah. I mean,
and you're not there, that's why.
Shouldn't there be an opening for a English-speaking writing journalist to cover MXGP like MX Vice used to do with Lewis? Isn't that like a prime advertising opening for?
Yep, that's also a problem for journalism and sports coverage in general.
Yeah, honestly, advertising in Europe isn't really like you can get ads on like a show like this for like $500 a month. You know, it's compared to what sponsors are paying to be on this show or American podcasts in general.
Yeah,
it's like 25% of the money.
Oh,
Fair?
okay.
Yeah, and also just generally, I mean, I have parents, you know, where at my kid's school saying, "Oh, my son or daughter wants to be a journalist," and I say, "Well, you know, what does that mean now? You know, you have to be a multimedia specialist because earning a living or making a career just from writing is almost, it's like an obsolete form.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be quite versatile, and to work for an established media outlet producing stories, I mean, you're talking elite. I mean, it's right at the top of the pyramid. It's hard to break into.
Right.
But
there is room for it.
And on this point, obviously, me and Adam do MXGP podcast show together, which is widely successful, award-winning, like LVK.
Mm-hmm.
And we've said this on the podcast a lot, like, obviously, neither of us are at the races, but we still feel as though and know that our connections, our knowledge, our insight trumps other alternatives out there.
Right.
Like, I think we're both of the opinion that if we get to a point where we're, like, kind of just running through stuff that everyone else is saying, then we'll stop.
Yeah.
But for now, we know that we've still got a product that exceeds pretty much everything else in the market and is very valuable to MXGP fans.
Right.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
X-Brand Goggle Tariffs. Choice of champions everywhere. X-Brand Goggle Pulp Show 25. The code to save. Code to save at Fly Racing Direct is PulpMX. So go to flyracing.com, punch in PulpMX, and whether it's the Formula helmet, the Formula S helmet, which you need to read all about it, or the Evo gear, it's top of the line gear there. It can save you money on everything across all brands. And speaking of Fly Racing, it's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not too much. What's going on over there?
I just used that. I wore that kinetic mesh this weekend, and it's so good. It is
good.
Lightweight. It's so vented. God. Yep. Got the BOA on it now.
Airflow is insane. For anyone who hasn't ever used like fully ventilated gear, like pant and jersey, it's a game changer when it's hot out.
Yeah, no, I love it. So it's available now. It got debuted at Daytona, and it is available now to everybody. Use code PulpMX to save. A bunch of different color waves as well. BOA closure system on it. Someone on social media, of course, JT, you're never going to get 100% satisfaction on this, but someone on social media said to me that the BOA closure system is the reason they stopped buying Fly. And I'm like, wait, what? Like,
excuse me?
Like, I'm like, that's a great idea.
That's weird.
Yeah, totally, right? Like, okay, like maybe you don't like the BOA for whatever, but the reason you stopped buying it is BOA closure system? Like,
I wonder if people that ride Suzuki stop buying like Hondas because they got electric start.
I almost think a BOA closure system might have accidentally strangled a pet of this gentleman's or something. Like there's some sort of vendetta against BOA, or I don't know, because to be the reason you stop buying the gear is odd.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from.
But all right, Jason Thomas here on the show, flyracing.com. JT, can you believe it, man? Do you think Jorge Martin, when he gets back on that Aprilia, do you think he can win? Like, do you? What? I mean, this is unbelievable.
I mean, he could win races. Yes. Yeah, he's supremely talented, and I think, Adam knows much more than me, but there are tracks. MotoGP is different than Moto, where certain motorcycles really favor certain racetracks. So, yeah, he's certainly capable. There's no doubt about his talent level.
And with that, I'm out.
You made him laugh.
What?
You made him laugh.
I made him laugh, yeah. But no, listen, but I do know who Marc Marquez is, and I know the story of getting out of this Honda deal to get on a second-rate Ducati because they were so damn good. But then Adam goes to the MotoGP races now. Unfortunately, we've lost him. Did go to Birmingham. But Adam was telling me that Marquez has now crushed the first two rounds on a full factory Ducati, like the modern bike, the new model. And now this dude at 30-something years old is showing who's the man is.
Yeah, I mean, from my uneducated perspective, he's the most talented racer I've ever seen. He could do things on a motorcycle, and I rode with him at Valentino Rossi's place on a dirt bike, on a flat track bike. I've seen him ride different things, and he could do things that are not normal, like this. And I'm talking about amongst like some of the most talented people I've ever seen. He looks different, and so when you give him the best motorcycle in the paddock, yeah, it's a pretty pretty difficult situation for everybody else to contend with. He's been on a Honda, which I would love to hear Adam's kind of take on Honda HRC's MotoGP existence right now, because it seems pretty miserable. But the guy's a freak. He's seriously, he's the best I've seen, and I've seen some pretty good guys the last 12 years I've been watching it.
The reason our listeners may be like, going, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Is because Adam Wheeler here is a very deep involved in the MotoGP road racing circuit, street bike racing. He's written a book, Motorcycle Grand Prix Insider Stories from World Championship Racing, available now at Amazon.
In 2 days. If you've got a Kindle or an iPad or tablet, then you can get it in 2 days.
All right. And tell us a little bit, Adam, what the book's about. Like, it's not just, it's sort of a year in the life of a series, or
sort of. There's 2 really good sport books. One called All Played Out by a writer who followed the England soccer team at the 1990 World Cup. And he kind of had access to the players, and he was submerged in the tournament, and he gave this kind of almost like a diary.
Yep.
And there was another one, Racers, by a journalist in F1 called Richard Williams, and he was writing around the time of Schumacher, Hill, Senna.
Yep.
And he again gave this inside account of being in the sport, in the paddock and stuff like that. So they were kind of like the inspirations for this, and it's just, there's almost like over 40 interviews for it, and it tackles themes to do with Ducati's emergence as like a world power, which now you can see them spreading into off-road. Maybe it was some of the reason for them wanting to branch into off-road. Also, just things like safety, why motorcycle races on the road are slightly different to other motorcycle races. I spoke to Jorge Prado as well and said to him, what is it kind of special about you compared to normal guys? So there's themes and topics all the way through. And as we were talking about with media a moment ago, one reason for wanting to write this was because there's a feeling that people aren't reading so much anymore. Long form content is sort of difficult to come by, and it's difficult to write it and invest the time in it and get paid for it. So that was like a project of passion, but also frustration.
So how long did it take you to write the book?
From pitching the idea, signing the deal to completion, about 15, 16 months.
Yeah. Not a lot of money in it either for books, from what I understand, right? Like you get paid a little bit, but it's not.
Yeah, you get like an upfront fee. You also, I had a couple of thousand more for the audio version.
Yeah.
And it was quite funny because I had 3 actors send me their audio files, and I'd sent through actually like an audio guide to the pronunciations. I should send to you actually, Steve. It would have been quite amusing for the pronunciation of certain names.
I could have done it. Yeah.
In each chapter.
You got Quartararo dialed.
Yeah. Quartararo.
Quartararo.
I love the Italian.
You could have sent it to Ferrato for the click version for that audio.
Yeah.
But I had these 3 files, and I chose the guy who I thought, it sounded, younger.
Yeah.
And then also had the pronunciation dialed. I thought, right, okay, the guy's obviously listened to some of it and done a bit of prep. So the audio version is coming out as well.
Nice. Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's a real book, Lewis.
Well, and most importantly, we're featured.
We are. Yep. We're in the acknowledgements.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Front and center.
Kind of pissed at Lewis's name before me, Adam.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Steve. JT's mentioned there as well. Actually, I have a question for JT. JT, why is your street bike secret?
You're delving into the madness that is Steve Matthes. There is no secrecy to the street bike. The only reason he says that is because he didn't know I had one. That's literally it. Like everyone else knows I have one.
You've never posted photos of it? You've never posted photos of it? You never talked about it? No one knew?
There is a photo on my Instagram of this street bike.
Oh, wow.
Well,
There's literally a photo on my Instagram of my street bike.
I think that was taken since we were all shocked with this news.
It was taken in like 2016 when I bought it.
Okay, well, fair point. Wygant was just as shocked.
I don't know what to tell you. Maybe pay attention.
Okay, well, Wygant was just the same. It was like, whoa, what?
When's the last time you rode a street bike?
Oh, geez. Yeah, great question. I don't know. Yep.
When I was like 4.
That's not technically a street bike.
Yeah.
No, I was on. Well, let's say 8. I was on the back.
I had a YSR 50 for a while, and a YSR 80 when I was like 18, 20.
Okay.
I had a buddy's Gixxer for a while, GSXR for a little while, for like a few weeks, like around 20 to years old, around there.
And it never did anything for you. Never thought, this is great, and I need to make it part of my.
No, not really.
Oh, okay.
I think I'd be into it now. Like what, like JT guy would dudes around JT's area, they go on the mountain rides, right? And it's beautiful up there in Idaho. And
touring.
Yeah, Bradshaw's told me about it. You don't really ride the street racer bikes, you ride touring bikes, you know, and it sounds really fun. So I might be into that.
Like a Multistrada or a GS.
Right.
You know, it's like a KTM Super Adventure or something.
The Yamaha, what the hell's it called?
Super Tenere.
Tenere, yeah. Those things look fun.
Yeah.
So
you should have to talk with Eric Pernard as well. I mean, he set up all those tours back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll sort of give some tips as well.
Yeah.
If you'd like to learn more about the headlights, I can arrange for you to go to KTM.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Adam, about MotoGP. A lot of times in America, in different race series, NASCAR, IndyCar, F1 will do this too, actually. If an OEM starts getting an advantage, they'll curtail it back a little bit to help other companies involved. This has been 3 or 4 years, correct me if I'm wrong, on Ducati being the bike to have.
Yeah.
And nothing's changing? Like the guys at Dorna aren't doing anything?
No, MotoGP has a concessions rule, and that limits the amount of days a brand can test, how many tyres they have to test. And, for example, the Japanese, because they've been so far behind, Yamaha and Honda with HRC, you know, they're allowed to do more development work.
Okay.
I mean, there's an engine freeze for this year and for next year, and in 2027, MotoGP, the parameters of it changed quite significantly. You know, they're going to 850cc capacity. They'll be changing control tyres as well from Michelin to Pirelli. You know, there's going to be a curb on...
huge changes.
Yeah, huge changes. And there's going to be a curb on things like, at the moment, they have these ride height devices that are sort of semi-automatic in some cases. That's going to be a radical shift. So, I mean, the way the MotoGP is now with Ducati ruling everything could, you know, suddenly lurch right into the favour of somebody else in
But that's still like I said, it's not really adjusting on like a year-to-year basis. This has been a numerous years where Ducati's
But depending on your results on a given season, the next year affects your concessions.
To
be able to. But the problem is,
so they have been changing concessions, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, for the riders in HRC and Yamaha, Fabio Quartararo was testing. I mean, he put in some serious work in 2024 because he was testing repeatedly as well as racing, doing 20 Grand Prix plus all the stuff, you know, necessary to try and drag Yamaha back to sort of, you know, competence and competitiveness. So it's that does exist to try and help the factories. But then Ducati, with the GP24, the version of the bike that won the championship last year, is probably the most perfect Grand Prix bike ever built. Certainly of the modern era. And
so
so
when you add Marquez to that, who JT just finished telling us, it's curtains for these other guys.
And like Honda, to answer JT's question, I mean, they've been searching desperately for rear grip, and you know, with the Control Michelin tires, getting that formula correct is something that Ducati have been able to ace just through their electronics and having a bigger data pool. Because when you have 8 bikes on the grid, this year's only 6. You have that much more data to pull from, different riding styles, different inputs, and that's where they managed to make hay. And they did that because the satellite teams were able to pick and choose which manufacturer to go for, and due to maybe some conservatism from the Japanese, I mean, they used to have 4 Yamahas on the grid, they went to 2 for a couple of years. Ducati just stole a march.
And then JT, it's odd to see Honda behind the 8 ball when it comes to something like this, which involves technology.
Well, yeah, it's shifted. When I first started watching, Honda was dominating, and Ducati was pretty strong. Casey Stoner was really impressive, but Honda was the bike to have. They had a specific valve setup that nobody else really had. Their technology. And then Yamaha kind of got back into the game. Lorenzo and Rossi were kind of back in the 2015, 2016 era. And Ducati was off the back end. They were the one getting concessions. They were getting extra fuel so they could, run different fuel maps. And they were the ones that were getting all the help. And all of that has been flipped on its head. Like, those teams are now, Honda and Yamaha are nowhere, really. Their bikes are nowhere. They're not even competitive. You can take an alien like Marquez, and maybe he can find a way onto the podium. But a normal racer, they are fighting, with the French guy this weekend was pretty good.
Johan Zarco.
Yeah, Zarco. He was pretty good. Like, that was impressive. I think that was kind of a sign that maybe they're figuring something out. But to me, it's, from the outside looking in, it's crazy how those concessions 10 years ago have turned into what this is now, where Ducati, regardless, GP23, GP24, GP25, they just dominate everything. It's wild.
Yeah, before Ducati came along, Honda were traditionally the fastest bike on the grid, and now they're the slowest through the speed trap.
Lewis, I follow F1 like from a 30,000 foot view. I read the race recaps.
Drive to Survive. Do you like that?
Yeah, it's all right. I didn't watch the last season, but I would, Adam, what the hell are you doing? Like, Lewis, I would hate covering this sport. You're going into every weekend being like, Ducati, the Hondas are shit. Like, I don't care if Jesus Christ himself is on the Honda, he ain't winning. Like, we go to Supercrosses, we go to Birmingham, we go to Millville. You're like, holy shit, like, the athlete is what makes the difference. And the bikes, yes, there's a difference in bikes. Here's where Lewis shits on the beta. But, like, there's a difference in bikes, but it ain't that big of a deal. But I would not want to cover the sport going into every weekend, sort of preordained what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Ducati Cup.
Okay.
That's what we kind of call it inside there. But that's just one of the narratives. So when you're working in MotoGP in the paddock, there's different things, and also it boils down to the same thing as Supercross. Like I was saying earlier, watching Sexton in that first main in Birmingham, you watch Pecco Bagnaia or Marc Marquez or Jorge Martin like absolutely stretch to complete
what
physical
was that first
limits. Pecco Bagnaia.
What?
No.
Pecco?
Help me out, JT.
His real name is Francesco.
Yeah.
Where does the P come from?
It's just
his
like a
nickname is
nickname.
Pecco.
Yeah.
Pecco. What's his last name?
Bagnaia.
Bagnaia?
Bagnaia. Yeah, spelled Bagnaia.
Sounds like a tribe you'd find deep in the Amazon or something.
Yeah. Pecco Bagnaia.
That's what they chant as they come with you with their spears.
When's the next ad break?
I don't know, man.
No, but you just seeing guys do almost impossible things. That's
but I don't know. I just love our sport of motocross, and this also goes sort of what to talk about MXGP, but you said earlier about the privateers. It's not a privateer sport anymore. I also love the American version of like some dude can show up at Lakewood and go 14-12 out of the back of his truck because he knows that track and he's in great shape and he's got a Cowie with a muffler on it, and I love that about motocross. And the privateers can do that, and I love the fact that our sport is, the machine doesn't matter as much.
Yeah.
I just love all that about our sport. F1's interesting this year a little bit more. So, with the Red Bulls not, having an advantage anymore. But like, God, yeah, I wouldn't want to cover that sport.
That's just changing of the tide. But the thing is, the machinery becomes part of one of the characters of the sport. So you almost have to pay attention to it. And this stuff is multi-million euro development. And that's also exotic and interesting. And you could go, that privateer is using a stock Honda. There's nothing sexy about that.
But it just means he's gnarly. It just means he's awesome.
That's just like one story.
Yeah.
You can have a really gnarly, awesome rider on like, a developing bike that was crap maybe 6 GPs ago, but now they found something and it's amazing.
Yeah.
And then you watch him, just existing within tenths of a second of, another rider. It's that's enthralling.
JT, do you get into that part of it too? Like what Adam's saying about MotoGP?
I mean, I do, but I'm also, half a world away. So it's hard for me to really know what's going on unless really television covers it. The television coverage is about the extent that I'm getting. So I do like it. I like to follow along, but the depth of what I'm learning is pretty surface level too.
Okay. But are you as passionate as Adam with all the stuff we just talked about, the machines being such a difference? Like, are you just still all into it? Like, or do you, I know many times, JT, you've talked about getting up early in the morning to watch MotoGP. Like, that's how much of a fan you are into it. And does that not bother you, or you're fine with all that?
Well, I wish there was the bikes were more competitive. It does get a little redundant with Ducati being so heavy-handed. But I think you learn, for me, I got to go to Rossi's house in 2014. And even that day when I was, we rode twice, Pecco Bagnaia was there. He was 14 years old, and I was riding with him. I didn't even know who he was at the time, but on our timesheets from that day, he's on there. He was, like down near the bottom, but all of the guys, well, not all of them, but most of the guys that are racing now, from Morbidelli to Marquez, some of them are now gone. Rossi's retired. But most of those guys were riding that day at Rossi's house, so I have some sort of, like connection with them. Like I know Jack Miller personally, that helps me be more into it. Is I've seen these guys. I partied with them in Austin and other, going back to Laguna. I partied with these guys, so I have more to it than just, oh yeah, look at those guys that I can't pronounce their names. Like for me, it's a little bit different than that.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing to sort of answer your question a little bit, Steve, I wanted to do with the book is quite a bit of it is psychological and trying to explain why these guys race at 225 mile an hour and, what kind of makes them a little bit special, why some of them are really big into, riding dirt bikes, how they sort of apply that. That kind of reason for being, that's one of the themes in the book. So it's that's what I wanted to explore as well. What kind of person really dedicates himself to that sort of lifestyle, because when they come off these things, it's pretty gnarly.
Could Lewis finish top 20 on a Ducati?
I don't even know where to start with that question.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Also, so Rossi, I was at Yamaha when Rossi was the man. And he came to the shop a couple times, and I met him. Nice guy. And then the road race guys would literally start jerking off when they heard Rossi was coming. Like it was the biggest deal for them, right?
Yeah, he's like Michael Jordan of racing.
Right. And he did a signing at Yamaha and everything else. And me and the dirt bike guys were like, cool, whatever. So I know Rossi was a huge deal just from these guys. And obviously, but JT just mentioned earlier that Marquez is maybe the best ever.
Yeah.
Better than Rossi? And then can you even compare him to Eddie Lawson and Rainey and Mick Doohan and those dudes, or is that like talking about Bob Hanna to Eli Tomac?
The biggest thing that Mark has done, aside from win, all those championships and races, is he changed the style of the sport. The way people were riding, changed the parameters of performance. He's 32 years old. He's still
a little bit like Jet then, a little bit like where?
Yeah, I mean Jet. Yeah, and also Mark was one in his debut year when he was sort of 20 years old, set the record. So he's a generational thing.
Okay.
And for that, for me, he's
whereas
the
Rossi
greatest.
was a little bit of more of a climb, right?
Yeah, and also I think Mark has beaten better riders than Rossi had to deal with. That's another factor. But this sport, Steve, it's so recency bias.
Yeah,
I mean, how long ago was it where we were marveling at Stefan Everts and the fact that he was racing at Madley Basin with his feet on the pegs and just looking like utter class, unbeatable. But now it's hard to think about him when we're talking about Hurlings or we're talking about Cairoli.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing with like Carmichael, McGrath. History is not kind to sort of the impact that these guys had. So it's very tempting to say, Marquez is the greatest ever, without kind of forgetting that Rossi, had a 10-second time penalty at the 2003, I think, Australian Grand Prix, and then just put the hammer down and managed to win by enough distance that he discounted that penalty and still had P1.
Right. So it is like Moto where it's.
Your buddy Eddie Lawson.
Yeah.
I mean, to go from a Yamaha to a Honda and win back-to-back championships with different manufacturers.
Yeah.
First to do so.
I did a podcast with Eddie Lawson. I was really proud of it. I put a lot of work into that. I read a lot of cycle news to get some info for that. I think I asked you about it.
It also changed a lot too, Steve. And this is my interpretation, so please correct me if I'm wrong, Adam. But when Adam's saying like the style of racing, Marquez brought this flat track inspired way of racing MotoGP to that I don't know that was there before. You look at the way he kind of drifts and pushes. I don't know.
I was going to ask you, what do you mean? You mean drifting, like pushing the rear wheel out, like that kind of flat track stuff?
Like before him, I don't know that there was this huge flat track influence there is now. Like that seems to be the way that guys train and find the feeling of MotoGP. Was that always a thing?
Yeah, I mean, the American era, of course, Lawson, Rainey, Schwantz, these guys, Mick Doohan with a dirt track background. The natural successor to that was Casey Stoner, and then Mark just brought a different way into riding. What he was doing with the front end, the braking, he was going into corners, the lean angle that he had, and he had this very distinctive style of every Grand Prix going into the sessions, finding the limit, sometimes crashing, sometimes saving it. If you look at his saves, they're sort of legendary.
Unbelievable.
On social media.
Unbelievable.
Then he would say to us in the media, I've kind of found my limit, and then that would be it. And of course, that can bite you. And he had, 4 years of multiple operations on his arm, and that's why this year could be pretty relentless in terms of the results he achieves, but it'll still be a good comeback story if he does it.
How many years between titles, if he right now?
2019, he swept the board.
Okay.
I think he was it was P1 or P2 in 19 of 20 rounds.
So 5 years.
Yeah. So in 2020, he
Has that ever, I wonder if a rider's ever gone 5 years without winning and won the title.
Yeah.
Oh, it has happened.
Correct. No, I'm saying it's a good question.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to go back some way.
You don't see that happen at that level, right?
I mean, think about this, and Adam, I would love to ask you this. He gave up a $20 million a year Honda contract.
More
Yeah,
than that.
okay. So he left a year early. He's like, nope, I'm out of here. Keep your money. And at one point, I had heard that he was going to have to give some money back, basically because of the black eye that he was going to give Honda for leaving a contract early. And you think about Japanese culture, respect is everything, reputation is everything, perception is everything. To leave a contract before it's even expired when you've got the highest paying contract ever, what that says about the Honda program couldn't have left a good taste in their mouth. And then I think for everybody watching, you're like, man, this guy is overriding the motorcycle so much to try to be competitive here, and it's about to kill him. And then you see him get on a Ducati, and it's like, oh, there he is again.
Yeah.
There's the guy. There's the guy that we saw win all those races again. That was a crazy dynamic to watch from the outside. To leave Honda HRC, right? We all know what that means. Simply because they couldn't get it together. Like, they could not create a competitive motorcycle that could allow one of the best riders of all time to even be in the fight.
Or even Adam said he left Red Bull too. Like, he just was like, yeah, okay, fine, I got to leave Red Bull. Also like.
And it seems like Adam is. Repsol was like, yeah, if Mark's out, we're out as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have my own personal views on Repsol, but it's I think just the decline of HRC that was sort of.
Is this Roger's fault? Can we blame this on Roger?
No. Roger's HRC. He's nothing to do with Repsol.
No, but on Honda's MotoGP effort.
Let's blame Roger.
Can we blame Roger?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Roger Harvey.
Yeah.
Big problem.
HRC's never been the same since they brought him in.
But the head of the motocross program, Taichi-san, is now head of HRC in general. So he is the one responsible for bringing HRC back.
Okay.
It's funny because at MotoGP I sort of see him and sort of we wave at each other because we know each other from MXGP.
Right.
And I kind of think, wow, you're a really big deal.
What about Toru? Can we get Toru over there? JT? Toru?
They might need
him. I wanted to ask you this, Adam, and it was the one question I had coming into this, knowing we were going to talk MotoGP. So, Ducati, their motocross program, is run by Paolo Ciabatti.
Yeah.
For anyone who hasn't paid attention to MotoGP, he was a instrumental part. And Gigi Dall'Igna, and of course there's a million people there, but Ciabatti was a big part of it. No matter what, he was a part of that winning formula. And he goes to the off-road program. And I was told, I don't know if this is true, I was told that a big reason he left was that they signed Marquez, and he wasn't thrilled about the decision to sign Marquez. That's what I heard. Don't know if it's true.
I think he was.
But
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I think he was pretty much out of the loop before then. But then, he's formed part of this alliance right at the top of Ducati with Claudio Domenicali, the CEO, who's the guy who's hired Gigi Dall'Igna from Aprilia, who's the guy who created this motorcycle, and Davide Tardozzi, the team manager at Ducati Lenovo as well. I mean, don't underestimate his input into choosing the riders. But yeah, Ciabatti, I think, was a little bit. He had done his stint in MotoGP. He wanted like a fresher challenge. Right. He's helping Ducati, of course, with their motocross program, as you mentioned, JT. But the reason that Ducati had dominated MotoGP now is because of the strategy that he helped put in place of making sure that satellite teams had older machinery but still very capable motorcycles, and then Ducati had this huge web of data and information.
Okay, so here's the question: is there a pathway where Ducati can develop a motocross bike that will follow the same road that they've gone down to MotoGP, where it will be the best motocross bike in the paddock, or is the equipment not as big of a part of the equation? Like, can they build it'll just be a pretty good bike, but it's not really any better, or is there a real possibility that they will rewrite the kind of math here on how to build a bike, and in 10 years, just like in MotoGP, we're going to go, wow, the Ducati is the best bike in the paddock by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Ducati are like a premium brand. I mean, for their excellence in World Superbike, and also they have the Moto E bikes in MotoGP, and of course their success in the World Championship in Grand Prix racing. You know, their motocross program is still following that template of having the most luxurious, exotic, highly developed machinery in the gate or the grid. And I think, you know, it's hard to do. I don't think they're going for mass production numbers and huge shifting of units. You know, it's more kind of appealing to the high-end motocross customer, and it remains to be seen whether that strategy will be a good one or not. I think it's just like a step up in terms of exclusivity over Triumph, say. But you know, it's a way of also. I mean, I interviewed Domenicali 2 years ago, and sections of it went into this book, and he was explaining that it was just a way to hook up Ducati with another demographic, a younger one. I mean, you get kids, of course, watching MotoGP, but then you get many more, you know, engaging and watching a motocross. So I think they wanted to put Ducati as a brand in the mind of that different kind of customer clientele, JT. So I think, you know, the likes of Matteo Guadagnini taking results like he did, you know, in France over the weekend, having an ambassador like Jeremy Sewer is going to make...
ambassador.
You know, yeah.
Not a racer?
Oh,
just an ambassador?
He's multifaceted.
Okay. Just wondering if you're already talking about that phase of his career. He's just sort of an ambassador
Lewis
now.
kind of set up there. I woke him up.
Fucking love Jeremy.
I'm not disparaging him at all. Yeah.
It's been a rough start. Been a little rough start.
He's good.
Okay.
But how many teams do you reckon are going to run Desmo 450 MXs in the future? It's hard to imagine it would be like MotoGP where it's half the paddock.
What, you mean as in like whether KTM will introduce their own Desmo engine or just Ducati
No,
teams?
I mean the Ducati bike. I mean, yeah, they're going to have a factory team.
Would
it be like Beta or Triumph where it's just...
From my talks with people over here, I've talked to them, they are going in pretty conservatively, and they're looking for, you know, a partner like Troy Lee to take a lot of the responsibility on. So I don't think there's going to be bikes and parts everywhere, you know?
From what I know from their contract negotiations with people, they've basically said to people, like, we don't have money until we sell bikes, so we're out. Rather than, we don't have money until we sell bikes, but here, take a load of our money now and we'll make it back.
JT, to answer your question, though, a little bit, in my opinion, like, the backwards motor on the Yamaha, especially on the smaller bike, on the 250F, is a groundbreaking way. You can get all the air in there that you need. You can turn the throttle body around and have it go straight down into the motor. It's a superior design, and we haven't seen anybody copy that thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, if let's say the Desmo thing, and you know, it's fantastic for the over rev, and it's got a real easy system from what I've read about it as far as to how to work on it and trouble free and everything else. You can rev it to the moon.
But it's pricey.
It's pricey, but like, I don't know, like if the manufacturers haven't turned their 250F motors around like Yamaha, because it's a clear advantage, then I don't know if they're going to start running Desmo if Desmo turns out to be amazing, you know? Like, these guys are really set in their ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, when did Yamaha introduce that? 2009, I want to say?
2010 on the 450, and then 2012 or something, or 2013 on the 250.
Right. I'm sure we saw GP racing in 2009.
Yeah. And, like, look at a hydraulic clutch. Like, goddamn, KTM had a hydraulic clutch forever, and they worked really good in certain spots. And it took the Japanese so long to put one on because I think they were like, it's not our idea. We don't want to copy.
But oddly then, Suzuki were the first ones to have fuel injection on the 450s in GPs.
Yeah.
But then, you know, as we saw, well.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, the conservatism is something that's, you know, tainted them a little bit in MotoGP now as well.
Yeah. Speaking of that, KTM, we obviously saw the news about them getting a little bit of help with the banking and their financial situation. Are they still going MotoGPing? Like, there's no talk about folding that thing up?
No.
Okay.
For the moment, there's the commitment there. It's part of the business plan. It's part of the promotion. It's the biggest promotional window for, you know, that type of... And while they're still making street bikes, it makes sense.
Yep.
But then who knows what their strategy will be in a year's time.
Sure.
But then, you know, they have also arguably the Jet Lawrence of MotoGP in their stable, you know, in Pedro Acosta. I mean, he's a guy, in 4 years of Grand Prix racing has won, you know, 2 titles.
Oh, okay. So he's an up-and-coming.
He was Rookie of the Year last year.
Okay.
Finished on the podium in 5 or 6 races. So it'd be interesting to see what they do to hang on to him and how they can appease him and give him a bike that's competitive.
Flyracing.com. Use code PulpMX when you check out. JT, we've got a couple phone calls for you. First up, Ryan's on 3. Ryan, what's up? You're on the line with Jason Thomas. What do you want to talk to him about?
Yeah, I got like a question and a half, I guess.
Yeah.
But I was watching the MXGPs in Spain, and it made me wonder if JT had any days off.
No.
We get a week off. And
No.
He didn't take any time off
No,
ever.
I'm on the Bill Belichick program. No days off, pretty much.
Like you and Dan
I feel like-
Truman, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I feel like Steve, when he worked at Yamaha, like Sunday afternoon is kind of my day off. Like you get a half a
Well, you
day.
saw the review
and then it's
podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Right back
no.
to it.
Yeah, JT doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. No, I mean I'm a victim of my own, plan. Like I could take more time off than I do if I really wanted to, but the simple fact is I love the things that we're doing, and I don't like saying no to opportunities also. So it's very much my own fault as well.
When can you ever take a nap?
I'm very opportunistic with naps. I'll take one pretty much anywhere at any time, given the opportunity. But yeah, it's I do love a good nap.
He has an early bedtime due to his workout / stock schedule, stock market schedule. So the review pods are often a source of like we can't go too late for him. So.
Well, even from the race in
no.
Spain, JT was making a podcast for his industry seating podcast.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like that's crazy. But anyways, this is my question. But yeah, I mean, working with Paul Mahon has to be unbelievable. I have no idea how he spends the whole weekend talking to himself, but he doesn't even have pit reporters to talk to or anything. But what is it like working with Paul in the booth?
Adam's done it as well.
Yeah.
My experience has been tremendous. And I've been fortunate enough to be doing these off and on with him since 2018. So we found a lot of, actually 2017 at Jacksonville was the first one, but we found a rhythm together, and I know now kind of when he's going to open the door for me to talk. I know that, he's had so many years of habit forming of carrying the entire show. So that's going to always be his fallback, is to carry everything and cover everything. And he has to basically break out of that to set me up to talk. So I'm very aware that it's coming. And I've learned that, and he's kind of learned how we each other talk. And it's the same thing as like our review show. We understand each other's sentence forming and how our thoughts work. So we know when each other are going to stop talking most of the time, and we know when we should be able to pick it up and where they're leading us to and all those types of things, which is just repetition and time, just time, doing the same thing with someone. But he's always been remarkably kind to me, generous, patient, welcoming. I have nothing but good things to say about that guy.
I mean, Paul spends all weekend in a tiny little, it is a broom cupboard. There's barely room for two people inside there. And, the walls are covered with statistics and papers. I mean, his preparation is first class, and he's a world champion talker. He can just, he hikes up the drama when he needs to, and, when a race is quite flat, he still have personal anecdotes or kind of other trivia to bring about riders and situations. I can't speak highly enough of him. He's great.
I make jokes about him.
He's a badass motocross rider too, right?
Oh yeah, he was a great rider. I make jokes about him, like get him some help, but I don't think he wants help. I don't think he wants a partner.
I don't think he needs it or seeks it.
Yeah.
But I think the MXGP is better for JT being there and them sharing the load.
But, dude, yeah. Paul's just the women's and the EMX 125 and the EMX 85. He's just calling it all, dude. He's just anything. Yeah, it's incredible. Thanks for the call, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. 702-586. Last question here for Jason Thomas from Sean. What's up, Sean? What's your comment, question, concern for JT?
What up, JT? I just wanted to ask you about the evolution of Fly, really. I'd say nowadays y'all are definitely like a top 3 brand in the sport, in my opinion. What changes, I guess, behind the scenes do y'all make, from the past, 8 years or so? Because, back then y'all were definitely not, I would say, the best looking or, the best fit. But nowadays it's very, high caliber, supreme brand. What changes are made to get to that level?
Yeah, there's a lot to that. It's like asking how do you do anything. There's so many people involved and so many steps to it. first and foremost, you need people that are in influential positions that are willing to invest in the brand, because you need a really strong design team, development team that can bring about those developments, right? People that are going to search out partnerships with, BOA, which unfortunately for that gentleman was the reason he left us. But, to create the Formula helmet, you need to send people around the globe to trade shows and learn about what new technologies are out there, and endless amounts of R&D dollars for testing, and you just burn through money and wasted products and dead-end roads. And that's just on the product side. You think about the marketing side, how much money, being on, we've been with Steve for how long, Steve? 13 years or something? I don't even know.
15,
on all of his, all of your shows. We're a gigantic sponsor of Monster Energy Supercross and Super Motocross World Championship, and we just renewed our deal for Pro Motocross and Amateur Motocross. We send this trucks all over the country, and representatives, there's so much money spent to create brand awareness and win over hearts and minds of, we believe our products can stand on their own, but you need to give people a reason to try it and create confidence that their hard-earned money is going to be worth the spend, and that stuff takes time. When fly racing started, you think about Fox, you think about Answer, Thor. These brands had all been around for 20-plus years when fly started. So we were way behind, and that was long before I was there, but they were so far behind everybody else in that equation and that process. I think now you're just kind of getting on equal footing. The brand's 27 years in, and now that the time frame isn't a part of the equation anymore. It can stand on its own 2 feet, and now it's a little bit more of a fair fight with everybody, versus we were just kind of always chasing these behemoths for brand awareness. Well, now we've been around. We've been a part of Supercross for 6 years. If you haven't heard of fly racing by now, I don't know that you're going to. So it's just a little bit more of kind of our time to truly be in the fight than anything else.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah.
And would you say that the design has really taken a step up, and do y'all have the same designers now that you did back then, or is that like a big process trying to get that to the level that it is today?
No, it has. That's been a big part of the steps forward. We work with a gentleman, and I won't drop his name because I don't even know if he wants it out there, but he's been a huge part of the sport for, 25 years on the design side, and he is a very big part of our team now for our look and feel. And there's no doubt in my mind, and I played a very big part of bringing him in, because when he became available, I pounded the table saying that we need this guy on our team. Like, if this guy's willing to be a part of our team, for the love of God, please someone hand me a check so we can make this happen.
Okay.
And thankfully it worked out. And I think the look and the steps forward have, I don't need to tell you about it. You can see it, but yes,
it's very noticeable.
To your question, to your question, absolutely. We have brought in the guy that I think is the best in the business, and the rest has been history since then.
All right, cool.
Sweet.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for the call, man.
Appreciate it.
Or, Sean, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, JT, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. It is past your bedtime there for sure. We appreciate it, though, for coming on. And Motorcycle Grand Prix, check out the book, too, from Adam Wheeler. JT, are you gonna get a copy? Is JT going to get a copy?
He's getting a copy.
He's getting a copy? Okay.
I'm gonna buy one. That's how we roll.
No, you don't need to. I want for you, JT.
Yeah.
You're in acknowledgements as well.
But I support my friends. Got you.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the time. Appreciate
All
it.
right, guys.
All right.
See ya.
That's Jason Thomas, everybody. We're going to give away 2 copies.
Yep.
Motorcycle Grand Prix, Insider Stories from the World Championship Racing. How do we want to do that? What's your plan for that? What
I don't mind. What can we do? Don't need to ask a question.
Let's do this. Let's do 1 email and 1 live listener if we can.
Okay.
Let's do Mark's computer screen. What caller? Fifth caller?
Yeah.
5th caller. All right. 5th caller gets a book from Adam Wheeler on the Motorcycle Grand Prix, 702-586-7857. And then let's do how many Grand Prix wins does Marc Marquez have in his career? For a trivia question on contest at PulpMX.com.
Yeah,
Pretty
well,
easy.
how many championships he's won? Maybe
Championships. Okay.
Yeah.
How many championships has Mark Marquez won? Contest at PulpMX.com. We'll pick a random winner on that, and we'll give it that winner also a book of Adam Wheeler. So Kindle, Amazon, iPad, audio. Yeah, 2 days.
Yep.
How much
this
is
Friday.
it? How much is it?
It's £20. So what's that, Lewis?
Okay.
$24?
Yeah, 26.
Okay. All right.
Well, that's the hardback as well. If it comes out in paperback, or obviously in Kindle version, it's cheaper.
Are you leaving me the 2 copies here?
Yes.
Okay. Sign them. Okay,
Really?
sign 'em. Yeah, for sure, right?
Doesn't devalue them?
No, it doesn't
Right, okay.
devalue them.
Okay.
No. So we'll get them signed, by the way, too. So thank you, Adam, for that, and congrats on the book, man. It's cool.
Thank you.
Luxon clamps, by the way, Pulp 2025 is the code to save. Phil Nicoletti using Luxon and a Club MX guys, and a lot of teams using Luxon clamps. Luxon uses advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest, lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve your rider comfort and handling. Use the code PULP 2025 to save. Thank you to Ethica as well. PulpMX20 at Ethica.com. Great underwear, great lifestyle brand, sweats, all of it. Hoodies, I love the hoodies they got. Ethica.com for more information. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Time for the Race Tech rant. I think we all got them tonight, right? I believe.
Yep.
We're all in line. Racetech.com. Tell me to listen to Pulp to save with those guys. And Race Tech rant. Get your suspension or motor work dialed in. So thank you to Race Tech. They've been around for a long time. We appreciate it. All right, my rant is this. And this is why, like, there's parts of our sport that I love how unprofessional they are, where we have a guy named, Daddy McSwag Daddy.
Shaw Daddy Shaw.
Shaw Daddy Shaw. Because, Lane Shaw was on pain medicine when he entered, and we just run his name on the entry list. I love that we're so unprofessional that we do that. And I love that we're so unprofessional that I can have Benny Bloss on here talk about number one rider, and jerk around with these guys. Like we're not, you don't have that relationship with Mark Marquez, right? But we can do that on our sport because it's at the end of it, our sport is kind of not that professional. And I like it that way. But my Race Tech rant, the one thing I've been after is, obviously, look, the Feld guy stepped up with new timing and scoring and new result sheet. It's a much better improvement, things like that. But here's where it just drives me fucking crazy. So at Glendale, Triple Crown format, top 18 go right into the main show, and then they take 4 from the LCQs. Well, at Glendale, I don't remember who, but someone got injured at Glendale, and so I was like, okay, well, what's the program? Somebody who's in the top 18 got injured. So then it was like, okay, well, we're going to take 5 from the LCQ. Okay, who knew? But, we found out afterwards that the 5th place guy got in through Glendale. This is 2 months ago. So I was thinking to myself, well, I don't know if that's happened before. Let's cut him some slack. Let's cut him a break.
Unusual situation.
Yeah, maybe a little unusual situation that a rider qualified and got hurt. Well, this past weekend, Max Anstey breaks his leg, and he qualifies in the top 18. So now I'm like, okay, well, now 5th in the LCQ gets in. I was tweeting about this a little bit. Now, I asked somebody, and I wanted to double check on this because I wasn't exactly sure. So I texted somebody who would know, what are we doing? Do we take the 19 from qualifying? Because, there's one gone.
Yep.
And then 4 out of the LCQs. And this person told me, no, listen, we are taking them from the qualifying. And I'm like, because I do seem to remember Glendale was out of the LCQ. But, hey, maybe things changed and the protocol changed. So then I tweeted that out. Well, this person made a mistake. It's an official, and it happens.
Okay.
They made a mistake. They hit me back 20 minutes later and said, oh, no, it's coming out of the LCQ like we did at Glendale. So top 5 out of the LCQ. So Max Anstey's gone, and we're taking 5 out of the LCQ. Okay, cool. Does anybody tell the fucking announcers? No. No one, Bondo's in charge of the TV show. Does anyone tell Bondo that Max Anstey qualified and broke his leg and we're taking 5 from the LCQ? Nope. So the graphic comes on the screen, and they got to cut off at 4 because got to get that 4 spot is what you need. Ricky and Lee are calling the action. I know this. I know it's 5th now because I've double checked and I've checked, and even though I was told wrong, I still was on the fence about it. And Ricky and Lee have no fucking clue. So the TV could have been focusing on the battle of 5th or 6th, but they weren't because they didn't know that 5th got in. They just got 4th got in. And they're talking, and they're talking about the last place guy, and it's like, AMA knows what the rule is. Bondo should have known from Phoenix what was happening. We all knew Max Anstey's a high-profile rider. We saw him break his leg. We know he's out. And I'm just like, fuck, man. Like, why doesn't someone remind the TV crew, or why doesn't the TV crew know, or why doesn't Ricky or Lee know? Why doesn't anybody fucking know? Why does Steve Matthes on his couch know? But who, by the way, he got the wrong information at first. Okay, he got the wrong information at first, but he was corrected. No one knows that fifth. So my question then goes, does the fifth place guy know? That don't kill yourself trying to quad something because you're in.
Yeah.
And like, I remember in my mechanic days, sometimes the ref would go down the line and tell you like, hey, 5 in, or 4 in, or, you know, like just reminding everybody kind of the stakes at hand. So then I'm like, did anybody tell the fifth place guy? Does the fifth place guy's team know? And Lewis, this is where you come in.
Oh, yes. So I believe Crockett Myers was fifth in the LCQ, and I spoke to him after the race,
Yes.
and he said that no one officially told him.
Yeah, so no one knew
But
officially.
But Jack Chambers said that he thought that was going to happen, so he bared that in mind.
So Jack Chambers, who qualified, I believe, 19th,
Yes.
right? Was in the LCQ?
Yes.
Because I thought Jack was going to get in.
Yeah.
So the rider who was 19th thought they took 5 and told the competitor, but wasn't sure.
Yeah, so essentially it's hearsay.
Yeah. Like, how are we so fucked up?
But is your annoyance with the general chaos of the situation, or the fact that it's happened a second time?
Yeah. Like, this just happened 2 months ago, and I gave them a pass because I didn't know. So I didn't really know. But by the time this comes around and a high-profile guy like Max Anstey broke his leg, we should all know. Ricky should know. Lee should know. The TV crew should know. The TV graphics guy should know. The media should know. You guys didn't know. I was asking. I was on a group text with you.
Well, even better than that, Max Anstey was in 12th position on the first lap of the opening main.
Yes. Lewis sent me a screenshot from the press box. Somehow, Max, they have gotten better with this. They were still live timing was still fucked up during the night show. Like, it was all of a sudden Benny Bloss was leading, you know, which would have got him the number one slot.
It must have been wrong.
But like, I this is the shit that drives me nuts. Like, dude, so Crockett Myers was like, I think I'm in. I don't know. Maybe. Like, should I try to blitz the whoops and kill this guy in front of me? I don't know. How do we not know? How do we not know? It just happened. It just happened.
Did you think earlier when Chase was saying, I think we should have extra points for different parts of the meeting? I thought that would just completely blow up the AMA system.
I don't know, man. That's my race tech round of the night, though. Like, come on, man. We just had it happen, and everyone was clueless. How are we? Just think about the Indy 500, and the announcers are like, yeah, we don't know who's in. Jeff Gordon could be in here. We don't know. We're not sure. Like, this would never happen to, like, a real sport. It would ever happen to MotoGP?
No, it wouldn't.
Would MotoGP ever announcers not know who's making it? Of course, everybody makes it, but...
Yeah, it's quite endearing that you're probably 0.1% of the people would probably care, Steve. That's the shame of it. You're totally right.
Come on, man. Like, come on. Again, though, there's aspects of our sport that I just love are cheesy.
Yeah.
But not that. Lewis, what's your rant?
Mine is kind of similar and going back to an old well with PR issues.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So in MXGP...
Hold on. Can I just... I had a PR talk with an OEM. 2 of them.
Yep.
2 OEMs. And I talked to the people in charge.
Okay.
About changing things. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. It's been 2 months of like, yep, good idea. Let's do that. Lewis, has anything happened different?
We did a joint meeting with a manufacturer on Zoom, and they said that at the following round they were going to do a media meet and greet at their truck with breakfast, and everyone would be there.
Croissants?
And never mentioned. Not even like, oh, hey, we forgot to do that.
No.
Nothing.
Well, another OEM said, okay, we are going to make our guys available after the race. They may have different races that they're available at. You may not be able to get them in every race, but we will make them available. Nothing has happened. Okay, sorry, Lewis.
I just maybe out these people.
Well, it's everyone. It's
right.
out the industry. So this happens everywhere, but recently it's happened in MXGP. Maxime Renault won the first round.
Yeah.
And then before the second round, I kind of started to hear that he got injured.
Okay.
After the second round, I reached out. The rumours were intensifying.
Mm-hmm.
So I reached out to Yamaha PR, said, what's the deal with the injury? Was he injured? Like, categorically, what's the deal with the injury? And the reply was just a flippant, he'll be racing next weekend. It's fine.
Oh.
And I was like, okay, whatever. Races this weekend, gets 7th. And now suddenly, because the result wasn't great, there's a PR about the injury. He's posting on Instagram saying, I gave it my all. Look at me, everyone. Look at me. Look how much heart I've got. Not 2 weeks ago, though. No. Secret then. But now that I did slightly shit, let me tell the whole world. Because I need sympathy, and I need people to know that that's not really me. Just fucking tell us from the start. Like, why can it be told 2 weeks later and not straight away? It makes zero fucking sense.
He had surgery.
It's surgery.
Inserted metalwork.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why we have to wait 2 weeks. Like, we've just spent all night talking about Birmingham. In 5 weeks' time, are we going to get a PR that says, Cooper Webb actually had a broken leg, and that's why he was 4th?
Yeah.
And then all of this is undone and we have to retrace our steps. It's fucking ridiculous. This wouldn't happen in MotoGP either.
No, it wouldn't.
Right. How are we supposed to be, again, to your, kind of piggybacking off of your rant, how are we supposed to be a real sport?
Yeah.
And also, it fucking grinds my gears that the riders in question, like now today, Renault posted a story of him hunched over after the race with, gave it my all. No, you can't claim the sympathy now. You picked your lane. You chose the lane of staying silent, so fuck off. Same with Lucas Coonan. Lucas Coonan has still not confirmed exactly what he injured.
Right.
There was an interview with him from the weekend who said, what about your injury? And he said, I'm not talking about that. But oh no, more than happy to go on Instagram and caption it, Heart of a Lion.
Yeah.
Pick your lane. You're either talking about your fucking injury or staying silent, because we don't care if you've got a heart of a lion if you're not going to tell us why.
But why are people keeping silent about
because
injuries?
I don't know. Yeah.
This isn't a real sport. It's just not like if it
we got Shaw Daddy McDaddy lining up.
If this was a real sport,
we're not a real sport.
The manufacturer is going, oh, you got injured. Okay, so what's our plan? We have to tell people. We can't keep this quiet.
Right.
That's just the way it would work. It's very black and white.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at Roxon. We didn't find out about the AC separation until, I don't know, halfway through the day?
Oh, okay.
Halfway through the day?
Let me relate this to America.
Yeah.
Friday press day. We all talked to Roxon. Nothing. So it's a secret on Friday.
Yeah.
But on Saturday, it's okay to go out?
Yeah.
Like, what if you're going to tell people on Saturday, why not tell us on Friday?
I don't know. Yeah.
And like I said to Roxon, you could say, well, media. You didn't ask him. I said to him, you were sick in Indy. Did that disrupt the weekend off or your riding, or was it business as usual? I feel like that's a perfectly acceptable segue for him to go, the sickness passed quite quickly, but this happened.
Yeah.
Like, why the secrets?
Is it some sort of psychological thing where they just don't want to give up any, I don't know, competitive edge? I mean, it's a bit outdated, that idea.
Well,
right?
why doesn't that happen in any other sport ever?
Oh, I think people keep injuries or problems secret, don't they?
And then QJT now talking about the betting.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. I don't understand how we're supposed to do this.
I thought they would have had a positive influence in transparency.
Well, so did JT.
Yeah, so did JT, and he has not figured it out. And Wygan and I are laughing because
it doesn't affect him, though.
These teams don't give a fuck.
It doesn't affect him.
It doesn't
affect
him.
me. It took me a good 15 minutes to get my credential because I had to stand there outside Will Call doing a quiz about sports betting. I thought, how does that?
Yeah, listen again. Talk about our professional sport. Like I talk to teams about the betting thing, and they're like, one team told me. We asked them, hey, we'll tell you and we'll be more open. Do we get a chunk of your money? And we were told no, so fuck you. The other teams laughed and said, we're not telling them shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how are we a professional sport?
Imagine if tomorrow I did an Instagram post that said, good night on the PulpMX show, had voice box surgery, Sunday, really proud of my effort to get through. You would be like, why the fuck didn't you mention this on the show? Like, why are you telling me? Why are you putting this out a day later?
I found out Friday that Kenny was hurt, but I was sworn to secrecy. And I, like any media guy, I don't want to blow out my sources. So when I get it from someone really close and they're a trusted source and they say, do not say anything. And I'm like, okay. But I just knew that if Kenny's results at Birmingham weren't good, on my Monday show I was going to be like, yeah, maybe he's battling something. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and then I just have background information on what's going on. So, but I wasn't going to say anything. Well, just like Lewis, Saturday afternoon, JB and all the race day live, separation, AC separate. And I'm like, what happened to...
Well, that puts you in a difficult position, though. I mean, again, that in MotoGP, that sort of information would be outed and it would be a big story.
Yeah. Well, if I got that information from a third-hand party that doesn't really involve Kenny and then I kind of did some digging and then found out it was true, then I feel like it's open game.
Yeah.
But if literally I go to someone really close to the source, you know, and I don't want to burn them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if the rider says to you, hey, this happened, then...
Yeah.
My smaller secondary rant
Okay.
is you give Darkside a lot of shit because you want him to acknowledge how he changed... You changed his life.
I changed his life,
Yes.
yeah.
Well, now it's my turn to ask you why you don't acknowledge how I changed your life.
Oh.
And
Okay.
why don't you?
How did you change my life?
I've heard
Well,
that prep
good
for this.
thing.
Oh, okay,
Good
all right.
thing you ask, because
Okay,
I'm happy
yeah,
to explain.
please. I mean, I would love to know.
The
Yeah.
Indie Live show.
Yeah.
We were talking with listeners afterwards.
Yeah.
And an American listener, born and bred, came up to me.
Oh,
and
did you get a passport? Did you ask?
I ID'd them.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure my rant was
just when you say
watertight.
born and bred,
Yeah,
you know.
This was the Mr. Bean show, right?
Yes, this was the Mr. Bean show. So
that's what he did when he walked out on stage. 10 minutes after I said,
my rant.
After I said, Lewis Phillips, come on up.
But your brother vouched for the fact we couldn't hear anything backstage.
But you knew you were coming on.
Yes, but I didn't know when. You didn't say like, "Hey, be
Yeah,
ready."
I said after Brayton.
But the Stanton, we've discussed this. Stanton threw me off.
Okay.
Anyway, met a listener
Yeah.
who said, been a massive listener since VMX Vice days.
Yep.
Only heard of Pulp because I posted that I was going to be on in studio in the MX Vice days, and now he is therefore a loyal listener to Pulp and buying tickets to the live show. You may think, Lewis, that's one listener. What are you talking about? Word of mouth, I'd imagine. Who knows? Because of this one speck of dust, I could be responsible for this whole thing.
That's a big footprint, potentially.
Exactly. We can't. So you, my friend, are welcome.
I don't want to like shame disabled people, but like, was he okay? Like, did he seem normal?
Yes.
Because how do you know Lewis Phillips from MX Vice and you know nothing about PulpMX?
Well, I think
like, how is that possible?
Well, you know, we met one, but he's probably one of many.
How is that possible?
Well, it happened. You're welcome.
Thank you for that.
And I hope.
What's his name?
He actually did message me on Instagram, so I could find it.
Oh.
I'd have to scroll. I think it started with a D.
Okay,
so
thanks.
one of those.
Thanks, Dawn, David,
Derek.
Thanks for that.
Doug.
Dave.
Yeah,
Dave,
no, I'm proud of what we've built
you,
here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Together we can do it all.
Right. It's exactly like Dark. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just
cut my hair.
And if anything, this now means by some sort of knock-on effect, I've actually changed Darkside's life, because if I hadn't changed yours, you wouldn't have been able to change his. So it's a whole thing.
Okay, Race Tech Rant. Adam, did you know Dark when he had the pony and everything?
No.
Okay.
I only.
No, you wouldn't have wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just this mythical figure.
Bandana, pony.
Yeah.
Handing out business
it's
cards.
hard to believe he was the same guy.
If he had approached Adam with his pony bandana, Adam would have pepper sprayed him in the pits.
100%.
The first time,
rape alarms, all sorts.
The first time I kind of knew of him, he was asking questions in maybe Glen Helen GP press conference with the bandana and the pony.
No, there's no way he would have.
He
No,
didn't go
there's
to
no
Glen
way.
Helen. He
There's
didn't
no
know.
way.
Or maybe WW Ranch.
No,
there's no way.
He
There's no way.
He's not traveling from Texas, bumfuck Texas,
with his
to some
business cards.
GP.
Get him on the phone.
I love Tim Geiser. I'm gonna go. Like, there's no way.
Get him on the
Maybe
phone.
the
He was at a
Nations?
GP.
The Nations?
No, he was
Red
at a
Bud?
GP because he was wielding the microphone. I remember thinking, what freak is this?
Well, okay, now it could be Darkside. now the story is starting to gain some credibility.
Hold on.
But he doesn't seem like the same person.
He's not a freak, is what you're saying.
Yeah. That was my bad. I misjudged.
Like a fairy tale creature turned normal. Like Shrek when he went into a... Like Shrek when he turned into a human.
Yeah.
For the,
Please text him or call him and say, were you ever at a GP?
Okay.
Asking press
Were you
conference.
ever a
just,
freak?
I just texted him. Brandon's on 3. He's got some tech air questions, I think. Brandon? What's up? All right, Brandon's gone. Hey, did we give away that book, by the way? Is the book? Yeah.
Yeah, we got a winner.
Got the winner? Okay.
I emailed the info to you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. All right. And all right. And then all right, that's the race tech. What's your race tech rant?
Well, it got very shouty in here.
Oh.
That's a rant.
And very loud. Yeah, it was. I don't think I can reach the same kind of fever pitch.
Okay.
But my rant, Steve, is actually directed towards you.
Oh.
What year is it?
It's 2025.
Would you agree in 2025 that Wi-Fi and connection speeds and general connectivity between people around the world is better than it's ever been?
Yes.
Right. So
yes.
why is the Race Reviews podcast sound like it was they're being done permanently in 2004? Because the content is gold. It must be one of your best listened productions.
It's the second best thing I do. The race reviews are the second best thing I do after this.
Right.
Show. Yeah.
Okay. So arguably it's a podcast. It's not like a show or a live thing. It's a podcast that exists. On the podcast network. It's yeah. Right. So I mean, recently you did the big intro for Weigandt, and then he started to go and he cut off right in that moment, and I thought, seriously, can you three of you not get reliable connection? Can you not invest in a basic microphone that you just plug a USB into your laptop? Is it possible to listen to it without feeling like it's on dial-up?
Okay, so
it's sad.
The reviews and the re-raceables and all of that I do on FaceTime audio, which is clearer than the telephone.
Right.
But the problem is you are at the mercy of the internet connection of the other person and maybe even my own. I have the greatest internet you can buy in Las Vegas here as far as a package. So my internet at the house is amazing. But so the FaceTime audio sounds better, but it's less reliable. Yes. So, yeah, I always choose FaceTime audio because when it works, Adam, if you have no interruptions, it is so clear.
Okay. But can you also say to Weege, can you not make a smoothie for the 1 hour that we take to do this thing?
I would love to.
And
yeah.
Can you not just buy them some microphones so you can do it on the computer and it's easier? And there you go. So
one time I asked JT about buying Apple headphones, and he said that $30 was too much. So that's where I'm at with my co-hosts.
Right.
$30. He was like, I'm not spending $30, and I'm like, okay. So I don't know if it's the microphone problem. I think it's a Wi-Fi problem at these people's houses, at JT and Weege's place.
Can there just be a small effort to make it better? Because it's good to listen to, but sometimes it's infuriating.
I can put them back on the phone on a normal, and we'll have no problems. There'll be no break-ins, no cut-ins, no issues with drops.
Yeah, but there's lots of platforms. Try something else, and then if it doesn't work, you can say, "Well, we tried something, but we're heading back."
Okay.
Do you like it, people?
Okay. All right. We're gonna try that.
Also, the music at the end is fucking annoying. It's like the worst alarm clock ever in the world. And you say, "See you later, guys, bye," and it cuts in like that. So if you're walking or in the gym or something like that, you're immediately reaching for
Is it too loud or it's just terrible music?
It's both.
Okay.
Isn't that Blair's song? No?
No, that's Blair's is this show. That's Swiss chorus music.
Oh,
Swiss
poor Swizz.
Yeah,
okay.
it's too much. Well, at least fade it in.
Okay,
so it doesn't kill.
I respect Adam Wheeler so much that I am going to try to get those two idiots and myself dialed in better.
Right, that's my rant. There
okay.
You go.
Adam, as the person who we've now found out is responsible for Steve, I'll talk to him.
All right, thanks, Lewis.
Okay, before we go to our interview with Rasmus, real quickly, we got him on the line. Here we go.
Oh, shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Mr. Side.
Mr. Steve.
We got to get to the bottom of a story that Adam Wheeler told that is unbelievable.
Okay.
Did you, in your greasy bandana, ponytail days, business cards, did you go to Glen Helen or WWUSGP?
No, never been to a GP.
You've never been to a GP?
It must have been the 2018 Nations. It had to have been.
Yeah.
Were you asking questions in the press conference at the 2018 Nations?
No, I don't even remember there being a press conference at the 18 Nations.
Great media media example of the year.
It must have been a Supercross then. What poor memory.
So Adam here said your transformation's incredible. He said he enjoyed his time with you at Birmingham. He said
elite media.
He said he couldn't believe that you were the same guy that wielded a mic with the bandana and the ponytail at the USGP. And Lewis and I immediately were like, oh, no. Our friend back then, the pony pod guy, would not have spent gas money to go to a USGP.
Well, I mean, I went to Supercrosses and Nationals, but not a GP.
It was
no.
Supercross. It was a Supercross then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What Supercross do you think it was?
Well, goodness, I only really did the LA one, so it could have been Dodger Stadium, Anaheim, San Diego.
Dark, did you ever go to those?
Yeah, 18, 19. Yeah, I started going in 17, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how would you afford ditch digging? How would you afford the money with your ditch digging?
He flew on his pony.
Yeah, the Moto X Pod had sponsors.
He stands in his driveway and it says, "Go pony, go!" and it helicopters him across the country.
So you would fly across the country back then? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, clearly you don't remember our first meetings, but yes, 2017 was Lakewood, Colorado, was our first show as media, quote unquote.
Okay. No, I do remember meeting you at races outside of Texas. I'm not saying that, but I just didn't know all the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, started in 17,
Okay.
and yes, had the clean bandana, not the greasy bandana, but yes, the transformation has.
And Adam can't
been
believe
drastic.
it. Yeah. I'm glad, though, Lewis, I do feel vindicated that you and I knew that this man would not go to a USGP.
Yes, immediately as well, without hesitation.
Poor memory skills on my
Yeah,
part. I did
okay.
enjoy watching the race with you, Jamie, the weekend, though.
Well, I enjoyed your company as well, Adam. It was really nice getting to know you a little bit. And not having Steve there being, you know,
belittling
just
you. Yeah.
trying, bullying and taking over with all the conversations.
Wow. You know, you help someone, you cut their fucking hair, you give them a dirt bike, and this is what you get. So.
And then you move on, you excel, and you try to take it to the next level. And this weekend with Adam and Lewis, we did that. And Kellen, we can't forget Kellen.
Keller, that is.
Keller,
to you.
yeah.
Yeah, Kellen.
All right, next race you're going to, Mr. Side?
That's a good question.
Oh.
None on the schedule right now, so I don't know.
All right.
A1 2026.
Okay.
Yep, that could be.
All right, so
we'll have to see what ML decides with the vital budget. Hopefully, maybe another Supercross, but nothing confirmed.
Well, good luck in your regional coming up there, buddy. So.
yeah, that ought to be good. You too.
Dark's not confident of his region. He's going for Loretta's too, Adam.
Yeah.
What if you break both your arms, though, Dark? That's what Adam asked me today. Adam said, "What if you break both your arms?" He didn't just say break an arm. He said break both your arms.
It's just a paternal kind of. So you two could be racing each other.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. If
Lewis, we have to put some money on this.
I don't think it's that important.
It's like a blind bet because we don't know how good they are.
It's like betting on two injured racehorses.
It's fair enough. All right, Dark. Well, thank you for calling. I appreciate it. We're glad we cleared that up. But it was a Supercross then.
Yeah, it was a Supercross.
Okay.
Yeah, another story cracked on the PulpMX show.
Yep, exactly. All right, thanks, buddy.
All right, see ya.
All right, see ya. All right, Adam Wheeler. Again, we got a tweet that a guy says he doesn't even really like street bike racing, but he's going to buy the book because he likes you.
Okay.
So there we go.
Thank
We'll
you
take
very
that.
much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll take that. All right, everybody. We do have the LTQ raffle going on as well on PulpMX.com. We have the Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment coming up as well. And we do want to get this interview from Rasmus Jorgensen. We conducted this one earlier. He is the team manager for Neston Husqvarna, and I was shocked at those stats that you had. They lost in St. Jean.
Yeah.
But they had won
12 GPs in a row.
12 GPs in a row.
Going back to the first weekend of July last year.
They had Lucas Kunin, Kaida Wolf, and now they got Liam Everett and DeWolf again. And they are, I did not know they won that many in a row.
Yeah, and they've won 18 of the last 23.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
the current powerhouse in
Right.
X2.
Yeah, it's really interesting dynamic because KTM is KTM.
Yes.
But this team is making KTM look worse.
Yeah.
But it's the same, it's a real interesting. Effectively, in the Pierre Mobility Group, when they cooked up this plan, this was not supposed to happen.
Yes. I feel that way in America too. Like it's not supposed to be beating KTM guys,
and not to this degree.
Yeah, to this degree, exactly. So, and also, by the way, for the record, I asked him about Kunin's dad, who there's a lot of stories about him being, very overbearing. And Rasmus really danced around that one.
Yeah, but he laughed. You could tell immediately.
Yes.
But also for the record, he was Ken Roxon's very, very good friend. one. Let's say he was destined to be as good as Ken Roczen, like they grew up together as Suzuki teammates side by side as the next great hopes, and then had an accident, transitioned into trainer for one rider, then team trainer, then team manager, so he's really done it all. And we also talked Kaido Wolf in America, which is also a hot topic.
Oh, wait, let's get, Brandon's been on hold for a little bit here. Brandon, what's up, man? Brandon.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Just wondering if the Tech Air works like realistically. I have a couple questions on hand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it works great, man. Yeah.
So I've seen Faulkner clip through whiskey throttle, whatnot. It deployed after he impacted, so I was just wondering about that.
I didn't see that. He hasn't been wearing it lately.
He was wearing it again in Birmingham.
Oh, he did? He wore it in Birmingham again. Okay.
Yeah. The team told him to take it off, I think,
Yep.
and then it didn't improve him like they expected, so it's
they
back on.
Put it back on. So where was this clip? Did you see it?
No. It was on whiskey throttle. It was like a couple weeks ago. I'm not sure if it was between the break or not.
Well, he only wore it for 1 week and then took it off. So if it was at Indy, like he didn't have it on at Indy when he crashed a few times.
Okay, and then I was wondering about you trying it, this little secret meeting that you had mentioned.
Secret meeting?
I don't remember you mentioned.
Like you had a meeting with Gabrielle and maybe trying...
Yeah, I did have a secret meeting. He closed the door on me like it was a James Bond movie. Like he sat me down and then reached here and then the door closed behind me. No, I'm going to get one. Yes, I will be getting one.
There we go. I'm just wondering on the review about that.
Yeah,
and
no,
I'm
going to get one. I mean, honestly, like I don't crash much, so I'm going to have to like send it to see if it works.
It won't protect your arms.
What?
It won't protect your arms.
Right. Yeah.
And then I was wondering on like if Mumford were to get a factory tryout, would you think he'd be in like a second bike on like a Honda or maybe like a Star tryout or maybe like a second bike on like I know these like KTM or Honda or do these one bike deals now, whether it be 250 like how they used to do back in the day, but like just wondering if they would maybe open up a second bike spot for like a guy like that.
I could see a Star thing. I could see Mitch picking him back up if he had time. Lewis, what do you think? Like, what would be a good home for Mumphy? I don't see on a factory KTM or factory Honda. I don't see that.
No, because they're too selective with two riders,
and they have their kids coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas like you say, Pro Circuit and Star are more. We welcome one and all.
Yeah.
So that would work, and I definitely think he's deserving of it. Birmingham was
he's got
incredible.
speed. He's got the speed, and you can't teach the speed as Mitch Payton.
And
so
realistically, his recent progression has been quite rapid.
Yeah.
So you would maybe bet on that continuing, and then who knows? Like remember how bad he was at Supercross just 2 years ago or whatever.
Right. Yeah. So that'd be my pick, man. Brandon.
Sweet.
All
Thank you guys.
Thanks,
Have a
man.
good one. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks for calling. Appreciate it. All right, buddy. Brought to you by the Wiseco guys. Rasmus Jorgensen, here he is, team manager, Neston Factory Husqvarna, and we told him all about him. And a really interesting guy, really cool guy. Interesting to talk to him. Myself, Lewis, Phillips, Adam Wheeler. And please enjoy. We'll be back after this interview to do the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment and wrap the show up. So please enjoy responsibly. And now on the PulpMX show tonight, we want to welcome our next guest. Pre-record this one, of course, because this gentleman is over there in Europe. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. By the way, over 80 years experience manufacturing pistons right in the USA. Factory Honda, Club MX, Twisted Development, all use Wiseco pistons. Code is PULP25 to save with Wiseco. They got forged pistons, they got cast pistons, whatever it is. Wiseco's going to help you out, and that code works with Recluse clutches as well, PULP25 code. So we're super stoked to welcome onto the show from the team manager of the Neston Husqvarna team, Rasmus Jorgensen. What's up, Rasmus? How are you, man?
Hey, guys. Hey, all good.
Thanks for coming on.
How are you?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I guess you listen to Pulp show once in a while, from what I gather.
Yeah, I have, but I wish I could do more, but I'm actually, I'm so flat out all the time. But I do listen once in a while, and try to keep up with everything going on over there.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. And yeah, you're certainly busy just coming off St. Jean-Angeli. MXGP. I mean, look, you didn't get the win there, but your rider has the points lead. Things are going all right. Talk about the St. Jean if you can for us from your two riders' point of view.
Yeah, well, like you said, shame we didn't. I think it was like we had a pretty crazy going with GP wins in a row. I don't really know exactly how many we won in a row, but
12.
But it ended. Yeah.
Lewis does.
Yeah. 12 wins in a row. Yeah, broken.
Yeah, back to July last year.
Damn.
So July to
That's
last
crazy.
weekend.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, no. So that ended this weekend, unfortunately. But if this was a bad GP, I think we can still be happy with a fourth and a fifth. Under the circumstances we had with a unfortunately DNF for Kai on Saturday, and decent riding from both guys on Sunday, and sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Right. I got a question about, you obviously got Liam Everett's over there. He came over from the Red Bull KTM team, and you lost the Koonens over to the KTM guys. And they're all under contract with KTM, and from what I understand, they can kind of get put here or there or whatever. And we've seen that in America, like just with Ryder D, for example. And I wonder from a team point of view, though, Rasmus, and you've been involved with them for a long time, your Nestan guys, do you have any say in that? Like, hey, we would like Liam. Hey, we're going to lose the Koonens. Or is that a discussion amongst the teams? Or is that just, Robert Jonas or Pitt coming in and being like, this is what's happening, too bad? How does that work when you just, like, move riders team to team?
Yeah, it's obviously an open conversation and discussion and trying to fix the whole puzzle of ours, and when something happens like this, also with the Koonens especially, what happened was, I believe they were going to be on a kind of a semi-factory satellite team, and that team then shut down, and they needed to find spots for those two brothers, like quite urgently when it happened, and I think all the factory teams was being asked, and we were the only team only running two riders at the time. So I said I want Lucas, but didn't have place for Sasha, which they obviously as a family really, really wanted, at the time. Then we had Lucas in the team for 2 years. We had great success together, but I think it never really went away. Also, that feeling of wanting, the two twins in the same team, and then you had Liam, who was searching for something else, and then you kind of you start talking with the factory and with the riders, and this is the way it kind of all fell into place, let's say.
Okay, so there is there is a discussion. It's not.
There is definitely a discussion.
Yeah.
There's definitely a discussion. I don't feel like in any way that I am not listened to, or that I don't get to have my own opinion, or our team owner don't have to to have his own opinion. Not at all. Like, there's definitely a good discussion, and you need the rider. That's what I say always. You need the rider to really want to be there. That's priority number one for me, because if you're getting a rider that doesn't want to be there, then it's not going to work anyway. So you always have to look at those things, and so far it's gone well with Liam, and I'm happy with it. Obviously, losing a guy like Lucas on the result side, he's very, very special. But I think for the better for them as a family being in the same structure, and definitely difficult, also from my position last year, working closely with the team manager at KTM, trying to always give the same kind of support and options, even though we are two different teams that are operated, in different ways, and they are based in Austria with the race team and Belgium, it was not easy to coordinate everything, having one guy there and one guy over at us, because we are working differently. So,
right.
that was tricky. That was tricky. So for sure, to be under the same tent, it's a benefit for everyone.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, Lewis, correct me if I'm wrong, but Liam's leading the points right now.
Yeah,
he's stepped up from last year. Liam has. So the environment, the bikes are probably close to the same, but something has changed where Liam has stepped up.
Yeah, I think also Nestan, Red Bull KTM factory racing, the Austrian one, not the Ducati one,
right.
was always the team to be on, the one that was looked at like everyone dreamt of being there. That's now Nestan a little bit. So I think for Liam to just be in the environment that won 12 GPs in a row, took Kai from EMX 125 to where he is now. Ruben's there, who is his... What's the name for that?
Well, he's not the brother-in-law, but he's kind of...
There's a word for that. Uncle? No.
Uncle-in-law.
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 Not really a thing, but...
Okay, well, still, that's tight. I think Liam is just in a much happier place at Nestan.
almost like a you can equate it to a little bit to over here in America. Somebody goes to pro circuit, and they're like, hey, there's a level that we're expected to be at, and it's not like it's just a internal pressure of like what team we're on.
Yeah, but Liam shouldn't be this good this quick, really, because he was off the bike basically the entire off season. He got back on the bike, I think, what was it, Rasmus? Like 2 weeks before.
Yeah,
the first round?
2 weeks before. Yeah, but he did quite some turn track riding before he then got the green light to do some jumps and stuff. And honestly, before like the 2 week mark before Argentina, had you asked me, I would have said 99%. Maybe I even told you, Lewis, like 99% sure. Like, I don't believe that Liam will line up in Argentina. And then we got this great news from the doctor from that scan, and we started riding and thought, no, it was pretty decent, and it's just been unbelievable. It's I'm really not. I don't know how to explain it. It's been crazy to be in that process of starting, that whole relationship with him coming back from China, basically. I visited him after China, after the surgery there, and till now him leading the championship is like it's like you can't. I can't believe it. It's so no, it's and as well, like 3 weeks before. So at one stage I was like, no. We might not even be going to Argentina. We end up winning the first two. So pretty crazy start to the season. But sometimes when you take the pressure away, in this case it really was like that for both Liam and also Kai. You're not being able to really prepare well. The pressure kind of goes off, and that's not a bad thing in the beginning of the year. At times.
Rasmus, two things. On the subject of Liam, he won obviously in Spain. The conditions were extreme, very particular there. Would you say that kind of the speed we saw from him in France is more typical of where he's at the moment, because, he is still feeling his way back to 100%? He started well. I mean, that's also one of his kind of MOs, but then, he was passed by a couple of riders and, the consistency kicked in. But, he must be in a process, right?
Absolutely. Like, I think that Spain obviously really, it's conditions. We all know he's extremely good in these conditions, and he really showed that also, especially that second race was pretty remarkable. And in Saint-Jean this weekend, I was honestly really, really surprised that he had that intensity at the beginning of the motos, and passing these. And I think it's really just a matter of still a lack of proper bike time, to be able to sustain that level for the entire moto. And now, luckily, we have 2 more weeks, and hopefully we can catch up a little bit on that for both guys and get into the sandpit.
Also, just to close the subject on Lucas that we were talking about a moment ago, there's been some talk, that they're highly rumoured to be coming to the US, or they want to come to the US. From what you know of working with him for a couple of years, I mean, is Lucas the type of rider that would prosper over here? I mean, would he be able to adapt to Supercross, or do you think it would be, a bit of a turbulent journey? Because if you see the case with Sasha as well, I mean, some of his crashes even in Grand Prix racing too, this last weekend, where you think, wow, how is he still
those
walking?
were big.
Yeah. I mean, I'm scared for him in Grand Prix racing, never mind getting on like a test track in Southern California.
I don't speak. I've only worked really closely with Lucas, even though I obviously spoken to Sasha and stuff. But for Lucas, the only thing what I can say about him is that he's to me, he's very special. Like he wants to win so bad, and I do believe that he will succeed in basically anything he would want to do in the sport. Whether that's he's already shown it, last weekend with the injuries he's had before the season, and now he's already on the podium. He won a qualifying race in the MotoGP, he's 18 years old. He's very special, and I truly believe that he can succeed in anything. Supercross is a complete different ballgame. We all know that, and I think the young ones that has gone over there at a very early age, it does take time, right? It takes time to adapt and you need to have probably the bad get-offs and the learning curve is steep in the beginning. But with his dedication and his will to win, I really generally believe that he would succeed in anything he would want to do during the sport.
This is the perfect segue into Kai's American trip. You were with him out here for half of it. What did you see? What did he say? What did other people say? What was the vibe after that?
No, it was good. We obviously gave it to him a little bit as a reward, you know. He's been asking me for years, and it's been a no because we didn't want to, let's say, jeopardize anything. And then I had to tell him that if he gets this job done, that we would support it. And it was a great experience also for myself to get over there and see, you know, the guys in the US, how they operate a bit. And in general, I think that everybody was quite impressed with Kai, you know. So was I. I was impressed with how calm he was. My biggest worry was the focus thing and, you know, just being new to that whole Supercross thing and being new world champion, wanting to go over there and have a competition with those guys. But we were really able to keep everything under control and in a calm environment. And he did super good and was super calm. Didn't have any big ones. So it was great.
Do you think he wants? I mean, we know he kind of wants to come over. Do you see him heading over here? Do you see losing him at some point, Rasmus?
I don't know, Steve, to be honest. I mean, me and Kai has obviously a really, really good relationship and close relationship, and we can talk openly about it. He knows my opinion. You know, he knows that if he really wants to get over there, I'm not going to be the guy stopping him. You know, whether that's in 2 years or in 4 years, or, you know, I told him straight up that I hope that we're going to continue writing our story together. But if that's his dream to go over there and that's really what he wants to do, I'm not going to be the one stopping him. I'm going to be cheering for him, you know. But I mean, I think it's a dream. I had that also when I was a kid, and Kai has tasted it now. He loves riding Supercross. But when the time would really come for him to sign something, it's a different story, you know. You gotta leave your family behind, you know. He's never had to move, you know. He grew up 30 minutes from the workshop here.
Right.
So it's a decision, you know, to make.
Yeah, and at one point Antonio Caroli told me he had that part too, where he could have came here, learned it, got busy, and, you know, basically KTM threw a bunch of money at him and said, we want you to be the guy and stay here. And financially, life-wise, you know, all the things you talk about, it just made sense for Tony to stay over there and chase the dream. And we all know what he did, right? He's a legend. And Kai may have that same choice where the Austrian guys are like, yeah, listen, we need a guy here. You know, Jeffrey's getting older, and you know, we need you to be the guy. And here's a check. Here's a blank check. So, interesting to see what Kai can do down the road. Rasmus Jorgensen, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco, by the way. Pulp25 code.
When you were in America, what did you notice as far as like the main differences between an Austrian factory team here versus in Europe? From my experience, and I think Viao agrees with this, it's much more businessy over here, and maybe not in a good way, whereas Europe is more family orientated. It feels more like a support network. What did you see?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think that especially how we work, you know, I can't really talk on the other two Austrian factory teams, how they really in detail work, you know, but here in my organization, we really try to work closely with the riders and create this close family feeling, let's say, like, you know, that but it's also only possible. It's difficult for the Austrian organization, right? Because you have the race team in Austria and you have a training base here in Belgium, and for us, it's everything here. We're all here in Belgium, and now you know, with Liam and Kai living half an hour each from the workshop, you know, it's also easier to create that. But I would say that it feels a little bit more corporate in the US. It's like the riders kind of have to, you know, just show up and race and take care of themselves in a way where we travel together, we plan together, we have lunch together, you know, almost every day of the week, and we have the riders coming to the workshop and doing their workout at the workshop and going cycling from the workshop. It's different, you know. It's definitely different. And I don't know the other teams in the US if that's generally like that, but it's for sure different.
Speaking of the family emphasis, Rasmus, I know it's early days, but what have you noticed? Has there been any difference in having Liam Everts in the team? I mean, you've got another 2 generations as well, kind of hanging around, maybe giving their input. I mean, just from like being based in Belgium, having that name as part of the setup, has that brought any kind of variation on the team setup?
Not really. I think Liam has, been quite honest about also showing with his the number change and stuff that he wanna go his own way, or not by any means taking a step away from the family, because he will always be an Everts and the family is there, and I'm speaking with Stefan and Kelly and everybody, like it's not like they are not there, but he really wants to work with the team, and so far it's going well like this, and I think it's important for him to find his own way and kind of a fresh start. He was changing his team anyway, so why not?
Oh yeah, interesting for sure. Speaking of that, though, I did want to ask you. The Kunin brothers' father is very involved in the program, and he's done a great job, as Stefan has been with Liam. And I understand that Stefan and Liam aren't quite, together as much anymore, whereas the father for the Kunins is. Do you see an aspect of where if the Kunins come here, the father may run into some issues with teams over here? I spoke to a few managers over here that are like, he's got to learn the way of the American ways of teams, and there's nothing wrong with that. We've had strong father personalities in our sport over here over the years. You look at Keir Sexton, Tony Alessi, so on and so forth. But do you think, Rasmus, that maybe Kunin's father needs to take a little step back, or do you see him being as involved if they come over here?
It's a good question.
Yes, that's what we do. We ask the hard questions here.
No, it's a good question. Like I said before, if anything, I feel like you basically have more freedom as a rider over there. Like you can have your training set up in Florida or wherever it seems like, and then just show up and race. So I guess it all depends on contracts and things, how they set everything up. Also depends on what the kids want. Maybe they're also at a stage in a few years where they're like, we want you to take a step back, and you never know. So it's difficult to say, and I don't even know how it is at the moment. Last year I wouldn't have a clue if things has changed on that side as well. So.
Sure. As far as the bikes go, obviously different rules, production rule here in America. But do you, Rasmus, get a good idea and a good knowledge of what RJ and Tom Vial and these guys over here are doing suspension, chassis, motor-wise? Do you know that? And again, rules are different, so lots of things are changing, sound rules and such. But do you have access to all of that, and do you know what they're doing?
If we want access, we have access, and but usually we are so, let's say, so far away on also things what we're doing, like they're when we are preparing for our season, they're full on with Supercross, and then so I think if anything they should maybe look a little bit at what we're doing when they're done with Supercross. We can't look at what they're doing for Supercross, but maybe they should look at what we're doing for outdoors in a way, and then again we can do a lot more here. We don't have that production rule, but everything is available to us. All information, across all teams is available, and we are sharing that. And but in general, we are trying, between our four walls, we are really trying to just focus on our own and relying a lot on information what we get from the factory in Austria. And keep it simple.
Lewis, I think RJ was telling us last year RJ's bikes got a lot better. Hampshire's bikes got a lot better, and I think he credited something that the European guys were doing at one point.
2 years ago.
Was that 2 years ago now? Yeah, he was like,
wasn't it the second injector in the engine or something?
Was that it? I don't remember. But RJ was like, we found out something they're doing over there. And
because I can't remember the exact details, but one of the privateer KTM riders who Austria kind of used for like prototype stuff, he was running something.
So it does seem like there's some back and forth, as far as that goes. Like you said, Rasmus, it's available if you need it.
For sure.
Hey,
and I speak to Nate.
Okay.
Once in a while we text. And once in a while when things are happening. So
sure.
I'd really like to know if Rasmus would prefer to race Liam or Kai's bike or his old Suzuki that he used to have. Did you have your?
You see, that's also a very, very good question. Wow. Well, I have Liam and Kai's bikes available. I could take that. But,
don't need to kickstart them, mate.
No, exactly. Exactly.
Rasmus, we were going to talk to you a little bit about that too. You obviously you were a very fast rider, rode for Denmark for MXDN, and now you've transitioned into this after I guess an accident, right? A crash. You had a bad crash.
Yeah, no, it was actually it was a traffic accident.
Okay.
When I was 17, 18, something like that.
Yeah.
Just did my first GP. That happened. So. Yeah, it's a very, very long story, really short. I actually grew up, racing with Kenny my whole life, basically, and we became close friends, and then later on teammates on the Suzuki days, and just the normal ladder in Europe, and then got to get that wildcard ride with factory Suzuki when I was 17, and did really well and finally reached that status and then had that accident. So it was just, that was basically it, and I was 17 years old, so it's already a long time ago.
Yeah.
So,
do you think back to that though a little bit? Like, is it a little bit? I mean, look, you've run this massively successful team and won world championships and all this. So as a manager, you're making your mark and you're well respected in the pits. But some part of you just goes, what could have been, what should have been. Like you said, you were, right around the Roczen level, So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody was on Roczen level. I was a few years. I was a few years older than him.
Yeah.
Like I might have been the fastest 15-year-old in the world at the time, but he was still 13 and on my speed. So.
Okay,
No. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's been less and less. I'm 33 now, so I would be around the time when it would be over, right? So it's becoming less and less. And for sure, the first few years being back in GPs, working in GPs first as a trainer, and I was still like standing there when they got on the gate. I was like, "Fuck, that should be me." I should, that's not fair. I should have had my shot and all of that. But time goes by and I put myself in a great position in the sport, and I love what I'm doing. It's kind of like it would have been over anyway, basically,
Yeah, right.
Of course, what could have been, what could have, what should have. Maybe it was meant to be like this. It is what it is.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, there's not much you can do about it. You can't really sit around like even like you said years ago. Like you're 33 now, but even years ago, you couldn't have sit around and be like, oh, I should have done this or I should have done that. That doesn't do anybody any good, right?
No, exactly.
In a way as well, Rasmus is kind of like, I think, and maybe I'm kissing ass here.
Okay.
But stop me, Adam, if I'm taking this too far. I think like Rasmus has blazed a path in GPs that most people didn't expect. Like when he got this job as team manager, he was still quite young compared to the established team managers. And I think a lot of people expected or wanted maybe him to fail. Not like within KTM, I mean like, other people in the paddock. And now obviously Nastan is where it's at. I'd say without doubt the most popular or successful team in the paddock. So although, who knows about the racing career, I think the mark that he's already left on the teams in the paddock, the management in the paddock, is will kind of never be forgotten.
Well, I wanted to go even more overboard, but I think also Rasmus's journey from being like a trainer and somebody who's helped riders to the position of team management is pretty cool because, he's had an influence on, an important influence on some careers, such as Thomas Covington, Thomas Kjær-Olsen, Max Anstey at one point. There's been some riders flowing through that system when he was sort of working there, and it's, I think he's done some good work.
Yeah, Rasmus, do you think that maybe some of your success is because, you've been a rider at the highest level, right? You've also, you've been a trainer, and then also, as far as a team manager, you understand the corporate KTM side of things and what you can and can't do to the bike or what you can and can't do for a rider. all of that, you can encompass all of that and maybe relay it to a rider in a very good way.
Yeah, for sure. Well, first of all, it's thank you guys for the nice words. That's really appreciated.
You can say something nice about me in a minute. Pay it back.
You're not in the paddock anymore, Lewis. He can ignore you.
Listen, the way things are going, Rasmus, you might get Lewis back here because we're all sick of him.
Yeah.
We're sick of him. So
right.
He'd want
He's
me
too
back.
much. Are you too much, Lewis?
He's too much. He's just walking around. Yeah.
No, he would want me. He would want me back. He actually wants me to come back, and I messaged him Saturday at the race.
Yeah.
Because Rasmus is from Denmark.
Yep.
At the race, I gave the current best Denmark rider in the world some technique advice.
Okay.
And he was very, very, very thankful. Said that it would help an issue he had.
Okay.
So I messaged Rasmus
And said,
if you want to hire me for Nastan, then maybe a good idea.
I think he was being sarcastic, Lewis, but
I felt it was genuine.
The intentions were good.
No. Yeah, but no. To go back to the question, I think it's difficult to like many people have taken different paths, right? To become a team manager. I think more normal it is maybe to be a mechanic and maybe a crew chief, and then eventually take the team manager role where I was going through the process of trainer, physical trainer, riding coach, mental coach, whatever, and then taking on more and more jobs in that team, and then eventually getting this opportunity when I was only 27. And it's exactly right what Lewis said. Like I felt that pressure, because I was really that first guy of that new generation. Let's say now a lot of younger guys have come, and I'm not by far. I'm not the youngest anymore, and there's quite a lot of changes in the paddock, especially here in Europe after that. But the first few years, I really felt like those older generation guys looking at me like, you little fucker, like you better show, and that was tough. Like it was tough, to build up a brand new team, and I had to learn so many things. And I'm looking back now what I did the first year or the second year, and I'm like, why did I do that? Or I've learned so much in the past 5 years. So it's been a pretty incredible journey to this stage, and let's see how long I'll be doing it.
Was there someone you leaned on early on, like when you were 27, 28, 29? That you?
It was me.
It was you, Lewis?
He lent on me.
Listen, Lewis, you got a problem because you've been calling Langenfelder for the MX2 title for, I don't know, 3 years?
Yep. I've told Rasmus he needs to fix Langenfelder for me.
He's second now.
Yep.
Sandwiched between Rasmus's guys.
Yep.
So who are you pulling?
Sandwiched.
Who are you pulling for?
I think I've told you I'm off for Langenfelder.
Oh, you're off.
He's hurt me too many times.
Okay. Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
That's
and
sad.
also, didn't you and Rasmus have a bit of a, there was a fracture in your friendship when he wouldn't sign Ben Watson?
Well, no, there's still time. Rasmus is still a team manager. Ben is still a rider.
Okay.
There's still time. Let it marinate a little bit. He's not.
Yeah, he's not that expensive, is he?
Well,
we have to deal with the agent and his commissioning fee.
You should hear him over here try to tell these U.S. guys about this Ben Watson guy, and they look at him, who? And then he has to recount all of Ben's highlights, including a podium at Paris 8 years ago.
Yeah, he podiumed Paris.
Okay, 8 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Won the MXGP class at the Nations.
Okay.
Just some of the stuff that Rasmus could have on his team.
Right. And then Rasmus, he has to tell these American team managers the whole resume, and I just watched their eyes glaze over because they stop listening. They just don't care anymore.
When Rasmus said a minute ago that in his first 1 or 2 years he made mistakes, and he's like, why didn't I do that, or why did I do that?
That was one of them?
He meant not listening to me about Ben.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. Back to the question, though. Was there someone or somebody that you admired, Rasmus, either as a rider, trainer, or as a manager, that you were like, I'm going to take things that this person said, or I'm going to ask this person for some advice, or etc.
I wish I would have done more, but I was really. It was difficult for me to honestly speaking, looking back now, it was really difficult for me to trust many people at that stage. Like I wanted to make sure that I did everything that I could, and which I've learned over the years that you in this position all you have to do is make sure that you got good people and everybody knows what to do, and have a really good people are not easy to get and to find. So those first years, we obviously had success and we did really well, and I think I think looking back, I just, to sum it all up, I think perfection doesn't exist, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to do everything perfectly because I wanted to prove everybody wrong, and I wanted to prove to myself that I could do that at such a young age, and that was tough, but I feel like we found a good balance now, and have a great team. Not a big team, not a huge army, but a small one and a strong one. That's important.
Well, can I just make a recommendation? So I headed over there for Majora last year, and Lewis, at one point, jet lag was getting hold of me.
Yeah,
Lewis,
you weren't really there. You were there in body.
I was telling Lewis I was so damn tired. I flew in. Anyways, so Lewis is like, let's go get a coffee, and we went to your truck. Nobody was around. Lewis, I don't know if you remember this, and you took me to the back. And Rasmus, can we upgrade the coffee machine a little bit for 2025? Like, we're looking at coming to Lomo, maybe.
He has a fishbowl now.
We have a brand new setup. I have two fish bowls.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, maybe do we have upgraded lattes and espressos?
We have upgraded everything. You're more than welcome.
All right. Okay, perfect. Because we're looking at, depending on how my amateur racing career goes, we may go to Lomo.
What's a race?
What?
It's a race?
No, but I'm trying.
Racing EMX Open.
No. I am going for Loretta's. And I believe Lomo is
the same weekend.
The same weekend. So if I don't make Loretta Lynn's, which is probably 50-50, I think I'm going to Lomo.
Yeah.
And going to see
We're going to Lomo.
You're going too?
Yeah, that's why. It's a whole trip.
Yeah, so if I make Loretta's, I'll be hating life in Tennessee, sweating my balls off. But if I don't make Loretta's, I'll go to Lomo.
You owe me a pizza with a happy face.
Yeah.
Because Majora last year was a little, it was an endurance event.
It was.
But Rasmus, the setup looks amazing with the two goldfish bowls. But were you torn between going for those structures because they're kind of controversial, right? The fans have a bit more distance.
Yeah, I was. Everything inside of me, like, were pushing towards it when I was thinking about my team, my crew, the efficiency of how we work. There was no doubt about what we should do, and then there's that negative factor of the fans. That obviously is a huge one. But in the end, we needed to upgrade or to do something else in the next coming years anyway. And this was a great opportunity when Standing Construct Honda, they quit, and they had this new setup standing there, ready to go, and basically not been used. So we made a really good deal with Standing Construct, and they're on the jersey of the guys this year, and it was a really easy Swift and a big shortcut in what we would have to do anyway, at a certain stage. But so far it's been pretty amazing. With the weather, obviously, it was not nice in Kosar to bring these trucks there.
Yeah.
But other than that, the efficiency and the environment the guys are working in, and also the days that they save during the year where they don't have to drive and build up the tent. Now they can fly in on Thursday evenings and everything is ready, and it's...
Yeah, I guess I never thought of that. Right. The setup, the guys don't have to spend,
There's even air conditioning.
It's pushing a button.
Yeah.
There's air conditioning, and so when it's really cold, like in Kosar or even this weekend, the heating is on, and when it's 40 degrees, the air conditioning is on, and the truck drivers by themselves can, set up everything. So I think long term, last year was a hell of a year, like with all the mud, and you really felt that internally in the team. You have to imagine these mechanics here in Europe. They're spending so much time in these trucks and sleeping basically, next to each other, snoring next to each other.
Yeah.
From Wednesday evening to Sunday, they have to build up the truck and the tent and everything, and they do that so many times in the year. It's hard, to keep everybody happy and motivated during a whole season, especially when you had mud races like that last year. So I think that will be big help.
All right, Rasmus Jorgensen here on the PulpMX show, brought to you by Wiseco. Last question from Lewis Phillips here.
Well, I was going to ask a question that me and Adam were wondering on the MXGP pod. Now that in front have reduced the entry fee to €300 a round, which is right, yeah? For the wild cards or whatever, it's 300 for MX2 and the MX 250, or am I wrong?
You're right, if you say so.
Okay, sounds good. What is the benefit of being an officially approved team? We were trying to figure out what because before, when it was €1,000 to enter as a wild card, it saved money because you were prepaying for the whole series.
Yeah, it was a €10,000 fee, wasn't it, for the season?
Yeah, so what would it work out as now? 300 times 20? Is that still a save?
You had the benefits there of having the pass allocation, as well as like a TV report and stuff like that. It was like a kind of package deal. I don't know how it is now, but that was sort of...
you get the free kilos overseas as well.
Yeah,
I believe.
I thought they were doing that for privateers now as well, though, or not?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Sounds like you need me to be your agent.
Yeah. If you can get me a discount on the flyaways, that would be great.
Okay, I'll come back. I'll book a flight for tomorrow.
Was that the question, Lewis?
Yeah, I was wondering about the official. I was wondering about the. Well, I did have another one, but we're going too long.
I don't know what you expect me to say. Like,
well, I wanted to know what the benefit of being an officially approved team is now, because I don't really understand. I think that's gone. But then I guess it's just something that everyone does.
It'd be more beneficial to say to him how kind of do you believe in EMX 125 and 250?
Well, that was going to be the part 2 to my question, but I think we're going too long.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, sort of Rasmus has steered Kai de Wolf, the current world champion, up through that structured process. But now, we were talking on our podcast recently about EMX 250 having sort of a certain level of redundancy.
Yeah,
let's MX2.
Let's put it to Rasmus like this. On our podcast last week, I said it doesn't work because EMX 250 and MX2 get exactly the same TV coverage, social media coverage, same entry fee now, slightly different age limit, but not too different. They're too similar. You've effectively got MX2A and MX2B.
Eating each other.
Yeah, EMX 250 is eating MX2. Like, look at Kozar. You had 20 or so riders in MX2, but a full gate in EMX 250. So what's your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not completely wrong. We see it that the gate is less when the EMX 250 is there. On the other hand, I do believe in the system. I think that the pyramid system, what they have with the guys getting used to racing on these tracks, being in this environment is not bad, but it's difficult to answer and to give an answer on what they should do and what they shouldn't do. But what I feel sometimes is that for us in MX2 or MXGP with the classes, like it's too much with 2 EMX support classes. So I would personally prefer to have only one at a time. Also for them to have more time between the sessions to fix the track and stuff like that, because it's quite compact, But I don't know what to say to that question. Also, really,
yeah,
I can't change it anyway.
Hit him with an easy question to finish the interview, Lou.
I can't change it.
Here's an easy question.
What do you want me to do?
Easy question to end. I know what you're going to answer, and you only have to say one word. Do you miss me?
Oh, wow.
Okay. I was expecting a yes, and then we could end. Okay,
I thought you were going to ask him to sign Jeffrey Herlings. I thought that was going to be your question.
Well, insider trading, no.
Rasmus, it's a lot having him here full time. It's a lot. Because in the past, he would just come in for Supercross for 6 rounds, and then he would leave, and it was all like, good guy. But now, Rasmus, it's a lot.
Steve's visibly aged.
He's there, and he just walks around, and it's a lot. So,
But he moved further away, no? He
did. He did move further away so he could hang out with more people, but he hangs out with no one still. So,
well, you've seen what it's like trying to get a hold of Chase.
Yeah, good point. His move across the country hasn't really benefited.
Well, you could argue about the world, really, as well.
Yeah, good point. Well, listen, Rasmus, congrats on all the success from your team, obviously. Good luck for the rest of the season. Maybe we'll see you at Lomo, but great work over the years. And, man, thanks for the time tonight on the PulpMX show. I think our listeners will dig it. And, man, we'll see you down the road somewhere.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thanks for having me. Have a good night.
All right, thanks, Rasmus.
See ya.
Bye.
Yep. Bye, guys. Bye.
Super awesome interview from Rasmus Jorgensen. Really good guy and great team, as we talked about before we got there. Nice guy.
Yeah. Another good person in the MXGP.
Let's hope he gets that coffee machine fixed too. let's really hope we do that. Adam Wheeler here from On Track Off Road and the Motorcycle Grand Prix book, available in 2 days on any sort of electronic reader or Amazon if you really like. Is it a paperback coming? Do we know? Audio?
Not sure about the paperback version, but yeah, every other format.
So I have kicked around for 5 or 6 years of doing a book of a year in my travels on the circuit. And I could, you could self-publish on Amazon now and everything, you can do all that. It's pretty easy to do. And it would just, kind of require like extensive notes each weekend of who you talk to, the controversies, the issues behind the scenes, the travel issue, just, hey, all the stuff that I go through in a weekend, I think that'd be interesting for people.
Yeah. I agree. I think the thing is, when you come to writing a book as well, there's the gathering period where you get all your ideas and all your material, and then actually writing it. Big thing I learned from this was to write something, put it away, and come back to it the next day.
Yeah.
Because that's the routine I eventually got into, and sometimes I'd look back at something and think, what a pile of shit, and I have to start again. And other times I thought, well, that kind of came out on a bit of stream of consciousness, and it was not too bad. But you do learn about the limits of your vocabulary, the limits of your patience. You just kind of drip feed your inspiration all the way through. It's such a cliche, but it's such a journey.
Yeah.
And the thing as well, Steve, is that project was ended up being like 159,000 words, and the publisher said it's way too long.
Yeah.
So they made me cut it down by about 50,000.
Wow. Yeah.
And there's other concessions, like it's the biggest independent publisher in the UK apparently, and the title is a little bland for my liking, but it was something that I had to accept. And there's other little compromises, but you just do it to get it out there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to read. I think people would like that if they've just followed me and just heard about the things behind the scenes, But like when I do those oral histories on Racer X, and I've done a bunch of them, I do all the interviews and then transcribe them, get them transcribed, and then start cutting. And yeah, I have one of them that was like 117,000 words, and I got it down to like 30. And you're totally right, Adam. I would work on Friday nights a lot before the supercrosses and races. You're totally right though. You write something and you're like, oh, that's really good. And the next time you open it up, you're like, what? This makes no sense. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's really funny. You do got to go back to it. But I'd like that. That'd be interesting. I don't know. It'd be a lot of work. Like you said, it's a lot of work.
Yeah. And the shame of it is that you write something and you think, okay, I've got to make it clearer. I've got to make it better, more understandable. And then you go through it with that sort of philosophy. You self-edit all the way. And then, when you've done it, you're so sort of relieved, or you're tired of it. Then you kind of think, well, I don't really have any... how do you put a bit of a flair on it? How do you put a bit of finishing touch? I don't know, if you're building something, you may think, I want to put my personal touch on it. It's a weird creative process.
I think if you took the stuff that Lewis and I deal with each week on the races, and then you wrote a book about it, and then, you went back and got people's permission, because maybe, 6 months later, the AC joint conversation that I had with somebody, isn't that big of a deal anymore.
Yeah.
And maybe you get the permission from them, and and maybe even the stuff with the arguments and the fights with the teams a little bit, like some pushbacks that you get, and you ask people for permission, and I think they'd give it to you, I think that'd be really interesting.
And also the outlets to do that kind of stuff and to be analytical and give a deeper perspective. I think that's why you see quite a lot of books these days about, from athletes, whether it's their story or, even season recaps or stuff like that, because it's another way to try and tell their particular story in more depth, which you can't do on a TikTok video, you can't do it on a vlog necessarily, a podcast maybe, a long form thing, but as we know, there's more of a trend now of podcasting to be tighter, quicker, much more frequent. It just seems like this is the last great outlet for deep dive stuff.
Yeah. Bring a book with you on a plane or on a vacation, and and do all that. Be interesting to see it. Please check it out if you can. Lewis Phillips, brought to you by the folks at OGIO Power Sports.
Yep, love OGIO. And even love the fact that although I don't have a pocket for my water bottle, I can have it easily accessible in the many other pockets available in my bag.
Yes.
Maybe I need to check out the OGIO line again.
Okay.
I haven't had a Renegade for a while. Maybe they've upgraded their catalogue. I don't know.
And if not, they will hear a harshly worded email from Adam.
It will not be about handbags. It'll be much more than that. FCP, love the guys at the Factory Chassis Parts. They're looking for dealers as well. They really want to promote that they're looking for dealers for their motor hangers, for their race cups. Bolt-on parts drastically improve handling, and they got the new dealer program they want to push out as well. Pulp 25 chassis is the code to save with factory chassis parts. The race cups are really, really cool. They've got a lot of testing going on with Kiefer and the magazines, and they make a big deal. I've got them in my bike as well, and they just can change the absolute trail of your bike and the rake, so it's a big deal. And factory chassis parts, Pulp 25 chassis is the code to save. And also, Lewis, don't let concerns about the shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals.
Yeah, it's easy to say, but I do let it concern me a lot. I don't know how to stop that.
Well, I'll tell you what. Edward Jones provides the tools for a reasoned, disciplined approach to investing.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, well, Brian Stone would be the guy you want to talk to.
Okay.
816-761-4066.
Yep.
Edward Jones Financial.
Okay, and that will help me stop concerning myself?
Yes,
okay, good,
Brian Stone used to race, used to be a good privateer, and now in the investing world he does big things.
So he can help me with that pile of cash I get from LVK?
Yes.
Okay.
And all the awards that you get from LVK
okay,
as
yes,
well.
of course.
Be more sensible with your money. Lewis.
Yep.
Okay, I could do that as well.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com job of the week. Speaking of JT earlier and his secret street bike and WPS, they're looking for a regional sales manager in Texas. Full-time job. Oh, dark.
Ah.
Huh? This is a regional manager for WPS, Western Power Sports. Salary, $135 to $160.
Oh, he is there.
I mean, dark.
His laptop is ablaze right now. He's typing so fast.
This role reports to the vice president of sales and is directly responsible for the performance of all inside sales reps and statutory sales representatives in the defined sales territory. So WPS looking for a regional sales manager for Texas and area around there. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. And if you're a company looking for some people, contact MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com and put your job on there to try to find the best and brightest. Like nobody in this studio besides Adam, but everybody else. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com job of the week. Adam, before we get to the motorsport tweets, and we're going to get out of here real soon, can you even compare being a media guy into Supercross, Motocross, and MotoGP? Is it even compare? Like, we got Shaw Daddy McShaw, and we have nobody knowing who qualifies.
And we have Darkside's bandana.
And we have a bandana guy. You know.
We have pizza.
The biggest difference is the accessibility.
Yeah.
There's I mean, I have two kids, 16, 18, both boys, and they love coming to motocross because of that proximity to like the riders, teams, action, whatever it is, and you don't get that in MotoGP. In MotoGP, you do get the feeling it's more of a bigger deal, more of the news, the movements, the little controversies, the comments. The riders are given a lot of leading questions, so the words they give in a very sort of systematic debrief session. It's much more of a I want to say proper sport, but that's not right. It's
no, you can say proper sport.
You can.
No, yeah.
No, but I mean, for example,
like PR.
Yeah,
too?
but Fel do a much better job than used to.
They do.
I was telling Joe this, sort of, responsible for press affairs at Birmingham the weekend. That now
Joe
Fel
probably never
compared
met
to
someone like Adam before.
He was. Joe was just over the moon.
Right.
This was all of Joe's dreams at once.
But compared to how it used to be, I mean, you laugh at me, Steve, when I used to come to the press room. I mean, even compared to MSGB, I mean, having kids running around, having, nachos flying over your head, just crap left everywhere.
Yeah.
It was quite a scene.
People got laptops stolen from press boxes, like things like that. Yeah. It was,
But now it's a different story.
So, Marc Marquez, like, can you get 10 minutes of his time whenever you want, or like not whenever you want, but can you do that?
You get 10 minutes access to him every GB, every day, but then you share that time with journalists.
No, but I mean, just you. Can you just?
Yeah, but you would have to ask for it in advance.
Okay.
And so, if I ask...
But you can do it, yeah.
It might happen, if you're lucky, once or twice if you're super lucky, but once a season, and then you might have to wait your turn.
To get a sort of a one-on-one thing with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, because now, like in our sport, like for example, Chase Sexton's one of the best riders in the world, and he's done this show twice this year, and I could talk to him every weekend. And just an Indian press day, Lewis was there, unfortunately, but like we have access to Chase Sexton wherever we want, which is a great part of our sport.
Yeah.
But then we're at the top of the tree. I mean, this is right at the top of the pecking order when it comes to moto media. And if you have to imagine if you were writing for The Athletic, for example, even though you're a big media company, how would you suddenly get hold of Chase?
Yeah.
I mean, what route would you take to get hold of Jay Sexton? It wouldn't be that simple.
No, it'd be near impossible. Like that's what's funny about this sport. Like, as much as we think we do a good job, and we like to pat ourselves on the back, the only reason like you can get Chase on the show tonight isn't because you do incredible work. It's because you've got a relationship with him.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, if anything, if an athletic podcast wanted Chase on tonight, logically Chase should probably tell us to fuck off and run towards that. But he wouldn't, because it's just because we have a relationship with him.
But also, like, no one in, like, not no one, but very, like, to me, this is one of the biggest shows in the sport, if not the biggest sport.
It's the biggest,
Okay. I should have PR people reaching out to me.
Yep.
To get, I never do. They don't ever be like, hey, like, I mean, sometimes someone would be like, can I come on, like, as a friend or a sponsor? Sure. But you would think I would be beating off the PR people and be like, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, like,
they don't care, or they don't know, or I don't know.
To even put this to like a lesser scale, Craig returning at the weekend, you would think Yamaha PR would be like, hey guys, do you want Craig this weekend? Like, do you want him on press stage? You know, like drumming up their return of their rider.
Yeah.
But it's just like,
Right. And then another thing I think too, Adam, and this is, I think, a good thing, but in today's clickbait world and today's headline sensations and all that stuff that you talk about, these riders have to watch every word they say, the MotoGP riders, that come out of their mouth, right? Because it's, do you feel like there's journalists in the paddock, credentialed guys that are there every week, that are really just trying to catch the riders in a gotcha moment? They want that? That's like, they don't care about that person personally. They want to make their own headlines. Do you feel like there's guys like that?
Very occasionally.
Oh, so not all the time.
No,
Okay,
the guys that are at the races frequently and in the paddock obviously have relationships to protect, like in any sport or any kind of scene. But, you know, the YouTubers and the people who are commenting from distance, you know, the people who are not informed, I mean, I think that is quite a big threat to the press that are going to the events, the sports, and they have the contacts that's necessary to bring the correct information, even if it does have their personal slant on it or whatever. You know, that's quite a big threat, and I think the fans and the general public should have to generally be a bit more cautious. This is not just about sports these days; it's all about politics. What channel you have to be very selective in the channels and outlets that you pick, for what you want to learn.
Yeah,
because crucially, that's what it is. You read something to learn or to be entertained.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think, the people who are on the ground making the investment to get to races, to matches, to whatever, they need to not be protected. I think you have to be good at your job, but they should be in a position to offer bona fide content.
Yeah, I agree. I've said this many times. Well, so back to before I get the journalist part of it, I notice in mainstream sports, hockey, football, the ones that I follow over here, there'll be a scrum, and they'll ask LeBron James a question that's a little controversial, and he'll not want to go there, and he'll say, I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
The next question will be the same fucking question, just slightly worded different to get a reaction. And to me, that's bullshit. Like, dude, he doesn't want to talk about it. Like, you're just looking to get in the headlines as a media guy.
Yeah.
That's all you care about is your story, and you're being an asshole because the guy doesn't want to talk about it. And I felt like in the MotoGP world, maybe there was some of that going on, but not really.
Not so much, because still, it's like Moto, it's a smaller community.
Yeah.
And,
like,
eventually Marquez or somebody's going to stop answering your questions.
Yeah. It's like, for example, Lewis, in one of Chase's interviews.
Let's not describe what you're going to say.
They went off the rails a little bit, and if Lewis didn't have, well, I guess maybe the conversation never would have went off the rails in the first place. But let's say it did, because just two guys that were sort of jokey McJoke, and if Lewis was like, oh, this is going to get me a YouTube click, he would have put it on there. But instead you're like, that's a stupid thing. We went off and over, like, so you cut it out. And I would have done the same and whatever. Like,
it was nothing to do with racing.
No, exactly. And I feel like, okay, should we be harder on the guys? Maybe a little bit. But I like to think that we still carry the hard news, Deegan arrest, the Myrtle Lawrence thing, Daniel Blair thing. We're still talking about all this, right? We're trying to do our best job we can.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. Like, I followed Toronto Maple Leafs passionately. They're my hockey team since I've been a kid. The podcasts that I choose to listen to are two beat writers that go to the games.
Yeah.
And they're telling me This is what's going on with the coach. What's going on with this guy. This is, I want to see him do this. I wish the coach would do this, blah, blah. I want to listen to those guys because they're at every single game or most games, and they know what's going on. I don't want to listen to some guy in the basement.
Yeah.
Because what does he know different than I know? Nothing. So I choose. That's my podcast to choose from. I think, and the problem we have today in today's world is like we want the crackpot basement guys.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people do, and it's like, why? Why would you want that? You're not getting the information.
Because it's just sensationalism. Something that's shocking. It's like, oh, have you heard what so-and-so said about this particular nothing subject? And I agree. But, I think also, I can't believe this trend now of actually like logging on to watch somebody who's watching the sport.
Yeah.
That's bizarre to me as well.
Yeah, they have that in hockey too now. Yeah. Yes.
That was a massive rant on LVK last week, or not a rant, but a topic for like 40 minutes. And I feel like, yes, it's present everywhere, but it's much, 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 much more magnified in this sport. That a majority of fans, a percentage of fans, watch for racing and then only care about this crazy shit away from the track. Like, how often do you see fans having a debate about, is this the best Cooper Webb we've ever seen? Or like a genuine racing topic like that. I feel like rarely, more so on Twitter or YouTube comments, maybe that's a bad example, wherever else, it's just talking about these conspiracy theories and money, and like 9 times out of 10, if a guy comes up to you at the local track, he's not going to say, is this the best Cooper Webb we've ever seen? He'll say, the riders need to be paid more, don't you agree? It's not, it feels like there's less just genuine interest in the racing.
Right.
But then, like in MotoGP, for example, there's so many demands on these guys, from their sponsors, from the manufacturers, from Dorna, the promoters, the kind of failed of MotoGP. I mean, we're being told now that Marquez has hardly any time for one-to-ones because Ducati are doing their own kind of content. So the media's in this bizarre little void at the moment where the importance or the validity of it is being questioned, and also justifiably, because if you're a sponsor or an advertiser or, a partner, a supplier or whatever, and you want reach, it's more beneficial for Marc Marquez to dress up like a sumo wrestler and do a like this zany video that reaches 300,000 people on TikTok, rather than speak to specialized media, which has a fraction of that audience.
And unfortunately, that's the way things are going, even in our sport. Feld is stepping up their media game. Feld's doing things, they're lucky they include us in some stuff, but they are competing with us a little bit, and we're losing time to riders, like the Lawrences, for example, when they were pissed off at the media, they were like, we're only doing Feld stuff. They were mad at, different things that were going on, that Hunter's pass on Thrasher being asked about and things like that. And you're like, okay, well, cool, right on, thanks. Like, why? And all of us in the media are like, hey, shouldn't you ask the riders that they need to do endemic media of the sport? And they would never do that. Feld's not going to stick up for us. They're like, cool, yeah, we don't care.
Yeah, it's a strange contrast where it feels like everything is becoming much more niche, and people are picking carefully what they subscribe to, because nothing's really getting free for these days. Even stories, you might be able to read the first 2 or 3 paragraphs. Things are becoming niche, which means lower numbers. But in that way, everyone who's related in sports promotion is chasing big numbers, new fans, new people. So it's this kind of battle or this separating philosophy. It's I don't know how it's gonna work out in the future.
I don't know either. I'm with you, thankfully. I don't need to worry about it too much longer, but
I'm fucked.
I do worry. Yeah, for like Lewis said, the and this goes for all people. Headlines, drama, sex, controversy, that shit. Just people, like can we just talk about RJ Hampshire and whether he's gotten better over the years and whatever? Like, no.
Like, if you'd headlined this show as, we're going to talk about the 450 title fight, which is on again, which it is. That's a massive story this week. Like, the racing was shit, but the 450 title fight is back on. Or you headlined this show, we're going to talk about
Murdo Lawrence.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's a bad example, but because it's too big. But okay, let's something dumb like the Justin Cooper thing last week, whatever that was. If you headlined it that we're going to talk about that, likely that would get double the traction, which is insane.
Yeah, it's just it's a weird world we're living in for sure.
Like
algorithms.
Yeah,
but it feels like I feel like it's more magnified in this sport, and I don't know why.
But also, we need viewers, we need readers. We need followers to exist, to try and justify that and earn money, to have the living, to travel to these events. So you kind of have to cater for that. You have to grab the demographic. So it's a really odd path to walk.
All right, well, it's time for the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do this. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Lewis, motorsport.com, make your next ride your best ride. Free shipping on everything over $79. They got a sweepstakes going on now, Lewis. It's free to enter.
Really?
The grand prize is a Stark Varg.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's some prize.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
What?
Sidebar.
Mhm.
Really weird. I was walking like in downtown Tampa on the weekend off,
Mhm.
and a guy just rode past me on the sidewalk on a Stark Varg.
Oh, wow.
First time I'd seen one in the wild
Wow.
like this.
Jeez.
Must have just been a rich guy who was like...
But was it like on a busy street?
Yeah, like it was like a main boardwalk, it's called.
Okay.
And like, yeah, just on like, I had to step out of the way because this Stark Varg guy was just riding by. No helmet.
Was it one of the new ones with the license plate? The
I want
EX?
to say no.
I don't think they're out yet.
No, it definitely wasn't. It was a motocross bike.
It wasn't Anton, was it?
No.
No, okay.
There was no pony or bandana.
Yeah, we had him in the studio. Nice guy.
Yeah.
Great guy. Anyways, motorsport.com, go through the banner to help us out. Great prices on OEM and aftermarket parts. So whether it is W Wheels, whether it's Guts Racing, you name it, Renthal, etc., they got great prices on all of our partners. And so thanks to the folks at Motorsport. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show, and Tallon Taylor reads them out.
All right, first one for Adam from the Voice of the Drunken People. Could MotoGP dashes work in Supercross? That way race control can flash a blue or yellow/red light on the bars of a rider so they can see live updates.
Could the dash in MotoGP work in Moto?
Yeah.
You mean? Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, could we not have alerts on the dash of dirt bikes? Yeah,
I mean,
just
we
basic,
could. I don't know if they'd see them, but
yeah, but if you had basic flashing light, I mean, that has to catch the peripheral vision, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but there's so many flashing lights in a stadium versus on a MotoGP track where you're kind of
tucked behind a screen.
Yeah, like you're alone almost out there, aren't you? Whereas you've got the whatever you call the banner in the middle of the stadium flashing constantly. And
MotoGP's experimenting with radio communication as well now, so that's something that could be making a breakthrough. Could be next for. They tried that at the Monster Cup, remember?
Yeah, a few times. Yeah, they've tried it.
Yeah.
All right.
MTS 1993. Mark Phineas, PulpMX, injured or benched?
Benched, I think.
Yeah, benched.
Yeah.
Dan Williams, 57 for Big Lou. How's it feel being to be taking the top pedestal in the Moto Media empire? Best post-race interviews and inside of the weekend. We know you're walking tall now. How long until we're holding court as well?
Wow.
That's a loaded question.
There's a lot there.
If one guy thinks that, then that's good enough for me.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Okay. If I've got one fan, that's all I need.
Moto Disease, thinking ahead to when Kenny leaves PMG and assuming they stick with Suzuki, do you see them being able to attract someone else of his level?
That's very interesting to me.
Yeah, they got good sponsors. They have a really good program there with Twisted and Progressive and all that. Yeah, I think they can.
Although it's like the same, it is the same, isn't it? The two branches, effectively.
Yeah.
I feel like if you went to a Justin Cooper and said you can ride for the Twisted T Suzuki team or the Progressive X-Star Suzuki team, there's no chance in hell he's signing for the HEP side or the Twisted T side, just because, although it's technically different logos, but for the perception, I think he would just think of that team as like riders who are rarely in the top 10. Just purely from a perception point of view.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Okay.
I really do.
I think you're off the top step.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for thinking that I was there. No,
Yeah.
I think the perception of a team is massive.
No, I
for
just
a
think they
rider.
just go, Kenny won there. Kenny won there. I can do all right.
Yeah, but one there, that isn't Twisted T in a rider's mind.
Yes, it is. It's the same thing.
But also, can anybody ride a Suzuki like Kenny? I think
That's a great point. Yeah, I don't know.
I have my doubts.
Which I think that leads to my point. I think that you either want the Ken Roxon package down to the stickers, or you're out.
That's ridiculous.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I really don't. And I wish a rider would be open enough to discuss that.
Sugar Shane, 79.
Before the main event.
He's got a future headlines. Sexton sizzles securing Seattle Supercross stage, or Wizardly Web wheelies water wave winning West.
I'll go Sexton.
Yeah,
I think he gets on a roll.
Yeah, I think Sexton is the better mud rider of the two. I mean, maybe going off a San Francisco recency bias.
Chase
but
just guessed the gate drop in San Francisco.
Yeah, but I feel like consistently, like even East Rutherford the year before last, he was really good. Yeah,
before Barsha put him down.
Yeah, like he would have won that main event, I think, if
probably.
Barsha hadn't put him down. So
Golfnut 721. Would Steve rather have a 1-year pass to the Sphere or win a Loretta's title?
Ooh.
Well, the 1-year pass to the Sphere, like what if there's no bands? Like Backstreet Boys are coming up and Kenny Chesney at the Sphere. Like I'm like out. Like I'll go see Backstreet Boys because my wife would want to go, and Incomplete is the jam. Incomplete.
Sounds gay.
Incomplete's legit from Backstreet Boys. Zero interest in going to Kenny Chesney. I don't care if the Sphere had a fake hand that reached out and jerked me off. I don't care. I'm not going to Kenny Chesney.
Hey man, you beaten off?
I really don't think you'd want that in any.
But I'm just like I'm not going. So the 1 year at the Sphere would have to depend on the acts. You know what I mean? On the acts that are going there.
The Loretta's title would live with you for
That's
the rest
what
of your
I mean.
life.
If I won Loretta's, you could damn well sure it's sitting right here, right in camera view every single week, and then I'm going to talk about with every rider about how I know what they went through because I won Loretta's.
To be honest, you could probably just tell most riders that you won Loretta's and they'd never check. No,
Right.
They would just be like, yeah, cool.
So I'll take the Loretta's thing unless you told me that, like, hey, you can have a 1 year ticket to the Sphere and Foo Fighters, Metallica, Sammy Hagar, and U2 are all playing in a year. Then I would take the Sphere. But you can't tell me that.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Right.
What if
now I don't even have a fake hand jerking me off.
What if LVK were playing at the
I'm
Sphere?
out. Yeah, I'm out. Yeah.
Okay.
But it is award winning.
Yes.
Steve, I have my Sphere ticket.
Yes, I can't wait. I am so happy for you.
Yeah.
You're going to love it, and I'm going to just follow up. Be sure I'm going to follow up and put it on social media.
Will they play any of my top 3 U2 songs?
Which are your top 3?
Right now, I'd have to say Actoon Baby's the best album, by the way.
Yeah.
I have to say Ultraviolet, In God's Country, and Wild Horses.
They will not play any of those, no.
No?
Sorry. No.
Oh, fuck, I want my money back.
They play Ultraviolet and Wild Horses at the concert, but didn't make the film.
No?
No.
Oh, you're telling me.
I can show you the set list if you want.
No, keep it a surprise.
Okay.
That's already disappointing.
Yeah. So, crazy, I don't have time for it, but I had a crazy story there at the Sphere one time. I was listening to a hockey podcast in the morning where my 2 hosts were talking about another guy that runs a team. A president of a hockey team from Florida, and they knew him, and they were making jokes about this guy. So that's in the morning. So at night, I go to the Sphere. I end up talking to this lady next to me. She's like, "Oh, have you seen this before?" And I'm like, "Yeah, this is number 4 or 5 or whatever it was." "Oh, okay." You know, she taps her husband. He says this is his 4th or 5th one. So the guy's like, "Do they play bad?" And I'm like, "They don't play bad." So we start talking. The husband is the guy that the hosts were making jokes about that morning from Florida.
Okay.
How fucking weird is that?
Yeah, that is weird.
You must have been looking at him like...
Yes, I went... She's like, "Oh, he runs Tampa Bay Lightning." Like, he's like, and I'm like, you were on the podcast this morning.
Did he know about the podcast?
No.
Oh.
He knew the guys,
Yeah.
obviously, but he didn't know they brought up his name. He hadn't heard some, and I was just like, holy shit.
But they complimentary about him.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
He knew one of them really well, so we were
okay.
joking about that. But how fucking weird is that?
Yeah.
Back to the story. The guy's like, "Bad is my favorite song." Like, and I'm like, "They don't play it." And dude, the look of disappointment on his face. I was like, "I'm so sorry to tell you this. Like, you lost a loved one, or they didn't play bad." Like, it was the same reaction.
That's
So-
when you know that you go too much. When you're in the audience and you're educating everyone around you on what they're about to see.
So
come around, everybody.
So do they play any of your tracks?
My tracks.
Yeah, your top 3 U2 songs. Do they play any of them?
I can't. I don't have top 3. I can't do
Come
top 3. I
on.
can't. They change all the time. Ultraviolet is good there, dude. Ultraviolet
Okay,
is
well, at least
strong.
I got one then.
So I have a Sphere bootleg on my phone. I should give it to you.
Oh, okay.
It's great quality.
Well, do you just sit there recording it while you...
I got it from the interwebs. And
From
it's
the dark web?
From the dark web, and it's like off their soundboard, so it sounds amazing.
Oh, okay.
So I should send it to you.
All
And
right.
it's got the whole Sphere concert front to back where Ultraviolet and Wild Horses are in there.
Okay, maybe that will cure some of my minor disappointment so far.
You're gonna love it.
Okay.
Chippy
Lewis
Sauce.
is like-
Chippy Sauce 324 for Lewis and Adam. Why the sudden change of so many rider numbers in MXGP? I even noticed a few single-digit MX2 guys now, and just a lot of new numbers. Any reason for this?
Do you want to go?
Just coincidental.
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, like the story with Liam Everts switching from 72 to 26. I don't think there's any hard reason for... it's just individual cases.
Yeah, a lot of riders like Benistant and Elzinga who want to reinvent themselves maybe. And important thing to the question is there is no... You can take whatever number you want in MXGP.
There's literally nothing.
Yeah, you can be the 40th place rider and take number 2.
Right.
Like a single digit doesn't mean anything at all. It's 2 and 998 are the same value as numbers.
Do you think numbers are important for a rider? I mean, they're really important in MotoGP. They're like wrapped up as part of their identity. I mean, Chase Sexton's number 4. I mean, which has always been one rider for me.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago now.
Yes.
Yeah, but still, I mean...
Do you mean Blake Baggett? He doesn't mean Blake Baggett.
He doesn't.
No.
Should no one take 4 ever? Like, I mean, like, is that where you stand?
No, but maybe in 10 years' time, perhaps.
Well, Adam, it's been 2007.
Yeah, it's almost been 20 years.
Yes, Adam.
Okay. Fair point.
And also, I look at 4 now and I think Sexton. I don't think Carmichael. And I was the biggest Carmichael fan ever.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I think Tim Ferry, 15. I don't think it's Dean.
To be fair, so do I.
Yeah. I don't know. No, I do not like what he just said, where you could take any number in MotoGP. I do not like that. No, they should mean something. Now, is the AMA system perfect? No. There's definitely some 250 riders that have single digits and low. That's bullshit, because they're getting full points for half a series of half a competition. Like, you cannot tell me your 8th at Indianapolis 250 class is the same 8th as the 450 class. It just ain't.
Yeah.
So the AMA system ain't perfect, but at least there's something there that you earn, get given to you.
Yeah, Tallon, on the subject of numbers, I also think in MXGP points should go down to 15, not to 20th.
Okay.
I agree with that as well, although I say top 12.
GP points should have a little bit more value.
Okay.
Next one from Jimmy G. He says, gang, does Mookie have to wait and see how outdoors goes, or has he done enough in Supercross this year to earn a top-tier 450 ride? Where do you see him?
I think he'll be re-signed there. I do.
Yeah, based on what I got told in Birmingham, I think he'll go back as well.
Yep.
Does he, but top tier?
Well, Husqvarna's top tier.
I know, but does what he's doing, over the last 2 years, does that merit top tier, or, I mean, would he take Roxon's kind of Suzuki?
No, there's nobody better than him, I don't think.
Okay.
But that's knocking on the door.
I think the point of your question is...
I mean, Justin Cooper.
I think a massive part of him getting the ride is his marketability, his link to Rockstar now, his history with Rockstar. I don't think it's purely on... it's not going to be purely a results-based decision.
Okay, so you don't think there's more value in, say, hypothetically, Husqvarna signing Kitchen, like moving him up to a 450, as a young rider, as a...
I think it would probably be a harder sell to Rockstar than keeping Malcolm.
Okay.
And I'd imagine Rockstar has I think we know Rockstar has a massive say there.
Do you guys think if he didn't break his femur that year on MCR, because he was really coming on strong, like podiums, do you think that set him back from taking the next leap up to that front pack, like, consistently?
Where did he go after that?
Star?
Star? Yeah, Star. Yeah.
I think I don't think the femur. I think if anything, you can say that about the torn ACL in 23.
Yeah.
Yeah, the knee was the...
Yeah, because the femur was only round 2, I want to say.
But he was good that year.
Yeah, he was fast. But I think there was more of a positive trend leading into the knee injury.
I agree.
From Thirsty for Big Lou, if Sexton and Hurlings had a showdown in a moto, who would you be rooting for? You have to choose one.
Well, I wouldn't be rooting for anyone. I'd be rooting for us, because we'd be getting such a treat.
You would be in turmoil, mate.
No, I think it'd be a lot of fun, because I'd imagine that there would be no hard feelings. And we would all be having a jolly old time, laughing away, talking shit.
Did Jeffrey get a boo-boo again, or no?
No, Jeffrey's fine.
Is Jeffrey fine?
Jeffrey's fine.
No
T-minus 13 days.
No boo-boo?
No boo-boo.
Boo-boo for Jeffrey?
Nope.
Okay.
T-minus 13 days.
All right.
Till 1-1.
Jeffrey get a lot of boo-boos, though. A lot of boo-boos for Jeffrey.
Well, only one in the last 6 months.
Okay.
So I don't know if you'd call that a lot.
See if he can come on the show.
I'm working on a very, very, very big Jeffrey podcast.
That meant no.
Yeah.
And it's not PulpMX.
Okay, all right. All right, hey, let's wrap. We got to take him to the airport.
All right, last one.
Okay.
Just another one from Jimmy G. If I were to plan a summertime trip to Europe with my wife, which MXGP would you recommend that I accidentally plan my trip around?
I had the same dilemma, and I took my lovely wife, Pookie, to Mantova so we could go to Venice.
Okay.
But Mantova's no longer on the circuit, but yeah.
Yeah, Mantova as a GP isn't
the
best.
No.
No.
I couldn't get a fucking ice cube to save my life. But that's example what I did. Like I was like, Mantova, Italy. Let's go to Venice. We also went to Romeo and Juliet city.
Verona.
Verona went there too. So,
I never knew that was a
Yeah.
Romeo and Juliet city. I would say
Plague
summertime.
upon both your houses.
Translate?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just a bit of
handbags.
Romeo and Juliet. What's the matter?
Has there ever been Romeo and Juliet recited on
No,
PulpMX?
no, this is the first.
Do you not want to check the archives, or
Yeah,
are you pretty confident?
I don't think Ronnie Mac ever said it, but I'll double check.
If we're talking summertime specifically, I think the best thing to do is go to Locket, because you can go to Prague, which is a fantastic city, Karlovy Vary, which is next to the track, which is where Casino Royale was filmed, I'm told. And then you can drive through Czech, through Germany, to Lommel. You can go to Amsterdam, you can go to Eindhoven, and then do Lommel. And you can kind of do the main part of Northern Europe, 2 amazing, very different GPs as well, or in a space of 7 days.
I agree with Karlovy Vary. It's like a spa town. It's very idyllic, and just like a less than 2 hour drive from Prague, so you can take that city in as well.
And if you want a bonus pick, I think Uddevalla is an amazing place.
It's always one I've wanted to go.
I love Uddevalla.
No.
You're wrong.
I took my wife last year. She didn't, she appreciated being in Sweden for the first time, but it wasn't.
The
It's
lakes,
nothing compared to
the scenery,
No.
jet.
Nope.
The
jet.
Yeah, there's a Saab fighter jet that flies over the circuit.
They do like an opening ceremony every year.
We see it all the time in America.
When was the last time there was a jet over a Supercross?
Salt Lake City, we had one.
Did we?
Yeah. Way to pay attention, dude.
Yeah, no, I don't remember that at all.
Okay.
It's rather noisy, so you don't miss them.
Oh, and I think Vegas SMX had one. Yeah, Vegas SMX had one. Jet.
I didn't enjoy that event at all.
I didn't either, really. Remember the great press area we had?
Yeah, honestly, when I realised that was on the schedule, I was extremely disappointed.
All right. Is that it?
No! That's horrible.
Motorsport.com. Thank you to those guys. Great guys. And thanks for the support. All the codes are available on PulpMX.com. We are 5.5 hours in. We got to go. Adam Wheeler, thank you, man.
Thank you.
Always good to see you.
Likewise.
Enjoy the success with the book. I'm sure it'll do really well for you. And what you have another plans to come back to USA? You're going to the COTA here?
I'd like to do one of the SMX playoffs, but it just depends on covering MXGP, covering MotoGP is already a lot of races. So we'll see.
Come back to motocross. Just come back.
Yeah, we didn't even get into that.
I did every single Grand Prix from 2001 up until the end of 2015. So I think I kind of did my.
Did you really?
Every single race.
I did not know that.
And last year
for 15 years.
And last year I think it was the First Nations I missed in since 2001.
Wow.
I even did the shitty one that was from Competition Park.
Oh yeah, you came to that one, and then
the one that was running Belpuig, won by Belgium, I think, to the B team Belgium.
No, I thought France
was it
won.
Italy?
France won.
No.
Oh.
No, France won in 2001 when USA didn't go.
Yeah, but I thought France won the Competition Park one too.
Italy rings a bell, but I don't know.
No, yeah, Italy did win it.
Yeah, it was Bartolini.
Yeah,
and
Bartolini.
And Chiodi. And
okay.
So a lot of races.
Yeah, good point. Thanks for coming in, though. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again, check out Adam Wheeler at On Track Off Road for more information. Lewis, good times.
Thank you.
Just walking around.
Yep.
I
stayed seated for most of. Quick sidebar. Someone, not to be named, after the last show, caught wind of us walking around and thought it was a literal nickname because the whole show I refused to sit down and was just stood here with a headset on, which gives you a good. I told you this.
Oh, I don't remember you telling me this.
Which gives you a good idea. Perfectly encapsulates our relationship with some fans in this industry, where things we say, things we do are wildly misconstrued.
Yeah. Wow. Thanks for coming in. Good
Thank
job
you for
as
having
always.
me.
Yep, we'll see you in Seattle this
yes.
weekend. Yep. Maybe you'll be walking around there.
Yep. Maybe walking onto the live show stage.
Yeah, perhaps.
Uninvited or not.
Tallon, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thanks for staying late. Thanks for the overtime.
Thank you, Steve.
Tell Yar I appreciate it.
She's probably already asleep. But
okay. Marks?
Yes.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Why does... Never mind,
man.
We're too late.
And then I want to thank Callan Brower as well for all his help on this, and Pookie and Moser and Swisscorp. And and all you people for watching and listening. I really appreciate it. Thanks to our guests tonight, Sexton, Bloss, Rasmus, Jorgensen, Phil, JT, all on board with us as well. And I'm not even going to ask you best interview. It's Sexton. I got it.
Yep.
It was amazing.
Not Benny.
No, that left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah. All right, everybody. We'll be back next week with maybe a special show. Stay tuned. We got some big plans. We're going to see what happens next week on the show, on the PulpMX show. But thank you to motorsport.com, DecalWorks, Fly Racing, all of our partners. For Adam Wheeler, Lewis Phillips, I'm Steve Matthes. See you next week.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, how it burns to play your games. Destroy me, defeat me, and melt me down. You cast me a complete